I don't have to explain Harry Potter to you. It was a global phenomenon that's been forever tainted by the baffling levels of deranged awfulness shown by its author. If I'd made that much money, I simply wouldn't waste my time on Twitter, but here we are. Now, there are a lot of things to critique about J.K. Rowling and the Harry Potter series in general, and it's just fun to roast things, so that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Let me preface this by saying that if you still have a deep-seated love for Harry Potter and you're all nostalgic for British wizard school, that's totally fine. Don't let Joanne's disgusting, mold-riddled brain vomit take that comfort and joy away from you. But understand, she's not a very good writer. She hit on a fantastic idea, did some great world building and plotting, but then tried her absolute hardest to run it into the ground by overstuffing it with useless bullshit. Also, she just never properly learned how to write on a line-to-line basis. Her sentence structure and dialogue tags are consistently poor and sometimes terrible. Yikes. And I know this is primarily a kids series, especially the first few. They are aimed at children. They're relatively simple, they're whimsical, they're magical. As the series progresses, however, Joanne attempts to age up the plot, themes, and conflicts along with the characters and readers. Suffice it to say, she is not well equipped to handle mature themes or consequences. I believe her writing style is fundamentally incompatible with this attempt to age up the series. So what am I doing here? Well, I'm going to be looking at each book in turn, starting today with book number 1, and roasting the shit out of them. Not just fire hose blasting every single line I come across, although my notes are fairly extensive. No, I have what we in the industry call a theme. Now, try as I might, I may not get to literally everything, so if there's a big critique that I've missed, or something that I've misinterpreted and is actually more egregious than I thought, feel free to let me know in the comments down below. Consider that zone a free-for-all. Also, don't feel bad about it. I can promise you, anything you will say about this woman, her writing, and her books is going to be significantly milder than things that she has said or endorsed other people saying about trans people. With that out of the way, let's start at the beginning, shall we? Everyone already knows the story, so I guess I don't have to summarize it. You'll remember in chapter 2, before Harry knows he's a wizard but some weird magical stuff seems to be happening to him, the narration mentions Harry jumped up on the school chimney as one of these magical anomalies. How? How did he jump super high and not really notice ever? Or did he teleport, something which requires training at 16 to do properly? Can kids magic themselves to jump really high? How does magic work? If you don't have to know the Latin words or have the intention to actually do it, how does it manifest? Why are some spells so difficult to perform then, even when you practice for hours, if you can just accidentally jump an entire building? Let's look at how magic is portrayed in this book. In chapter 8, we see a transfiguration lesson, and we establish that magic is hard. Only Hermione manages to properly do transfiguration quickly, and that's the easiest version of this subject. So what makes it hard? Everyone's saying the same words, using the same wand movements, so what is it? Willpower? Magical power? Do they have mana or some shit? Is it understanding? Do Ravenclaws, ostensibly the most erudite of all students at this particular stage of their education, have an inherent advantage in terms of actually being able to properly cast spells? It's never explained, which wouldn't be that much of a nitpick, except that it becomes a pivotal plot point at several stages of the series. If we jump forward to chapter 10, we get a charms lesson when they're learning Wingardium Leviosa, but some kids just aren't getting it. Hilarious. The Irish kid accidentally sets fire to his feather when he was trying to make it fly. But how? Did he say the spell wrong? The spell for fire is Incendio, which is a pretty horrific mispronunciation of Wingardium Leviosa. Was it the wand movement? Did he swish and twirl instead of flick? Or was it the wand simply touching the feather? If you touch your wand to something, does it act like a lighter? Is that for everyone, or just the Irish kid? Another silly little detail of your magic system that makes magic seem quirky and difficult for this kid's book, but has strange and incomprehensible consequences for interpreting the relative challenge of later events. This may sound like a minor point, and for this particular book where our main character casts exactly 0 spells on page, it is minor. As we build out the series, however, it becomes more important and also less defined. We'll come back to the nebulous nature of magic later, but this is my first real gripe with this book. From childhood magic to actual spellcasting, there don't appear to be any rules apart from what words produce what effects. But even that isn't a hard and fast rule because Seamus accidentally made his feather explode. Who knows what's going on? Let's move forward. In Chapter 4, Hagrid finds the tiny island hut that the Dursleys have been staying at, and he breaks down the door to give Harry his Hogwarts letter. Okay, so Hagrid is actually a big sticking point for me. There are two issues right off the bat. Number one, he should have a wand. He got released from Azkaban, just give him his wand back. You're a free man, you can continue your education. Whatever. He doesn't. He has to hide his magic by using the umbrella or whatever. But that brings me to point number 2. Hagrid performs a fair bit of magic in very close proximity to Harry Potter on his 11th birthday. When he's 11, which is not 17. Do you see what I'm getting at? I'm going to start a counter for every time that the Ministry should have investigated Harry but didn't. And this is number 1. He's performing legit magic right next to him. This should trigger the trace, right? Also, Hagrid, who was expelled in his 3rd year at Hogwarts, just does non-verbal magic. This man, who didn't even complete 3 years of magical education, is doing non-verbal magic, which is something that 6th years and beyond struggle with. That particular struggle is a whole separate issue in and of itself. What a convoluted magic system. For now, it's pretty insane that Hagrid is so good at non-verbal transfiguration. 2 branches of magic that are supposed to be really difficult. A human transfiguration, no less. Sure, it doesn't really work, but I think that's pretty advanced stuff. Yeah, this is the kind of petty bullshit that I'm going to be nitpicking in this series. In Chapter 5, Hagrid actually does more non-verbal magic. That's the Ministry investigation counter at 2 now. What I'm more annoyed at, however, is his inconsistent idiocy. Hagrid, who didn't understand Muggle money, as he called it, gave the notes to Harry so he could buy their tickets. Bro, the numbers are written on the notes. Can you read? Seriously, this one pisses me off to an unreasonable degree. If you can figure out 17 sickles to a galleon and 29 knuts to a sickle, you can read a number on a note and hand it to a muggle. Now this could be an isolated thing. It might just be Hagrid. Maybe he never learned maths. I guess we'll just wait to see before I go on a huge tirade. Then again, this is the same man who asked, how could a car crash kill Lily and James Potter? I don't know, man. How does a car crash kill anyone? You get hit hard enough, it's gonna do some damage. You could get shrapnel in your brain, you could get crushed to death. A whole bunch of things can kill you in a car crash. Is being a wizard supposed to make you immune to car crashes? Or is it just a particular damage type? Can wizards tank infinite bludgeoning damage? So, as many people pointed out, Hagrid is clearly not saying wizards are immune to car crashes. He's saying this is an unexpected, mundane, and absurd way for these 2 particular people to die. And that's true. It is, however, way less funny than the notion that Hagrid truly believes himself unable to be car crashed to death by nature of his wizardry. In any case, I would probably also want a more dramatic cause of death if my family were going to go around lying about it. Let's move on from Hagrid's problem with simple mathematics and go instead to stereotyping. He doesn't waste a beat. He gets Harry started on prejudice super early. There's not a single witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in Slytherin. This line isn't true in the context of later information about Peter Pettigrew, but it's also not true already because everyone already thinks Sirius Black is a mass murderer and he was in Gryffindor. Are you stupid, Hagrid? I can only conclude yes, because wow, this is really dumb. This is also where my doubts for Joanne having planned out the entire series from the start comes from. There's no fucking way. Maybe she had broad strokes, but in a granular sense, she was making it up as she went along, getting edited less and less as she went. I'm getting ahead of myself, but this is so dumb and untrue, and it makes Hagrid look like more of a dickhead than he already does. Don't forget, he tried to turn a kid he didn't know into a pig. Did I mention that the very first thing we see of this man is him insulting and fat-shaming an 11-year-old child? And this is meant to be endearing? We can't just see Dudley's weight in narration, we have to have the other characters roast him for it. I think we're done with Hagrid for now. Let's circle back to the Slytherin topic and move on to the big one. The point of this whole video. Hogwarts. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. So the house system makes sense in terms of sorting the students into houses for convenience, location, and team spirit, but makes no sense at all given that it's based on vague, almost star sign-esque personality traits. What if you're a smart, brave, ambitious, loyal person? I guess you just get to choose any of the 4. That would be fine, getting to choose. It would be totally understandable and equitable and normal if one of the 4 houses didn't have a known, widespread and historically accurate stigma of being the breeding ground of violent criminals. There are so many things wrong with the house system, and it all stems from Joanne's insistence on the rigidity of Slytherin. First of all, you're categorizing people based on vague character traits before they've even gone through puberty. Do you know how much people change from 11 to 17, and then from 17 to 25, and then 25 to the rest of their lives? How could you possibly know anything about them based on their personalities as children? This could be explained by being just essentially cold reads, right? You're not actually saying they possess these innate character traits and will for the rest of their lives, you're just categorizing them now. Except that Slytherins are all evil. That has actual consequences. Slytherins are labelled as evil, expected to be evil, and all evil people are expected to be from Slytherin. No wonder they're a bit miffed about their lot in Hogwarts. From the first night they arrive at school, they have to spend their days hanging out and sleeping in the dungeons. You know, the place synonymous with imprisonment? These are the guys that turn out to be a bit messed up. You don't fucking say. Another issue is that no faculty members or students ever attempt to lessen this house divide during Harry's time at Hogwarts. No one attempts to rehabilitate Slytherin's image or destigmatize them. It's not even until Book 6 that we see not every Slytherin is bad. Book 3 shows us that not all bad wizards are from Slytherin, but every character up until Book 6 reinforces this notion that all Slytherins are bad. In essence, the narration itself is endorsing this idea that these 11-year-olds possess innate traits that make them uniquely suited to being bad, or in the bad house, or just lumped in with all the bad people. I know we start this story off as a kid's tale, but bloody hell, that is a tough pill to swallow. That brings me to my next point. The traits selected for being sorted into Slytherin. Harry nearly gets put in Slytherin. Why? He's ambitious. Maybe he's even a little cunning. What if you're a kid reading this and you're ambitious too? Fuck you, you're gonna grow up to be part of the KKK. Seriously though, they are such innocuous, even admirable traits to get relegated to the dungeons for 7 years and then lumped in with the worst criminals of all time. You're basically forcing them to make friends within their house groupings. They spend their nights, meals, classes, and extracurricular activity times with their housemates. Sure, they can mingle with the other students during meals, or if they specifically move tables, or maybe on the weekends, and that last one is fine and it makes sense, but really, you're putting them in an echo chamber. This is creating echo chambers for literal children, and again, relegating some of them to dungeons. Yeah, I wonder how all of these children of eugenics majors ended up believing in eugenics. Do you think it could be that they're stuck with all the other extremists in a rhetorical vacuum that has no natural light and the scorn of the rest of Wizarding Britain? Nah, it must be the snakes on their ties. Okay, I get it. It's a kid's book. For kids. Right, well, what a shit message to send. Hope you're not on the swastika team, Harry. It's full of Nazis. Now run along and enjoy your little wizard classes. This is how Hogwarts and its houses are first introduced to us, and we see precious little more nuance as we go on. Rant over. We're not done with this Slytherin defending exploration of the Hogwarts houses, however. In Chapter 10, Quirrell informs the school that there's a troll in the dungeons. Oh no! How does Dumbledore respond to this? Prefects, he rumbled. Lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Good call, Dumbledore. Keep those kids safe in the secure parts of the castle while that troll rampages in the dungeons. Safety 101. Make sure the kids are all safe and accounted for while that troll goes absolutely ham on the dungeons. The Gryffindors in Gryffindor Tower, the Hufflepuffs near the kitchens, the Ravenclaws in Ravenclaw Tower, and the Slytherins in the dungeon. For veterans of the trade, and eagle-eyed observers such as myself, you may have spotted a potential flaw in this plan. Are the Slytherins going back to their dormitories as well? I guess they'll just sneak past and hope that the troll doesn't smell them. Are they staying in the Great Hall? Why not just keep all of the students in the Great Hall where you can monitor them, where you know the troll isn't? Obviously, this isn't so much an oversight on Joanne's part as it is her just not having world built this section of the story yet. The Slytherins returned to their dormitories because she hadn't yet decided that that was in the dungeons. A very minor, retroactive mistake that makes Dumbledore look like an utter buffoon. Or perhaps it plays into his need to have Gryffindor defeat Slytherin for the House Cup. Pretty hard to give the Slytherin students points when they've all been murdered by a troll, I suppose. Speaking of the House Cup, Slytherin wins it and Gryffindor loses. Until Dumbledore gives Gryffindor just enough points to arbitrarily win in front of everyone. What a colossal dick move that only serves to make the Slytherins feel even shittier about the bias against them. There's no standard table of student feats and point values, so how did Dumbledore decide how many points to give each student? Well, he did the maths and knew it would make them win, obviously. It's so transparent, so favouritist, so incredibly uncomfortable that I'm surprised there wasn't a riot in the Great Hall. If you wanted to make Gryffindor win that badly, if you wanted to make sure Slytherin lost for once, then just give Harry the points earlier. Give all of them the points earlier, then glorify them in front of the school by explaining their good deeds. But I suppose that might allow the other houses a chance to also gain more points. Too risky. Also, give them way more points. The Slytherins aren't stupid, they know what you're doing. As it stands, it almost looks like Dumbledore is specifically trying to humiliate Slytherin by dangling the House Cup in front of them, then ripping it away at the last second. Like those Turkish ice cream guys. So Hogwarts is a nightmare for the Slytherins, and the House Cup is a bullshit competition the headmaster can rig at any point. But what about another competition? A sport, perhaps. We all know Quidditch is a nonsense game made with no logic to sound silly and magical, but here goes. So on the Hogwarts Express, Ron tells Harry, "You wait, it's the best game in the world. It also appears to be the only sport in the wizarding world. They play wizard's chess," need I explain that this is just chess, "gobstones and Quidditch. That's it, dude. They have one sport, of course everyone's obsessed with it. If only they had a game that didn't involve risking your life by flying at high speeds, several hundred feet in the air, with your only security being your magical skill and the stick of wood that's currently squashing your balls into mash." Seriously, sorry to be crass, but how is this not crushing their balls? It's just a long stick of wood clamped between their legs. Do they not have saddles, cushions, seats? Regardless, in Chapter 9, they all try flying for the first time, and we find out that Harry is a flying savant. That's great, and a little genetically deterministic, but whatever about that, it's fine. I don't mind him being good at flying and enjoying it. We'll get to my problems with this later. Let's first move on to the broomsticks themselves. Ron brags to Malfoy about Harry getting a Nimbus 2000, while Malfoy only has a Comet 260, which apparently looks flashy, but isn't in the same league as the Nimbus. This opens up a whole world of interesting conversations about what makes a broom better, faster, and more responsive. Is it the enchantment? The skill of the wizard playing a major part in how fast a broom can go? Is it the materials used? Are brooms, like wands, fundamentally varied by their components? Does using ash wood for the handle and spruce twigs make a broom better? Or is it a design factor? Do sleeker shaped brooms give a better result? My nitpick here is that it actually would have been cool to delve a little deeper into broom lore the way we get information about wand lore. I know, out of character for this video, but my only complaint is that it's too vague to be satisfying and often becomes so vague that it's confusing. Not plot-shattering or overly infuriating, just weird that we have no explanation as to why more expensive brooms actually perform better. Just a very minor nitpick for a palate cleanser, eh? So, onto the rules of Quidditch, such as they are. Wood gives Harry an explanation of Quidditch. The rules are dumb, and Joanne claims it's meant to be a mockery of people who take sports too seriously. Sure, that's fine, and in many ways not terrible, but it doesn't make the sport itself any less stupid. Again, it's the only one wizards seem to have, at least here in Britain, so I feel sorry for them that it's so bad and unfair. How about a lightning round, eh? It's pay to win. Better brooms cost more money in a way that strictly locks out the poorer people from competition. It's so dangerous that people can and apparently do die, but any student is allowed to have any broom they can afford, or teachers buy for them, and they aren't limited to a certain height or speed limit or a skill test or anything. It's centered around one player. The chasers, beaters, and keepers are all important to the seeker in the same way that the spectators are important to boxers in a boxing match. Sure, you're all there, but it's really about the two guys in the middle. The snitch gets you 150 points, where a goal gets you 10. The seekers win games, not chasers. Plus, the game fucking ends when the seeker catches the snitch. It's just a special boy position created to make the specialist boy even more special. The ideal Quidditch team makeup is surely something akin to 1 keeper and 6 seekers. Just have the chasers and beaters pretend to do their job, but actually just point out the snitch to the seeker instead. Unless the other team also isn't using their chasers, in which case just have 7 seekers. Maybe 7 seekers is the optimal meta for Quidditch. Food for thought. While we're on the subject of Quidditch, Harry mentions basketball, comparing it to Quidditch. Wood then asks, what's basketball? We see a similar example of wizarding ignorance earlier when Ron is in disbelief over Dean Thomas's football poster. So my question is this, do wizards actually not know about Muggle sports? I can excuse Ron maybe if I theorise that he lives primarily in the Burrow, doesn't ever go out to the Muggle parts of Ottery St. Catchpole, was homeschooled by Molly, and has no one at home remotely interested in Muggle affairs or lifestyle. However, Oliver Wood, a sportsman himself, doesn't know about basketball. Again, I could theorise my way through this, we have far less information about his upbringing than Ron's, but it does seem to imply that wizards collectively aren't very aware of Muggle sports. Now, there's only one entirely wizarding village in Britain, Hogsmeade. Either all of these kids live in Hogsmeade, or they're shut-ins with wizard supremacist parents, like Ron. You know, like Ron, who has parents who hate Muggles. Both of his parents can't stand Muggles. It seems ridiculous to me that more Muggle knowledge wouldn't have been imparted onto these young witches and wizards. Do they not go to school before age 11? They know how to read and write, so someone must have taught them, and I can promise you, if they're going to a school, that school has school sports. Another quirky little detail that reinforces this artificially inflated divide between Muggles and wizards, just like the stupid Muggle money thing before with Hagrid. Also, you can't send people off in Quidditch? Bro, really? That's, like, at all? What if they start cursing other players? Surely you can send them off then. So I guess a violent foul isn't worth intervening for. Love that for the 11-year-old who's never played before. Hope he survives the magically enhanced rock to the back of the head. Quidditch seems to mirror magical society in a way. It's built on privilege, it's unsafe, and it only works if you ignore the innumerable inconsistencies that dismantle it from the inside out. Let's move on to a bigger problem than Quidditch. Something that threatens the safety, happiness, education, and even the lives of the students at Hogwarts. Something that simply must be addressed if this school is to achieve success. The fucking staff. We love Professor McGonagall, right? She's skilled, she's intelligent, she's harsh but fair. But is she? I mean, she's not afraid to take points off Gryffindors when they mess up or give them detentions, so at least she's not showing the ridiculous bias that Dumbledore does. But even she is not immune to the irresistible, magnetic pull of Harry Potter's bullshit-creating aura. In Chapter 9, Harry shows off the incredible Quidditch skills he gained from Lamarckian evolution. Not only does McGonagall instantly allow him on the team, despite the rule about first years not playing, she allows him on the team without a tryout. She also just gives him a broom. He doesn't have to use a school broom, nor does he have to buy one for himself. McGonagall just buys him the literal best broom in the entire world so he can see if he enjoys and is good at a school sport. Guys, his parents died like 10 years ago and he is richer than all of you. He does not need this handout. I guess we'll just have to wait and see whether any other students get this kind of treatment for being really good at Quidditch, or whether it's just our main character rich kid. I fucking wonder. So I suppose you think that's a reward for breaking rules. That's an actual line from Hermione about Harry's new Nimbus 2000. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Hermione. Harry broke Madam Hooch's rules, and Professor McGonagall not only rewarded him for it with the most special place on the sports team he's not allowed to be on yet, not only rewarded him with the literal best broom in the world free of charge while the rest of the players have to contribute their own inferior brooms, she also broke a bunch of rules herself. Surely the Gringotts Goblins or the Ministry of Magic should be investigating her for embezzlement or something. I'm trying to imagine the paperwork here. Issue: student disobeyed rules and endangered himself. Solution: procured child personal aircraft. Unless we're to understand that Dumbledore knew and signed off on spending Hogwarts funds for this, in which case it's not just a head of house trying to get her students to win the Quidditch Cup unethically, it's the head of the institution itself showing an unfair bias for one of the 4 houses he's supposed to represent completely fairly. But Dumbledore wouldn't do that, would he? Would he? We all know Dumbledore is a funny, eccentric, wacky little guy. He's super wise and super powerful and super fun. As headmaster, he gives a little speech at the start of the term just to show how weird and kooky he is. In his speech, he tells the students not to go into the 3rd floor corridor or they'll die. Great. I guess that's what counts as acceptable levels of information in this terrifying pseudo-school. What Dumbledore doesn't mention is that not only is the danger accessible through one singular unenchanted door, it's also so easy to unlock that a first year does it with one single spell. Maybe put an age line on this one, Professor? Maybe make it so that anyone under the age of, say, 30 simply cannot get through the door? I guess Joanne hadn't invented age lines yet because she's making up the magic as she goes along. What I'm trying to say is, this is surely some sort of human rights violation. Moving on. Actually, you know what? I'm not moving on. I've just thought about it for an extra few seconds, and I've decided that it's so laughably contrived that it makes me question the entire premise of the story. I get that the story simply must be constructed in this way to make the plot happen, and I'm not trying to nitpick it so hard that I misunderstand how a story works. I get it. But bear with me. Joanne is writing this one as a kid's book, so all of the characters, villains and heroes included, get to be a bit silly and wacky. They get to make stupid decisions in the name of Harry running this gauntlet and getting to the Philosopher's Stone. That's fine. But Joanne then ages up this series. The themes, the content, the characters. By the time the 5th book rolls around, Dumbledore is waxing philosophical about the nature of death, loss, and prophecy. This is fundamentally incompatible with the character presented to us in Book 1, who is too stupid to put a rock in his pocket for safekeeping. Now we can move on. What else does Dumbledore do in this book? Well, he doesn't just put Fluffy in that room and warn students not to go in there. He protects the Philosopher's Stone, of course. He takes it upon himself to devise a clever series of fun little obstacles so that he can protect this incredibly powerful magical artifact. This devil's snare thing is cute and clever and perfect for a kid's story, a problem they have to overcome with knowledge and skill instead of brute force. Except we never really saw any hint of this up until now. We only really heard about herbology in a passing line declaring that Professor Sprout was dumpy, so it would have been nice to see Hermione learning this, or anyone mentioning something even tangentially related to this solution. For a series obsessed with foreshadowing, this feels a little rushed. Okay, everyone's had a go at this before, so I'll try to keep it brief. I've said 1,000 times that this is a kid's book, and that these challenges are a fun little way to show off all the individual characters' strengths, right? I get that. In a vacuum, this works really well, but we're not in a vacuum, are we? When you consider the wider nature of the series, which unfortunately will happen when we move on to further books, you see that these protections are batshit insane. Let's go through them, shall we? We have a 3-headed dog. Pretty scary. You gotta know to play it music. Then Devil's Snare, which again, you need to know about so you can use fire. Then a broomstick flying challenge, I guess. Then a game of chess, a riddle, and the Mirror of Erised. This is the best the greatest sorcerer in the world could come up with. I'm not going to roast these too hard directly because other people have already done it, but I would love to offer Professor Dumbledore some helpful alternatives if he would be so kind as to let me act as his security advisor. First, draw an age line on the first fucking door. Done. Make the age 100 or something, so only Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel can cross it. But if you're a stickler, then we can say Joanne hasn't invented these yet, which she hasn't. Okay, not an age line then. Cross that off the list. Number 2, a bunch of caterwauling charms, some Devil's Snare, and the gargoyles outside Dumbledore's office. Get those alarms blaring, freaking the thieves out from the second they step foot in there. And then you can alert the teachers. Plus, it'll probably wake up Fluffy. Do you really need to make it so niche and weird? If you're trying to stop a dark wizard, is the point just to slow them down with the chess game and flying test? Surely you can just make the chess game really hard or something. Or fuck it, make it impossible unless you cheat in a specific way. It cannot be that hard. But fine, whatever. I guess Joanne hasn't invented caterwauling charms either, so we'll move on. Idea number 3. Literally just the Mirror of Erised. Like, out in the open, in a field, or in that same classroom, in the dungeons, it doesn't fucking matter. Voldemort literally can't get it out of the mirror without Harry, so it's pretty safe, right? Plus, it doesn't draw massive amounts of attention. I like this one because it creates much less work for me, the new Hogwarts Chief Security Officer. Just chuck it in the mirror and call it a day. Or, if this is too much work for you, get a load of idea number 4. Put it in Dumbledore's pocket. Just literally slip the stone into Dumbledore's pocket. Who the fuck is gonna try to take it from him? I mean, no one will even know he has it on his person, so it won't matter, but who would try if they knew? And who could succeed if they tried? This is a foolproof way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Those birds are Quirrell and narrative tension, by the way. Alright, I get that we can't do that for narrative reasons, but when you finish the series or even just get to book 5 and you look back on Dumbledore's decisions in book 1, you ask these questions, you know? Why couldn't he just chuck it in his pocket and let it shine his balls for a year or so? Moving on to more failures of our glorious headmaster, let's talk about another faculty member. Snape is a polarizing figure in the Harry Potter fandom. We'll get to all of that later, but for now he's immediately characterized as harsh, sinister, and abusive. Snape didn't dislike Harry. He hated him. Cool, so this guy should be fired immediately. He hates a kid he's never met so viscerally that the kid can tell within minutes of meeting him. Fire this loser. It's clearly affecting his ability to teach. We'll get to Snape's teaching methods and quality, but for now, this is insane enough. Yeah, but this is actually just him dealing with his childhood trauma of being bullied and then his crush marrying his bully and then losing his crush completely. He's so tragic and misunderstood. Okay then, straw man I've just created. You think it's acceptable for this grown man to take out his teenage trauma on a kid he's never met, who never even knew his parents and has shown no indication of being a bully whatsoever? Dumbledore is absolutely failing his duty of care by allowing this awful ex-con prejudiced child bully to work here. He singles out Harry before he ever has a chance to speak, work, or study in potions. Literally the first minutes of the first lesson, and he's giving this 11-year-old a hard time for not knowing anything about a subject he's never done before, and didn't know existed until a few days ago. What a fucking loser, dude. He's so pathetic. Neville had somehow managed to melt Seamus's cauldron. Okay, if that's possible to do and you know exactly how it could happen, which is a mistake in a single step, then shouldn't you be a bit more watchful? A bit more careful? If you can get painful boils from literally one mixed up step, then it's entirely on this grown emo to make sure the kids don't disfigure themselves. Snape spat bitterly on the ground. What a pathetic loser. He spat on the ground because the house he didn't like won a Quidditch match? This guy is unfit to be within 500 meters of a primary school, let alone teach every single student how to make dangerous concoctions in a dungeon. I consider it a huge failing that this guy has not been removed from his teaching post yet. No grown adult should be acting like this, and especially not around impressionable children. No wonder the Slytherins all end up as blood purist bullies with this dropkick teaching them. Dumbledore makes several huge lapses in judgment in this book, but this is one of the biggest. How long has Snape been allowed to abuse these children? How long is he going to ruin their education and their passion for potion making in general? Even in a children's story, justice at the end of this book would be something about this Snape situation changing. So, what actually happens at the end when Dumbledore goes to personally talk to Harry? He completely dodges the question of whether Snape hates Harry. I reckon that's a pretty important question for the headmaster to answer. Does the potions master hate this specific child? Is he making life difficult for this 11-year-old boy on purpose? No reaction, just a deflection about Severus and James. I don't care how well Snape is protecting the kid, it cannot be worth the constant abuse and bullying. As for the debacle about the Philosopher's Stone in general, Dumbledore meant for Harry to do it. He gave him the cloak and let him try his hand at stopping the most powerful dark wizard of all time by himself, endangering his 2 best friends that had nothing to do with the initial incident. That's better, isn't it? Is there some wizard SWAT team I can call in that isn't the Auras? This guy's fucking unhinged. All they talk about is how scary and powerful Voldemort is, but they're fine with serving Harry up on a silver plate? Don't talk to me about the Horcrux thing, by the way. It's so clear that Dumbledore's plan was never to kill Harry this early. Also, we're not up to that yet, and it does nothing to explain why Ron nearly died from blunt force trauma to the back of the head. Come on. Dumbledore's mismanagement of this school isn't over, but we mustn't forget that every adult in this place is complicit in its awful traditions and operations. For example, the big punishment of this book. Harry and Hermione sneak out of bed to get Norbert out of the castle grounds safely. When McGonagall catches them, they are understandably punished for being out of bed. What's their punishment? To be out of bed. Well, it's not just to be out of bed. They're sent into the Forbidden Forest, a place they're not allowed to go, in the middle of the night with only the supervision of a guy who can't legally do magic. This would be child abuse even if it were just a scare tactic, but it's not. They are there to work. You see, something has been attacking and killing unicorns, and the 11-year-olds are given the job of finding out what's doing it. So there are two possibilities here. 1. Another adult, like a staff member who isn't Filch or Hagrid, is aware of this punishment, and thus is a participant in this potentially lethal child abuse and should be immediately sent to Azkaban, which we will get to in a future video. Or 2. Only Filch and Hagrid are aware of this punishment, in which case the caretaker and groundskeeper are completely allowed to just come up with outlandish, cruel, and again, potentially lethal punishments for 11-year-old children. Holy fuck, this is bad. The entire faculty should be dragged in front of the Wizengamot and tried for their crimes against children. If I were a magical lawyer, I would be suing the absolute beard off of Dumbledore for his negligence. Even if you somehow manage to rationalise Hagrid being a perfectly good guardian for these children as they venture into a dangerous forest filled with unknown magical creatures, Malfoy doesn't know that. Only Harry and Hermione know that. In which case, it's another punishment specifically for Draco Malfoy, the only Slytherin involved in this mess. I'm telling you, I would be a magical lawyer if Hogwarts was real, and I would be a fucking billionaire. So that's it for the staff. I think you'll all agree that this is more than enough evidence to condemn Hogwarts to be shut down and bulldozed for the safety and sanity of all of its students, but I have one last point to bring up. The fat lady had gone on a nighttime visit and Hermione was locked out of Gryffindor Tower. So this is a neat little piece of world building. The fat lady, again with the weight thing, man, it's her literal name in this story. Surely we can call her Susan or something. Anyway, she leaves her painting and that has consequences. Cool, right? Well, yeah, except that it's fucking insane. If she has to be physically present, isn't it a huge failing of duty of care to then just leave in the middle of the night? Students aren't supposed to be out of bed, so ostensibly it shouldn't matter, but what about emergencies? What if a teacher has to get in for a medical emergency? How does that work? It's a minor detail, but it just goes to show how little Hogwarts cares for the safety and well-being of their students. A student can just get locked out in the middle of the night, and there's no way to get them back in. Is there a magical contingency for this, or do they just have to wait? We immediately run into another huge problem. Neville has been sleeping outside, in the cold corridor, because he can't remember the password to his own common room. Sure, that makes Neville a bit slow, but it's not outside the realm of imagination, is it? This kid, who is clearly a Gryffindor, and also a kid, has to sleep on the floor because he can't say the right set of words? That's pretty harsh, don't you think? He also has no way to communicate with the people inside the common room who could come out and help him. He's been here for what, a week? And now he has to try and settle in for a hard night outside the painting or wander unfamiliar halls in the dark trying to find someone who can help. This is straight up negligence, and it's emblematic of Hogwarts as a whole. This institution is an absolute nightmare. Students learn from abusive, negligent teachers. They roam dangerous corridors without any substantial supervision for their wanderings. They live adjacent to a place so deadly they're not even allowed to go near it, unless they've been given a detention, apparently. Hogwarts is an unsafe, pedagogically lax minefield, led by a man unwilling to perform his job in anything close to resembling a reasonable standard. Teachers wield absolute power over their students, punishing them in cruel and unusual ways, none of which de-incentivize the poor behaviour. The only lessons these students consistently learn is how to skirt detection and discriminate against Slytherins. Again, I feel I have to point out that this is written for kids. Kids who, no doubt, are less likely to tear apart every contradictory or vaguely horrifying detail in a dissection like this. I understand that, and I'm not saying that all of this amounts to bad writing in and of itself, but the narration, the characters, the story events, they're all trying to present this place as magical, wonderful, even aspirational. This jarring juxtaposition is quite alarming when you look at it in the context of this book alone, but when you're looking at the whole series in totality, it becomes laughable. Hogwarts never addresses these complaints. It never fixes any of its problems. It shows a huge gap in Joanne's writing style. She's far more concerned with the superficials of individual scenes than she is with internal consistency and following through on thematic promise. To put it simply, she is not a good enough writer to handle the world she's built. This time we're going to be continuing our pedantic crusade with a focus on where the buck stops, Albus Dumbledore. Without any further ado, let's get to roasting Joanne's baffling writing. And we'll start by cracking out the old Ministry counter. Oh wait, no, actually, we don't have to. The Ministry is about to do something. In Chapter 2, Dobby uses magic, and Harry gets an owl shortly afterwards, threatening legal action if he keeps that shit up. So you can detect that a hover charm was used at Privet Drive and send an owl within minutes, eh? Good to know. Dobby was just nearby, and it was elf magic, but it didn't matter. Any use of magic triggered the trace and attributed it to Harry. Good to know. I'm certain this will remain consistent. Now that I've mentioned Dobby, let's bring up our first fun topic for this kids series. Yeah, this one is still very much written at children and in that same whimsical style. Keep that in mind when I bring up... Alright, so Sean already brought it up in his video, but this is unavoidable. Joanne just introduced slavery to her magical kids book. That is a bold, wild choice, but let's see how it goes, eh? I think this is a huge mistake in hindsight, obviously, but it's also a huge mistake in the context of the tone of this book. Does she think that children are stupid? I'm sure that many of them will be able to pick up on the strange, unreasonable injustices of the wizarding world, even if they can't fully articulate it yet. This is a truly bizarre detail to add when one of the defining traits of these early passages is how terrible Harry's experience in the Muggle world is, contrasted with how wonderful his experience in the wizarding world is. At least, as of Chapter 2, we can say that only bad wizarding families are the ones who keep house elves as slaves. In Chapter 3, we get this banger. Yeah, Mum's always wishing we had a house elf to do the ironing. Oh! That did not take long. I'm sorry, George, did you just say that your mum has repeatedly expressed a desire to own a slave? You know, the witch that can do household chores by magic and cook by magic? That woman? I don't think that's a position you want to give the kindly matriarch of the Weasley household, Joanne. Hot take, I think wanting slaves is bad, actually. This immediately shows how normalized slavery is in this world. George even goes on to say how they're too poor to have a house elf, and you have to be really rich, I guess, to buy one? It's gross. It's just gross and short-sighted and baffling that she introduced it so early. Also, I thought we'd have more than one solitary chapter to sit with the idea that maybe people would be disgusted by this practice. I guess not. So we will come back to this, rest assured. But for now, let's leave it at mild concern and polite bafflement that Joanne included this at all. Way to go, making your whimsical portal fantasy. You had to inject a slave race into it. Let's move on to talking about a slightly different magical race. So in Chapter 3, the Weasley children go to de-gnome the garden. It's here we learn that garden gnomes appear to be fully sentient creatures that speak English. They're ready to bite, and clearly a little aggressive, but the solution to getting an infestation of what are essentially just tiny little people is to pick them up and lob them away. Just bodily throw these people away and hope they get dizzy and can't find their holes again. What the fuck? Is it funny to have these little creatures in your world? Sure. Is it insane? Yes! Yes! It's house elves all over again! She put these sentient tiny people in her story, made them live inside other people's gardens, and then gave it no more thought than that. Where do they live? Do they have a native habitat out in the woods? Do the Ministry of Magic recognize them as a sentient species? I'm gonna rip the band-aid off here. We do see them again later in the series, but this is never explained. They are always played as gags. Now, if you remember the other scenes with gnomes in them, then well done, you get a special gold star. And if not, then keep an eye out, I guess. We'll readdress them when they appear. My point is, once again, that this is all good and well for a kid's series. Look at these funny, strange little guys subverting the idea of gnomes being jolly, happy little creatures. Look at these grubby, big-eared house elves subverting the idea of this Tolkien-esque immortal beings of infinite grace and wisdom. Cool. But now what? Now your story has two more completely sentient species capable of speech, comprehension, and ostensibly reason, and you're just going to ignore all of the implications of that. I'm not arguing we need to see how the Ministry handles every single species or follow up on every single offhand world-building detail, but this seems like a strange thing to leave open-ended and use for just a one-page gag. Are they protected? Is it legal to just throw them 50 feet into the air? Fred says they're not too bright, but I don't think you could get away with tossing a baby across a field like a football just because it doesn't know what house number it lives at. Again, I'm reading way too far into this, but if you put these dumbass little guys in your story, you better reckon with the fact that they're in your story when you try to age it up. Much like the house elves, this is another detail that adds to the casual and normalized cruelty of the wizarding world, which is never properly addressed as the series addresses other serious issues. Let's circle back to house elves for a moment, because we only have one as a reference in the story so far. What's he like? Dobby is a goddamn mega genius. He warns Harry not to go back to Hogwarts because it's a dangerous institution, and I've got to say, that might be the smartest thing anyone is going to say through these entire 7 books. Maybe he watched my video. That place is so incredibly dangerous that I think in good conscience, Dobby has to make a couple hundred more trips. Every student deserves to know just how absurdly damaging that school can be. And not by accident either. The location, rules, staff, it all seems designed to allow harm to befall any student at any moment, especially if they play Quidditch. In all seriousness though, what was he thinking? Did he actually think this would work? He knows how the Dursleys treat Harry, and he knows that magic is cool as hell, and yet he rocks up with exactly 0 evidence. Plus, he immediately shows he's not to be trusted because he's been stealing all of Ron and Hermione's letters. This guy sucks, dude. As for the rest of his plans to get Harry to stay away from Hogwarts, he's an idiot. If he actually thinks that sending the bludger after Harry would make him head home, then he's clearly never even seen the place. A bludger trying to murder a student must seem almost quaint in a school where a punishment for being out of bed is to be sent to the most dangerous location adjacent to the school in the middle of the night with no proper supervision. Why would this ever work? The idea was to hurt Harry enough to send him home, but the hospital wing is like a frontline medical camp. Kids who get petrified get sent there. Kids who get sectum sempred get sent there. Why would he get sent home? At best, he would get sent to St. Mungo's temporarily and then just come back. To be fair, Dobby is a bit of a dumbass, so he may not know all of the processes and goings on at Hogwarts, but he's clearly trying to hang around to help Harry, so he should know he's not getting sent home unless he specifically requests it, which we've established he would never do. If there's one good thing I can say about Dobby and house elves in general for this book, it's that Harry cares about freeing slaves. At the end, when he tricks Lucius into giving Dobby the sock, it's treated as an appropriately victorious moment. Thank God. In addition to Dobby, we get introduced to the Weasleys at large and their house, the Burrow. I would like to focus on one particular Weasley, however. So back in Chapter 3, we learned that Arthur Weasley works in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. So he does know about Muggles. That thing I said in the last video was completely facetious. Not only does he work in a Muggle-centric field, he's also obsessed with Muggles as a hobby. So why, in the name of Merlin's scraggliest scrotum hairs, is Ron so ignorant about Muggle sports? That's rubbish! Okay, so the Weasleys are poor and their house looks shabby and barely held together, and it's super obvious they're so desperately impoverished. But why? Why are they so poor? The Ministry pays Arthur so poorly that they can barely afford the basic necessities for their 7 children. Okay, that's fair, but why is anyone poor in this world? I suppose Joanne hasn't really invented the spells that might make one unfathomably rich yet, but surely you can do something about the state of your house. Extend the inside maybe, or conjure and transfigure enough things so that the kitchen isn't small and cramped. Is no one concerned about the economics of their own society here? Does Harry not view this injustice as fundamentally unfair and examine the system that would allow this financial hardship to occur? Maybe I'm reading too far into this for now. Let's move on. Or I guess let's not, because we learn in this very same chapter that Arthur not only works with Muggle artifacts, he actually writes legislation that the Ministry ratifies. Molly says, "You made sure there was a loophole when you wrote that law." So he's a lawmaker and a law enforcement agent, it appears. He mentions going on 9 raids the previous night. I don't even know where to begin, but it is not only supremely unfair that he isn't getting fairly compensated for such a huge, comprehensive job, it's also really strange that his duties seem to bridge that line. Is this not a dangerous overreach by the Ministry? Are you not giving one guy way too much power by allowing him to write the laws he then enforces? With his 2-man department? That sounds like a system by and for corruption. This is our first real taste of the ineffective, corrupt, bureaucratic nightmare that is the Ministry of Magic. Am I the only one that finds these contradictions about Arthur Weasley to be completely inexplicable? He's both in a position of easily abusable power, but underpaid to the point of abject poverty. Thank God he's an honest man, because this is a deeply dystopian, authoritarian setup to have. Is Joanne incapable of world building that doesn't result in horrific political and human rights abuses? In the very next chapter, Arthur gets excited when he sees Hermione's Muggle parents. He gets even more excited when he sees that they're using Muggle money. Someone should remind him that he lives in a magical and Muggle village, and therefore must surely have interacted with Muggles in Ottery St. Catchpole before, and presumably bought, I don't know, anything? How is he this bemused and giddy about Muggle money? Mr. Weasley started to ask how bus stops worked, but stopped quickly at the look on Mrs. Weasley's face. My man, the Wizarding World has both trains and buses. What in the fuck do you mean? You wait there for a bus. Super tiny nitpick for this one, but it's a throwaway line written for a joke that makes Arthur look both dysfunctionally moronic and contradicts his whole character trait. It's so easy, Joanne. Just pick a more complicated subject. She thinks she's playing into this role she's built for him, but it's not quirky, it's just stupid. Make him ask about telephones or lasers or aeroplanes, anything other than bus stops. This becomes especially bad when in Chapter 5, you know, the next one, we see Arthur Weasley driving a car. So he possesses a driver's license. Well, he must have fucking paid for it with Muggle money, meaning his fascination with it is truly bizarre. Okay, that's not the only explanation. Let's explore the others. First, maybe he doesn't have his license, but he knows how to drive a car legally and competently. Where did he learn this? Did he just watch people driving for a few days and practice in a field? Possible. Unusual. Awkward if he gets pulled over by the police. Second, he doesn't have his license, and he doesn't know how to drive well, and he gets pulled over all the time. This would necessitate him obliviating a bunch of Muggles for driving-related offences, given that we can safely assume he's not been arrested for it. Doesn't seem super in character. Maybe the second explanation is correct, but I cannot imagine he didn't purchase any parts for the car, petrol, or other Muggle artifacts for Muggle money. Yes, I'm still salty about the stupid Muggle money thing. I know it doesn't matter, but this series is about me nitpicking useless shit because I'm a bad person and it's easy to do and it's kind of fun. Plus, J.K. Rowling gargles balls, so it's no net loss. Seriously though, why does she choose to make this a sticking point? It's like the bus stop thing. Just choose a more reasonable topic and this complaint goes away. Have it be about aeroplanes and how they stay up. Make that his through line. He's even trying to replicate it with the Ford Anglia. It's so easy. Why do I have to write this shit for you, Joanne? Speaking of the car. We were all waiting for this one. Harry and Ron wait a metric 2 seconds at the barrier to platform 9 3/4 before deciding that their only course of action is to steal Arthur's car and fly it to Hogwarts. For all they know, Molly and Arthur are stuck on the other side of the barrier and the train's already left. What else are they gonna do? Except, how about when the Weasleys come back out? How are they gonna get home? How are they gonna know that the car wasn't stolen by someone else? Let's ignore the sheer stupidity of flying this through a bunch of Muggles and just examine how quickly they made the choice. So, you have the car, you already have your mode of transportation. A few minutes here or there isn't going to change how you get there. It's only going to change when you get there. The fact that they didn't wait even one singular minute to see if Arthur and Molly would return from the other side of the barrier, insane. It's very adventurous 12-year-old boys, so it's not a writing mistake or anything, but it does make you want to reach into the page and just smack the back of their heads. Oh! Again, it's not a plot hole. I'm not spending too long on this part of the video, but it does turn Ron and Harry into inconsiderate assholes who gave absolutely zero thought to the mental well-being and convenience of Ron's parents. Ridiculous. Also, as McGonagall points out, Harry has an owl. Just send a letter, dumbass! In the time it took to write it, people probably would have come back through the barrier. When they land, it also turns out that there's a tree there perfectly capable of murdering them. I suppose they did crash a car into it though, so yeah, I'd be angry too. Not a great garden feature for student safety, but we'll see how it goes. Let's change gears to another magical creature, shall we? The main antagonistic force for this book is the Basilisk. It petrifies Colin Creevey, Mrs. Norris, Justin Finch-Fletchley, Hermione Granger, Nearly Headless Nick, and Penelope Clearwater. That's a lot of damage. It does all of this without being detected once. Very impressive. That's solid Snake levels of stealth. How is this possible though? Well, once Harry figures out that it's a basilisk doing it, everything just falls into place. This giant snake creature that kills with its gaze has been slithering around in the Hogwarts pipes, popping out to try to kill the students where it pleases. The method of attempted killing and actual petrification makes sense with its deadly eyes being obscured. The reason Harry can understand it makes sense with him being a Parselmouth. I'm on board so far. What makes no fucking sense whatsoever at all is this insane notion that it's somehow been getting around in the castle pipes. In the pipes? The pipes? Do you know how big the basilisk is? Yeah, roughly that big. Did you see how thick it was? It's like a tree trunk. Unless it's a shape-shifting giant venomous snake that can kill people with its eyes, there is no way that it's fitting in the pipes. They are simply not uniformly large enough to allow the basilisk to slither around in them. Why would they be? Also, it's been pointed out before, but even if the pipes are huge enough to accommodate it, it poses another problem. Harry can hear the basilisk in Lockhart's office and in hallways around other people. Sure, he's the only one who can understand it because he's a Parselmouth, but everyone else must be hearing a super loud hissing noise. If he's hearing it loud enough to understand and make out the words the basilisk is saying, everyone should be hearing this weird hissing noise going through the hallways. Is no one gonna comment on that? Better blame a 12-year-old for that one. Seriously though, this is such a fundamentally strange plot point in hindsight. It makes the entire student body and faculty look absurdly oblivious when you take each idea to its very reasonable conclusion. Now I know every kid and their mum wanted to go to Hogwarts and learn magic after reading these books, but even when there's not a wizard Hitler attacking the school, the teachers are so stupid and lazy that they can't save you from anything more dangerous than a spilled potion. I suppose this year was a little less dangerous if you weren't Muggle-born though, so let's talk about some magical families. In Chapter 7, Lucius Malfoy buys Draco and the rest of the team Nimbus 2001s. Is it a bit scummy that he bought his son's way onto the team? Yeah. Is it any worse than what happened for Harry last year? No. In fact, it's much more justifiable. The school buys an 11-year-old the best broom in the world, giving Gryffindor a distinct advantage over every other school team. One rich parent then decides to sponsor his son's house team by buying all of them the best brooms in the world. Again, not super cool, but the Gryffindors have absolutely no right to complain about this. Rules should apply to everyone equally, and Harry had the rules broken specifically for him. Deal with the consequences. Am I actually defending the Malfoys in this instance? Absolutely I am. Draco hasn't done anything wrong in this particular circumstance, and for all we know, legitimately proved his skill as a Seeker to get onto the team. Regardless, this isn't as unfair as the Gryffindor's reactions would have you believe, and even if it was, then it's no more unfair than Harry's Nimbus 2000. Okay, so Draco immediately ruins it by calling Hermione a eugenicist slur. Look, that's not great. And here we find another slightly strange thing for Joanne to have included in her kids' books. Blood purity. It's not a crime to include this, and it's not even necessarily frowned upon, but it definitely invites a certain level of scrutiny, and instills an expectation of tact in execution. Not to keep referencing that Sean video, but there is a section about this magical racism in there too. He covers it very well, and you know what? I also cover it in my David Eddings video, which, if you haven't seen it, still remains the video script I am most proud of to this day. What I'm trying to say is, I think J.K. Rowling really fumbled the ball, as she did with several other themes she tried to age up and tackle with the darkening of the tone. We'll go over it later, but even in this book, it feels surface level, shallow, underbaked. Going back to Malfoy for a second, it's this book that gives us confirmation that the Slytherin common room is in fact in the dungeons. We see Harry and Ron sneak in with Malfoy using the very secure password as they try to extract information from him. Oh, wait, hold on, what was that password again? The password to the Slytherin common room is Pureblood. Who comes up with these passwords? It better be the students, because any other explanation is awful. Even if it is the students, this is obviously awful, but let's think about this a bit deeper, shall we? If a prefect wrote it, then someone, Dumbledore, should be aware that his prefects are being openly, casually racist, and I'm sure he would definitely do something about that. If it's not the students, is it the staff? Does Snape come up with them? Did he do this? Fire him! Whatever the explanation is, this is a terrible way to reinforce the point about Slytherins all being bad. This doesn't just reflect poorly on Slytherin, it reflects poorly on all the other characters you're trying to portray as heroic and just and good and kind, including the man who's supposed to be the smartest, most talented wizard of all time ever. He's being tarnished by this brush too, you know. All of this is happening right under his nose and he's not doing anything about it. Or worse, he's trying to do something about it and failing so hard that the Slytherins seem to get worse every year. I guess we're going back to Hogwarts being a complete nightmare, and whose fault is that? Well, the fault doesn't just rest on one person's shoulders, but I know who I'm pointing my finger at. Albus fucking Dumbledore. This guy's ruinous influence runs deep, and it's not just safety concerns or negligence. I'm intensely disturbed about the quality of education Hogwarts students are receiving as a result of Albus Dumbledore's staffing decisions. We spoke last video about Snape, and I've touched on him a tiny bit here too. Get rid of him. He's ridiculous and cannot possibly be worth the harm and hassle to keep him around. But what about the rest of the school? The first class we see in this book is about repotting a creature that can literally kill you just by shouting. Sure, these are babies, so you can only get knocked out, I guess, but that's still a bit crazy, right? You can do a bit better than earmuffs, I reckon. Let's add Professor Sprout to the list of negligent teachers at Hogwarts. You know who's even worse than Sprout? Lockhart. Almost the entirety of Gilderoy Lockhart's character is a running joke. He's funny, he's ridiculous, he's a joke. It does, however, re-raise the issue of Dumbledore's competency in his own role as headmaster. He could be forgiven for hiring Lockhart. Maybe Dumbledore didn't know that he was a total fraud. As the year goes on, however, it becomes increasingly clear that he's not just a total fraud, he's an incompetent, cowardly fool who is a genuine liability to the safety of his students. How is this okay? Are we to believe that Dumbledore doesn't know? That's fucked up in its own way, but the alternative is that he does know and he doesn't do anything. The man can't cast a single spell without catastrophically messing it up. It's so obvious. Dumbledore's already given a pass to Snape for being an abusive bully to everyone who isn't in Slytherin, and to McGonagall for showing ridiculous bias towards the already rich kid, and now he's giving a pass to this absolute charlatan who's endangering his students and in charge of the entire school's defense against the dark arts education for a whole year? I am once again demanding Dumbledore's removal from office. We must impeach this faux scholarly imbecile. We're not even done. In Chapter 9, we get the revelation that history of magic was the dullest subject on their timetable. Okay, that's fucking insane. I get that it's completely due to Professor Binns being relentlessly boring and also a ghost, but the history of magic should be an absolute buck wild ride even for kids who grew up with wizards, and it should be completely riveting for all Muggleborns. This isn't a mistake in the writing, this is just infuriating on a personal level, as it feels like a massive cop-out for J.K. Rowling. Oh, the history of magic? Yeah, all this information and cool lore I could have given you? Things that might explain more about the world and flesh it out a little more logically? Don't worry about that, it's such a boring class you wouldn't even want to hear it. Maybe it's for the best we didn't get more lore from Joanne, given the quality of some of her world building. Unfortunately, I think Professor Binns is another candidate for the mass layoffs that I'm bringing to Hogwarts. If the dude is genuinely so boring that even Muggle-born students are falling asleep and tapping out of his lessons, then the guy is not suitable to be teaching such a pivotal subject that all students must take for the first few years of their education. More evidence that Hogwarts as an institution that almost all British wizards go through is a complete and utter failure. There's not even an alternative history of magic teacher, it's just this useless droning ghost. Why? How is it acceptable for an entire subject to be written off for all but the most intrinsically motivated students just because Dumbledore is allowing this guy to keep teaching post-death? With history of magic so boring that no one pays attention, Snape making potions a living hell for anyone that isn't Slytherin, and Lockhart's utter incompetence in defense against the dark arts, 1992 was an abysmal year for serious magical education. I think this is more than enough evidence against the bloke. You, as the jury on the case I'm now trying, surely must agree with me. I have more than made my case. I can't believe I have to agree with the Malfoys again, but Dumbledore should be suspended. He's not only proved ineffective in preventing and stopping these attacks, he's also not visibly done anything to increase security. I don't understand how it's not reasonable to at least try other leadership at this point, especially after the fiasco of last year. You know, where he accidentally hired Voldemort? No one gonna mention that one? Get rid of the guy. He's a fraud. In Chapter 17, Harry goes into the Chamber of Secrets and hits us with this dumbass bullshit. Sorry to disappoint you and all that, but the greatest wizard in the world is Albus Dumbledore. No offense, Harry, but have you ever even seen him do magic? He's a good conversationalist, I'll give you that, and he's certainly got some wisdom and charisma, if you will, but what the hell does he do all day? As headmaster, what are his duties? He's clearly not auditing his teachers and their classes. He's not following up on reports of bullying, harassment, negligence, and abuse. I'm fully serious. What does Dumbledore do all day? Maybe he just hangs out in his office reading and watching old memories on the Sync television. Regardless, if he's so genius and amazing, can he please do something about the rampant mismanagement of his school? You know, the job he's probably being paid to do? It might sound like I'm being too harsh on Dumbledore, and attributing blame to him for things that are outside of his control. Well, let me ask you this. If all of these attacks and abuses had occurred under your watch, would you expect to keep your job? Or how about this? Would you have done anything differently to Dumbledore? I bet you would. I certainly would. A troll, Voldemort in a turban, an abusive potions master, a eugenics club masquerading as a Hogwarts house, basilisk attacks, the memory of Voldemort in a book. These are all pretty egregious problems. Not only did a literal child figure out and resolve many of these issues, but we're not even 2 years in. Imagine what was happening before, and what's going to happen after. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you must find this man guilty. And again, when it becomes clear that the Chamber of Secrets is both real and has been reopened, he leaves it to the 12-year-olds to figure out this problem, instead of assigning like every adult wizard he knows onto the fixing of this issue. Now, I'm not a savant like he is, so I guess I don't know what I would do in this situation, but I sure as hell wouldn't leave it up to the 12-year-old to figure it out, who also had to kill a man last year at the age of 11. All of this is to say, I don't want Dumbledore to be a bad guy. I'm not looking for reasons to roast him. You have to understand, as a kid, Dumbledore was my favourite character by a long margin. He has excellent morals when he's talking to Harry, and he imparts wonderful life lessons in their yearly post-near-death experience chats, but there's a reason we've been talking about him so negatively. When you look at the whole series, even when you look holistically at the events of a single book, the choices characters make, the context of their decisions, it becomes clear Dumbledore is not fit to lead such an influential and integral institution. I don't even have to nitpick too hard or tear apart the plot from a meta-narrative standpoint to find this stuff. Characters within the story itself are calling for this dangerous buffoon's removal, and so they should be. Joanne has managed to accidentally lampshade a giant issue within these stories, and rather than have it continue and lend any much-needed nuance and moral ambiguity to the series, she takes it back in an instant. Right at the end of this book, we see that Lucius Malfoy doesn't just convince the other school governors to suspend Dumbledore using the classic Ben Shapiro facts and logic. He had to threaten their families. We couldn't have this be a plot point moving forward, the legitimate concerns. No, not only does Dumbledore get off scot-free, we also get Lucius becoming a cartoon villain, so we can all be sure he's super evil and bad and not sympathetic at all. Again, it's a kid's book, so I get both of these choices in a vacuum, but way to make your plot and villains more boring as the series goes on. Look, Dumbledore is bad, but there's more bad things from this book that I do want to highlight. Unfortunately, they don't all fit into a neat category, so here's some more bad things. In Chapter 5, Ron breaks his wand. That sucks. Wands are expensive, so that's gotta hurt. Although, Hogwarts bought Harry Potter, a trust fund nepo baby, the greatest broom in the world, so surely they can spare 7 galleons for the poorest kid in school, right? Or perhaps the Ministry might fund this kid having a wand. You know, the thing he needs for every class in his magical education. Nope. Ron tries to fix it with spellotape and spends the whole year struggling with this. If I were a teacher and saw a kid trying to do magic with a broken, taped up wand, I'd buy him a new one myself. This is a joke. We only just got to Hogwarts, by the way. This is the literal first thing that happens at Hogwarts, and he has to spend the entire year dealing with a broken wand. Goodbye, second year of practical education. I guess Ron just doesn't get to do proper magic the whole time. In this book, the trio make Polyjuice Potion to become Crabbe Goyle and Millicent Bulstrode so they can find out if Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin. However, Hermione's plan is even worse than Dobby's. Millicent Bulstrode went home for Christmas, but that's not really important to Hermione, apparently. She's just gonna pretend to be her, even though she's gone home for Christmas, and just say she's come back? For an hour? What happens when she turns back? Will the Slytherins just assume Millicent Bulstrode went home again? She just popped back into Hogwarts on Christmas fucking Day for an hour-long visit where she grilled Malfoy about the Chamber of Secrets, then ran away? Hermione, you're supposed to be clever. This is brain-dead behaviour. I get that she's 13, she's not exactly a genius, but still, thankfully she doesn't have to go through it because she becomes a furry instead, but this would have caused way too much attention and confusion amongst the Slytherins. Later in the book we get this line about Hagrid. On the other hand, big, blundering Hagrid, in trouble every other week, trying to raise werewolf cubs under his bed. I know this is a throwaway statement from Tom Riddle, and possibly even just a joke, but werewolf cubs? You mean children? Like, that's just a baby, right? Was Hagrid raising literal children under his bed? Not a chance, but it is a strange and amusing line in the wider context of the series. Lastly, if you will indulge me, I'd like to roast the prose of a very specific line. Hardly anyone connected Lord Voldemort with the clever, handsome boy who was once head boy here. This line is clunky. Super clunky. Yep, fuck it, I'm line editing J.K. Rowling 20 years after the fact. But just use a different word. Clever, handsome student who was once head boy here is surely better. Clever, handsome head boy is better still. It's not that hard. Why did so much bad writing get through the editing process? We'll get to more of this later, but there's a lot of jank. I imagine it's because the huge success of the first few made editing her harder and harder, and gave her more license to say, nah, this is absolutely necessary. She's just not a good writer. I'm sorry, but it should be painfully obvious by this point. Despite the fact that I am literally, genuinely litigating a case against Albus Dumbledore right now from the screen of your device, I understand if you don't agree with me. If you still love this dangerous, incompetent old fraud, That's fine. He's witty, he's clever, he's kind in person, and he's mysterious. I totally get that I can't convince everyone that he's unfit to run even an automated computer program, let alone an entire wizarding school. That being said, I am right, and you did watch through the entire video, so you must at least partially agree with me. Let me know how you think my case is going in the comments. Is Dumbledore guilty? What should his sentence be? Look, the first two books are in this nebulous state, where a lot of the complaints can be explained away by the fact that they're aimed at kids. They're children's books. That's true, but when the series ages up, these books are still a part of it. We can't just ignore all of the world-building details and contrivances and character decisions from these two just because they're not written in the same tone as the others. These events still happened. These grown adults still made these choices, even though they're silly romps here and teenage war stories later. Keep that in mind when you consider the implications of my nitpicks and complaints, yeah? And don't forget the message of this book. Harry Potter cares about freeing slaves. At the end of the book, when he tricks Lucius into giving Dobby the sock, that is an appropriately victorious moment in the narration. Freeing slaves is good, and this book knows it. Wands away and snacks out, please, class. Well, I've decided to go a little meta with my accusations, and we're going to be looking at how Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban has officially jumped the shark. Joanne has been toying with absurdity this entire time, with her over-the-top characters, her framing of Hogwarts as this wonderful place, and this ridiculous notion that Albus Dumbledore is somehow fit to be headmaster. The first two books were aimed at children, however, as we've discussed previously, so a lot of that can be hand-waved away for the sake of tone, the age of the characters, and the simplicity of the story. This book is a little different, however. A lot of people mention that this is where the series starts becoming darker. It's a tonal turning point. It doesn't start out that way, however. At the beginning, her prose and introductions are still very much aimed at children. Harry Potter was a highly unusual boy in many ways. Bro, not again, please, please, not again. We know who he is. God damn it, if you introduce Dudley to us again by telling us how fat he is, I'm gonna lose it. Anyway, in Chapter 2, we get introduced to Harry's Aunt Marge. On the threshold stood Aunt Marge. She was very like Uncle Vernon. Large, beefy, and purple-faced. She even had a moustache, though not as bushy as his. Of course, she isn't just fat like her brother and nephew, she also has a moustache. Great. We couldn't just have her be characterized as an awful person, she has to be ugly on the outside too. We are still cementing ourselves firmly in kids' book logic here. Now, this vibe doesn't continue the whole way through, but that does just make it all the more jarring when we start addressing things like the very nature of fear, what it means to be brave in the face of it, and an allegory for people with HIV/AIDS. Whoa! Let's not waste another second, shall we? Before we sink our teeth into some real meaty issues, I would like to vent a little about my personal problems with her prose. I'm not treading any new ground by saying her writing style is bland, but sometimes it is janky beyond belief. My first complaint is about this line from Chapter 10. There was a small chink of glass on wood. Someone had set down their glass. God, okay, I know this is such a small complaint, but what an annoying sentence to read. Not only does it just sound weird to have glass repeated so quickly, the second half is completely superfluous. We're back to line editing. A small chink of glass on wood. Yeah, no shit that someone's setting down their glass. What else would that be? I don't think anyone was sitting there accidentally imagining that someone had dropped their monocle or fumbled a set of novelty role-playing dice. We all know it's a fucking glass, Joanne. Even literal children don't need this clarification. That brings me to my more substantial complaint. This book introduces Dementors, but Joanne cleverly keeps this reveal under wraps until the Hogwarts Express. Yes, she devises an ingenious tactic to keep Harry from discovering what these things are by not revealing them by name. Everyone calls the Dementors the Azkaban Guards for the first part of the book. Even the Minister for Magic. It's meant to maintain the mystery, but to be honest, it ends up feeling pretty janky and ham-fisted. Obviously, she can't have all the characters call them Dementors because then Harry would ask what they are and presumably get told. but she's walking a fine line here. It sounds fine out of context, but when you realize everyone knows what they are, you realize everyone would just call them Dementors. They're not just Azkaban guards after all, and it's a much weirder thing to drop in conversation, right? It also gives the game away completely once we do introduce Dementors properly by name. Every previous use of Azkaban guards was to preserve the name and the secret, when afterwards everyone just calls them Dementors. Not sometimes, every time. This is so easy to rectify. Just pepper in a few of both before and after. One use of the word Dementors might not necessitate Harry asking about it immediately. Maybe he hears it once and assumed he misheard, and then he can ask about it the second time. And if you use Azkaban guards, hey Tinker, a few times after you've called them Dementors, it sounds less like we've dropped the nomenclature completely. It just becomes very obvious that she's trying to hide things from the reader instead of from the characters. Yes, you're very affectionate, aren't you? Look at you, gorgeous girl. This is the cat portion of the video. Another easy fix courtesy of your magical lore teacher. That's 1 count of rubbish prose for Joanne, and 1 count of litigious pedantry for me. Now, since we've mentioned Dementors, let's talk more about them. I almost feel we've jumped the gun with how categorically awful these guys are. They are truly terrifying, by design. They literally feed off of your fear, turning the very air around them icy cold, forcing you to relive some of your worst memories, acting strongly upon those with existing traumas. It's an interesting world-building detail, isn't it? And a terrifying force for our hero to reckon with. So, what do Dementor colonies look like? Do they prefer certain parts of the world, certain climates, certain environments, civilizations? How do wizards deal with them en masse? Do they build protections around their places of residence, or do they employ people specifically to keep Dementors away? So many possibilities. How does the government deal with these creatures that can suck out your soul and instill fear in entire populations? Oh, they employ them to guard their prison? That's a lot to unpack. Firstly, I doubt the world is going to be a worse place if these things are just eradicated. Seriously, just genocide them. I don't think even the most hardcore magical conservationists are going to mind. Second, you use them to guard your prison? That's horrible. That's so inhumane it defies belief. Surely this has to be a war crime. Am I going to have to bring a case against the Ministry of Magic for crimes against humanity? Class, help me see if there's an international Wizengamot in this world. Not only is this a ridiculously over-the-top way to punish people convicted of severe crimes like murder, there doesn't appear to be any differentiation for people convicted of less severe crimes. What if you put the Imperious Curse on your mate so he throws a game of Mario Kart? Apparently, according to the Ministry, this carries an instant life sentence. An instant life sentence in the place with literal fear monsters, all for imperiousing your mate over a video game. This is a hypothetical, obviously, but I'm sure we can imagine similar scenarios where people have committed much lesser crimes and still get tortured for their entire stay. I don't even think we should be subjecting the murderers to this, but that's not what I'm talking about right now. Azkaban is described as the wizard prison, so I really doubt that they have another one just floating around. This seems to imply that all criminals get sent to Azkaban regardless of the severity of their crimes. Thus, if you go to prison, you are getting psychologically tortured 24/7 until you get out. No wonder people went fucking crazy in there. I'd go crazy after days. This is a huge blow to the legitimacy of the Ministry of Magic. This government isn't hypothetical anymore. We're seeing more and more of it as the series goes on, and now we know that they are perfectly willing to psychologically torture their own citizens. No human rights abuses are too far in the name of heightened security, not even sending swarms of these infernal things to a school full of terrified children. Joanne has ended the conversation before it begins. She has dealt the killing blow to her wizarding world before it even really drew breath. How can anyone take seriously a government this cartoonishly evil? How can anyone trust a world built on the back of such intense pain and suffering? What started out as a fascinating and rich idea immediately spiraled into dystopian horror because Joanne didn't think of the implications of her own story. Why would anyone be okay with this? Anyway, now that we've talked about Dementors and my issues with them, let's discuss the other uses of fear in this story. So Lupin is introduced in this book, and he is the best defense against the dark arts teacher they've ever had or will ever have again. He makes the subject fun, and he's not an incompetent buffoon like Lockhart. So in their first lesson, they face a boggart. What's a boggart? According to Hermione, boggarts are shapeshifters that can take the shape of what they think will frighten people the most. So, the first intriguing detail here is that it's what the boggart thinks will frighten people the most. This seems to imply that boggarts are reading people's minds, no? How else would it know Ron fears spiders and Neville fears Professor Snape? Mind reading. Or legilimency, although that would mean that if you know occlumency you could confuse a boggart, maybe you'd see its true form. Food for thought. Not important though, I don't have a problem with their mind-reading powers. What I do have a problem with is the limitations of their powers in general. When Harry faces the boggart, it turns into a Dementor. Damn, that's scary, but it's just a boggart, so it can't actually suck out your soul, right? Well, Lupin uses a boggart for Harry to practice his Patronus on. It takes the form of a Dementor for realism, but hold on, it also makes him feel cold, relive his mother dying, and then faint. What the fuck? A boggart mimics the effect of a Dementor this accurately? Does it have all the powers of a Dementor? If not, where does it stop? Can it actually suck someone's soul out, or does it just give them the initial cold and fear effects? If Harry was truly more afraid of Lord Voldemort, could it whip out a wand and kill him with Avada Kedavra? Or does it not possess a wizard's magic? Where does it stop? If it does have all the powers of a Dementor, that's insane. Does it work for everything? How does a boggart work? Look, these sound like minor questions, but it actually has huge consequences if boggarts get all of the magic, and lesser but still confusing consequences if they only get some. It raises another question too. If boggarts can mimic all of the powers of a Dementor, can it mimic the powers of the full moon acting upon a werewolf? If Lupin stares into the boggart moon, will he turn into a werewolf? It's a different mechanic, but I think it's a fair question to ask in this context. Another thing that Joanne clearly hasn't fully thought through. Feels pretty irresponsible for Lupin to do this now. Clearly he knew that boggarts can mimic some magical effect because he uses one to teach Harry a Patronus charm. So this was always a possibility in his class. What if, as I mentioned, it does turn into a dark wizard and starts hexing everyone in the room? Or what if someone's afraid of fiend fire? Does it spread and start destroying everything like real fiend fire? What about the Basilisk? If someone walks in and is justifiably afraid of the Basilisk, does it just insta-gib everyone with its eyes? What if you're afraid of black holes? What started as a funny idea has turned into a literal world-ending threat from just a few leaps of logic. The implications of some fears are enormous, and I've only spent a few minutes thinking of this. I'm sure that other people can come up with way more egregious examples given the time and effort. So if you have any ideas about what would really be bad for a boggart to turn into that I haven't thought of, then please let me know in the comments down below. Let's include Remus Lupin in the lawsuit. So you guys had quite a few wonderful examples for me, and I thought I would showcase some of them. Nuclear weapons, SCPs, nuclear war, a xenomorph, nuclear explosions, getting caught banging, thermonuclear war. There's a strong theme here. Now, I don't think a boggart actually could necessarily transform into these things or produce their effects, but it's pretty amusing to imagine a world where they could, and we technically don't know they can't. So nuke away, magical lore class. Speaking of Lupin, he's a werewolf. Sorry to spoil that for you if you didn't get it by the incredibly obvious name, but let's talk about that. So now there are werewolves in our story, one step closer to Twilight, which we all know came first and definitely doesn't have any issues of its own to examine. Much like most other werewolves, the afflicted turn into mindless beasts at the full moon, rampaging through their area with heightened speed, strength, and animalistic barbarism. That's rough, buddy. It's also quite dangerous. Dumbledore hired a werewolf to teach at his school. Now, this is pretty par for the course for Dumbledore, but some characters still find this surprising. Dumbledore hired you when he knew you were a werewolf? Is he mad? Yes, Ron, he is, but not for this. You see, in the wizarding world, there's a mitigating solution for lycanthropy. A literal solution, the Wolfsbane potion. It doesn't stop the transformation, but it does allow the drinker to maintain their sanity and mental faculties in wolf form. With this potion, being a werewolf is completely and totally manageable, provided you take it regularly. Seriously, if one remembers to take the Wolfsbane potion, you know, the only thing preventing you from transforming into a mindless, vicious, violent beast, then there's no reason why Lupin shouldn't be able to continue teaching. But how regularly is regularly? Well, Lupin says, as long as I take it in the week before the full moon. Okay, so he has a full week to take this potion. That's great. That's so easy and manageable. Surely you'd be taking it the very first day you could, the hour even, and if you can't, you'd be hounding Severus every hour to get that potion done. Pun intended. Alright, fine, you guys know what happens. Lupin forgets to take his potion and he turns into a werewolf in the big climax of the film. Wait, so this dumb motherfucker actually forgot to take his Wolfsbane potion for the entire week leading up to the end? I was just saying that he should remain as a teacher because it's so easy to manage, but he just kind of forgot? Daenerys style? Fire the guy! What an idiot. It's not that he got caught up in the stress and excitement of this one night. He's had an entire week. Jesus Christ, this guy's so stupid. Does he just wait for Snape to remember and bring it to him? It's crazy that this is the one guy who gets fired, and it's not even because he's a shit teacher or anything. In fact, he appears to be the best teacher we've seen across all of the defense teachers and many of the others. He's just an unbelievable dumbass. Speaking of dumbasses, why the fuck does Snape not bring the Wolfsbane potion with him to the Shrieking Shack? Does he want Lupin to turn into a werewolf and endanger everyone's lives? This guy's an idiot too, fire him! Okay, we've been through that one before. My point is, if Dumbledore had been trusting Lupin to be on top of his incredibly consequential disease, then Lupin should have been more on top of it. I'm sorry, I just refuse to believe that a werewolf wouldn't know when the full moon is, when they have to take their Wolfsbane potion, and plan accordingly. I simply refuse to believe it. Just come up with a better explanation. It cannot be that hard. Here, let me try. How about, instead of being a week for you to take the potion, you only get a day? That's better. And then, fuck it. How about it must be drunk within an hour of brewing? That way Snape can bring it and they can get caught up later, or it can already have expired because he couldn't find him or something. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's a damn sight better than Lupin
kind of forgot about
the Wolfsbane potion,
then
not being a fucking idiot.
A lot of people pointed out to me that I interpreted this quite wrong, and I agree. Upon reflection on a lot of sense and wisdom in the comments, Lupin likely has to take the potion once a day or regularly in the entire week leading up to the transformation, not just once in that whole week. That makes way more sense and would explain away many of my complaints about him forgetting something so easy and pivotal. I'm genuinely not sure how I didn't clock it, but thank you to all the people smarter than me who brought it to my attention. This has absolutely satisfied me on this point for now, and I think it's likely the correct, intended read and not just a headcanon. So, I guess we can kind of ignore some of this section, hey?
As it happens, they step out of the Shrieking Shack back onto the school grounds where we see it's a full moon tonight. Oh no! No potion means he's about to go Jimmy Donaldson mode. Hold on. They come out of the Whomping Willow, then the moonlight hits them. Only when this happens does Lupin turn into a werewolf. What? No, seriously, what? Is this how it happens every time? Do you have to literally be in the moonlight to transform? I mean, if so, just shut the blinds, dumbass. Who even needs a potion? Look, okay, obviously, that's not literally how this works, right? That would make no sense. But that's how it happened this time. Does it usually happen at sunset? Like, the second the sun goes down, they transform? Why didn't that happen this time? We know the answer, of course. It's because Joanne wanted him to transform at this particular moment. Well, why not just have it be sunset when they leave? Then when the sun goes down, they realize it's too late. When you think about it for just a few seconds, this moment becomes completely ridiculous. It also makes the previous scene feel really weird. Lupin could have turned at any point during the shack talk and just killed them all. Or he could have made it all the way back to the castle and turned there, and then gone ham on the students. Like, there's no rhyme or reason here, and this is the only real time we see the transformation, so we have no idea what the rules are. Honestly, there don't have to be that many rules, but there do have to be a few, and we've already broken some of the implied ones. good work. Plus, not to keep going on about this point, but it actually makes the Wolfsbane potion even more useful. He had more time than he thought to take it, and he still couldn't manage it. Joanne has managed quite a bit with this one confusing scene. She's messed up her own world building with this week-long timer for the Wolfsbane potion. That's way too long, and Lupin, a long-term werewolf, would definitely know about this and would never forget to take it. Another character unintentionally slapped with the buffoon stick. She's also messed up the mechanics of lycanthropy by the timing of his transformation. This is our only reference, and it happens when he sees the full moon. This raises the question, why didn't it happen when he saw the Boggart? If the Boggart mimics the magical effects of a powerful creature like a Dementor so effectively that it makes Harry pass out, then why does Lupin not transform and take all of the students into Mr. Beastland? Well, because that would be insane. But so is the in-text transformation. Another case of one contrived event contradicting the logic and implications of its own construction. Lupin must transform at this moment for the plot, but everything we've learned about him and his condition makes this moment feel cheap and unearned. Regardless, Lupin retroactively proves the concerned parties correct by being a complete moron. He is a danger to the students at Hogwarts. There is no denying that. He's probably no more of a danger than Quirrell was, and only marginally more dangerous than Snape, but it still counts. So, let's see where we're at with the state of magical education at Hogwarts, shall we? This book introduces us to Professor Trelawney, an obvious fraudster and charlatan, yet another ineffectual teacher maintaining tenure simply because Dumbledore refuses to let her go. This time there is a reason, namely the fact that she would be hunted by Death Eaters or something, but it doesn't really do anything good for the students, does it? At least this one is low stakes. Divination is bullshit after all. Which is absolutely insane, given that prophecies exist. Like, seers are real, and Trelawney is one? So prophecies are real, but all of this palm-reading, tea leaf, crystal ball bullshit is fake? So bizarre. Why not just get rid of the subject completely if it's all a bunch of codswallop? Why is Hogwarts offering this course at all if it's not actually teaching the students anything, and if divination doesn't work? Unless, of course, it does work and it plays into seers actually being able to read the future? I'm so confused. I suppose it makes it harder to keep Trelawney around if you get rid of divination, but she antagonizes students every year, instilling within them an intense fear of death and teaching them magical pseudoscience. Seriously, it's strange that Dumbledore doesn't have more of a hand in the syllabus. Who am I kidding? He doesn't give a shit. This book also introduces another new teacher, Hagrid. Yay! Our favourite illegal wand-using, high school dropout, dangerous beast breeding friend is about to impart all of his extensive knowledge to our students. Not to bring the mood down after that glowing introduction, but I can't help but feel that the care of some magical creatures might involve the use of a wand. Something he can't legally have. Surely this would inhibit his duties, but maybe not. You know what else might inhibit his ability to teach these kids? The fact that he got kicked out of school in his 3rd year and never came back to graduate. I reckon that might not be great. Now look, maybe he is perfectly capable of giving his students a holistic care of magical creatures education. Let's just see. Hagrid, just like all the other teachers, assigns them textbooks. This book is the Monster Book of Monsters. Time to be a pedant again, but if this book is so dangerous that when you put copies together they rip each other apart, how do they continue to exist? Surely they'll just rip out each other's pages to the point where there's no real point buying them because you can't read them. Cute in idea, and I am being a dickhead by pointing this one out, but it's my video, goddammit. This book makes no sense. At least just make them bite the people trying to read it. Look, that's still stupid, but it can, at least, still act as a book. I thought they were funny, Hagrid says in reference to these books that, as Malfoy points out, try to rip their fingers off. I hate that I have to keep defending Malfoy and his stupid father, but in this very specific instance, he's right again. Why on earth is "I thought they were funny" an acceptable excuse for assigning these dangerous and potentially money-wasting books? Another instance of reckless endangerment of these young children that goes unaddressed by Dumbledore and every other teacher in the school. Not to mention the fact that he lets this hippogriff fly off with one of his students without giving any instruction as to proper riding or flying technique, or giving him any gear that might prevent him from falling to an early, preventable death. He did very clearly tell them what not to do in terms of bowing and approaching them though, so no sympathy for Draco. You know what? I think I've seen enough here. He's not fit to be a teacher. What qualifications does he possess? I reckon we're going to have to toss him in the bad teacher bin with Lockhart, Binns, Quirrell, Trelawney, and Snape. That's a pretty high percentage of teachers there. But speaking of Snape, he is just as awful as ever. He terrorizes an entire class in Chapter 9. Not only does he badmouth his fellow teacher and all but out him as a werewolf, he gives Ron detention for basically no reason and then seemingly threatens him? You will be very sorry indeed. All of this to say, this is absolutely doing what it's meant to do. It's deepening the reader's hatred for this pathetic, peaked-in-high-school loser man-child, but just like every other time, it really makes you wonder what the fuck Dumbledore is doing. I'm forced to conclude that he knows, at most, 10% of all of the awful shit Snape gets up to, which presents its own issues, of course. All of this to say that Dumbledore is still an awful headmaster if he's continuing this to happen year after year. Oh, he needs to protect Snape too, or needs Snape to protect Harry or something. Surely the smartest man in the known universe can come up with something slightly better than doing nothing about this issue. Also, I shouldn't have to come up with fan theories as to why this school isn't a nightmare. I am once again calling upon Dumbledore to fire Severus Snape. In addition to his regular abuses, his relentless bullying, and his terrible teaching model, he throws a complete fucking tantrum about Harry in front of the headmaster and the Minister for Magic. What a ridiculous, unstable man-child. He somehow convinced Harry had something to do with Sirius escaping, despite all the evidence to the contrary, and decides to shout and scream about it like a dickhead. Get rid of this man. He's not fit to lead a round of applause, let alone a classroom. This also means that we can now be absolutely sure both Dumbledore and the government are aware of the behaviour and prejudices of some of the Hogwarts teachers. Is no one going to do anything about this? If I had a tantrum about a 13-year-old kid like this at my job, I'd be fired on the spot. Another day, another grievous oversight by the greatest wizard in the world. Joanne is expecting us to overlook these issues, but they've piled up so much that I bet you could use them to climb to the top of the astronomy tower. So what else is she asking us to overlook? Well, let's take a look at a very big part of this book. Sirius Black is introduced as a crazed mass murderer who led to the deaths of Harry's parents. It's said he killed an entire street full of people, including his friend Peter Pettigrew. He didn't, but this should be kind of easy to prove. Couldn't the Ministry have used Priori Incantatem to see if Sirius' wand was actually used to blow up that street and kill those 13 people? His wand didn't actually do it, so if they'd done their damn jobs, they would have seen it couldn't have been him, right? I'm not going insane, am I? This seems like pretty basic investigative work for the Aurors, and now the wrong man is in prison for 12 years. In Azkaban for 12 years, where he's being psychologically tortured. I won't suggest Veritaserum for reasons that I'll get into later. For now, we can just say that it doesn't exist in the story yet. Anyway, the point is that Sirius is innocent despite everyone believing he's a piece of shit. But it does make me wonder, why is he acting so guilty? There'll only be one murder here tonight, said Black, and his grin widened. Bro, now is not the time to aura farm. Yeah, they're just kids, but they could absolutely still stop you if you fuck around like this. In fact, they nearly do. Just say you're not here to kill Harry and surely they won't immediately attack you, and might in fact ask for clarification. This is just an annoying example of manufactured tension where any reasonable person would not act in the way Sirius does. Why on earth would you make yourself sound more like a murderer here? Some of the events in these stories really do feel like the characters know their inner book and only act in certain ways to preserve tension for the readers that they're pandering to. This might be acceptable a few times, but the more it happens, the more you get a peek behind the curtain and the illusion is ruined. Would it not be more interesting to have him act innocently and then have those confusing actions be retroactively explained by the fact that he is innocent? Look, I don't know, but that sounds better to me. Sirius is also the cause of several other bullshit moments and details in this book, so let's go through them in ascending order of bullshitness. Number 1. Yep, Sirius is Harry's godfather. That's great and all, but Harry met him like an hour ago and spent most of that hour thinking he was an insane murderer. Feels like you might want to have a couple of butterbeers before you commit to moving in with the bloke. Sirius actually expecting Harry to accept is not only wildly stupid on his part, but completely incongruous with the way that he's been acting up until this point. Number 2. Sirius gets into the Gryffindor common room and dormitories because security has been left up to a painting. I don't mean to repeat myself, but I did bring this up in the first video. You simply cannot rely on portraits to maintain sole security over a large group of children. Come on, guys. This is clearly not a great system. Number 3. Sirius led to James and Lily's deaths. How? The Fidelius charm. You store a secret inside a living person so no one who isn't told by the secret keeper can ever know the secret. They all reckon Sirius is the secret keeper and betrayed the Potters to Voldemort. In reality, Sirius convinced them that Peter Pettigrew should be secret keeper instead. But why? Why do this? Sirius would never tell Voldemort about the Potters, so why not be their secret keeper? Whatever, he technically had his reasons, but there's a better question. Why the fuck would James or Lily not be the secret keeper themselves? If they stay in the one place, they can never be found. This is not me inventing things, by the way. It's clearly possible because Bill is the secret keeper for Shell Cottage. Maybe there's some reason that this would be convoluted or difficult to achieve, but we don't see that in the book. Fine. Even if that were the case, why is Dumbledore not the secret keeper? He's meant to be the greatest wizard ever in the entire world ever. Maybe they agreed with me about his leadership style. Either way, it's a huge contrivance that Peter Pettigrew ends up as secret keeper. It's not a plot hole, but it is really stupid, and a strange setup for what could have been avoided without the Fidelius charm existing, or with a more creative solution. Again, she's injected confusing, nebulous world building that contradicts, or at least obfuscates, existing parts of her narrative. This entire situation pokes holes in it before it ever got the chance to fly, because it requires every character involved to have taken inordinate amounts of stupid potion for no reason. Number 4. The Firebolt. Okay, this is a big one and requires some setup. So, in that Quidditch game we talked about earlier, Harry falls off his Nimbus 2000 and it gets destroyed. How do we reckon with this? Well, Harry gets a Firebolt. He just gets gifted the fastest, most expensive broom in the world. Where have I heard this one before? Now, the first time it happened, it was McGonagall, or Dumbledore, or both, or whatever. The point is, Hogwarts sponsored the rich kid with the best broom in the world. Ron assumes the exact same thing has happened again, because that's the logical thing to think. Harry even says he wouldn't spend hundreds of galleons on me, he can't go giving students things like this, when Ron suggests that Dumbledore sent it. Idiot. As it happens, it was actually Sirius who got it for him. God damn, this takes some unpacking. So first of all, J.K. Rowling has done it again. She's made the special orphan boy chosen one millionaire seeker even more special by repeating a trick from book 1. Are you seriously just gonna give him another broom? He can buy it! He's rich! This would not only give him a bit of agency, it would also reassert his passion for Quidditch and his parents' legacy much better than someone else just handing it to him. This brings me to another part of Harry's line there. He wouldn't spend hundreds of galleons. Wait, this thing only cost hundreds of galleons? How much is a galleon worth? J.K. Rowling herself said that a galleon was £5, so this is a bit of a problem. This means that a firebolt costs somewhere between £500 and £4,500. I guess that stands to reason on the upper end, but seems a bit cheap on the lower end, no? It poses a much larger problem of how the fuck did Sirius get it? He supposedly sends Crookshanks to the Owl office with a mail order for the firebolt. This order instructs them to send the broom to Harry, but take the funds out of his vault. Out of Sirius Black's vault? Is this office really letting Sirius Black purchase a broom for Harry Potter and just sending it to him with no comment? How did this not get blocked by the Ministry of Magic? Maybe it's not their job, but surely everyone in Britain knows about Sirius now. You can try and argue that the goblins don't give a shit, that they're not concerned with the goings-on of dangerous criminals. I disagree, but you can try and make that argument. What you definitely can't argue, however, is that this would actually work. Big picture, this makes no sense. Just have Sirius steal it or Harry buy it. Either of those would have been more interesting plot points to contend with, in my personal opinion. It also makes the Ministry look completely incompetent. They're sending out all of these intense soul-sucking evil creatures just to look for this guy, but they can't trace a transaction that gets money from his vault sent to the kid that he's going to kill? Give me a fucking break. Are they all addicted to Honeyduke's brain-rotting tarts or something? Is anyone watching Gringotts to see if he'll access his vault? If they are, then they would surely pick this up. And if not, why? Is the Ministry secretly tiny? It makes sense with other information we're given, but it seems at odds with this intense surveillance state that Joanne is trying to build up. Rest assured, I will do a deep dive into the currency of Harry Potter and how absurdly ridiculous their money is, but we need a few more examples before we get to that, so look forward to this breaking my brain in a few videos' time. For now, that's all I have on Sirius Black, but I think that's more than enough. Look at how much damage he wreaks on the story. This firebolt detail is a logistical headache at best, and an incredible nonsensical lapse in ministry ability at worst. Not making the government seem very competent, are you, Joanne? If she was intending to make them seem incompetent, that could be cool, but I'm sure she's not intending to make them seem this incompetent in this manner. Even the Fidelius charm has huge implications for the wider wizarding world. Sirius Black didn't just show up to murder Peter Pettigrew. He showed up to murder verisimilitude. Alright, let's briefly discuss Peter Pettigrew before we move to the meatier stuff. How's he introduced? This rat fuck has been living as Scabbers for 12 years. 12 years! 12 years as a rat. Now, I don't have to point out that his brains would be completely addled by this point, but it's not my biggest complaint. I have much more to talk about. Peter is owned by one Ronald Bilious Weasley at this point, and it is he who gives Sirius the impetus to escape from Azkaban, kicking off the events of this story. So how does Sirius know that Peter is still alive and kicking? Well, he sees a picture of him in Egypt with the Weasleys. Wait, Ron took his rat to Egypt? Is this a thing that people do with pets that aren't dogs? Why the hell does he take Scabbers on the holiday? I mean, I guess no one's there to take care of the rat at home, but he also brings him to school, so I don't know that any of this is really normal in context. It's not the most contrived plot point in the entire series, but it does feel quite strange, doesn't it? Side note, Arthur Weasley won a big prize from the Daily Prophet and immediately took his entire family to Egypt for a month. Not a week, not a fortnight, a month. I'm starting to see why they're so poor even in this magical system where no one should reasonably be in poverty. Their financial decisions are incredibly questionable. Also, it's been mentioned before, but the fact that they win this prize money and then remain poor for the entire rest of the series is incredibly frustrating. Wish fulfillment and plot necessity carefully balanced with Joanne's desire to write them in a certain class. The result is a wonderful mess of inconsistency and tonal whiplash. Bravo. Regardless, there is a bigger problem surrounding Peter Pettigrew, and it involves the Marauders map. Here we fucking go. Fred and George decide that it's finally time for them to pass on one of their most prized possessions, a tool that has aided them in rule breaking and sneaking around the castle, the Marauders map. Now, this is a seriously cool piece of magic, right? Absolutely. It's unique. It's interesting. It's absolutely broken. Overpowered as hell. How did the Marauders make it? Doesn't really matter. Now, some of you might be assuming that I'm about to tear this thing to shreds for how thoroughly it destroys the plot of this book. The thing about that is that I absolutely am. So, there's a running joke that Fred and George must have seen Peter Pettigrew in Ron's bed and just never mentioned it once. They might have even seen Peter Pettigrew, this mysterious person, in Percy's bed first, and never talked about it a single time. Seriously, Scabbers was Percy's rat first, and now he's Ron's, and Ron takes him everywhere. He even takes him with him everywhere he goes in Egypt. Remember that? For now, let's just say that there is no way to rationalize the idea of Fred and George not having seen Peter Pettigrew's name on the map with the events of the actual book. Let's run through some common explanations online and why I'm not convinced by them. The first is that they've used the map so much that they don't really need it by the time Ron gets to school. Okay, sure, they might know all the passages, they might know all the secrets on it and have it memorized by this time. They absolutely would still use it to see if teachers are coming though, or Peeves. It's an incredible lookout tool, and they wouldn't just stop using it as such. Even if we assume they had, Percy had been at Hogwarts before they got there, so they should have seen Peter Pettigrew with Percy at some point, even if he's not sleeping with Scabbers in his bed. That brings me to explanation 2. Maybe Scabbers didn't actually sleep with Ron or Percy. Maybe he slept somewhere else in the common room, or dormitory, or out on the fucking grounds. Now, this one is very easy to debunk. Ron literally states that he let him sleep in his bed. Next. Alright, so maybe the twins did see Peter Pettigrew on the map and they just didn't recognise the name and thought it was another student. Sure, fine even, not a terrible argument, but it's massively undercut by the amount of students at Hogwarts. There's not that many. We will come back to this point in a major way at a later date, but there are not that many students at Hogwarts. Harry and Ron have like 3 other blokes in their year group, so it's not super hard to imagine that Fred and George would know everyone in their house, if not basically everyone in the damn school. Again, this one isn't a terrible argument, but it is at odds with how often they interact with the people in Ron's year and dormitory, and how much time they spend in Gryffindor common room. The last argument is probably the best. Fred and George simply don't spend much time, if any, surveilling their brothers in their dormitories. This one actually makes sense. They're probably not sneaking around whilst also checking if their kid brother is sleeping in his dorm. I highly doubt, however, that they actually never saw Ron out and about with Scabbers on him, or Percy for that matter. Ron seems to take Scabbers around with him on trips to Egypt, so maybe he takes him to lessons too. We are never given an in-text explanation, and we're forced to come up with these theories ourselves. Now, we don't need an explanation, but not getting one leads to wild speculation, and it's especially important given that Peter Pettigrew, while perhaps not being a super well-known figure, was famously murdered in a spectacularly brutal fashion. This map almost serves as a metaphor for J.K. Rowling's writing instincts. She'll come up with a cool idea that helps her in the short term, then ignore the long-term implications. But let's talk about a much bigger, much more egregious example of this problem. It's finally time, or I guess it could have been time several hours ago if I just used a time turner. Either way, let's talk about the enormous elephant in this slowly shrinking room. Time turners are small personal devices that allow the wearer, or wearers, to literally go back in time a number of hours equal to the number of turns. Hence the name. So as of this book, time travel exists in the Harry Potter universe. Now, I don't need to tell you that this has gigantic consequences for the series, not the least of which being the cursed child. But let's talk about it, shall we? In order to head off the obvious issues of changing timelines and the inevitable questions of why doesn't someone just use one to go back and stop Voldemort, or why doesn't every wizard and his mum have one of these, Joanne has cleverly come up with a set of rules that they must adhere to with these time turners. First of all, we seem to be operating within a closed loop. What's happened's happened. Harry can't go back a year and slice the diary into 1,000 pieces before Ginny reads it. That's already happened. This is great, and a logical rule to put in your time travel story. You can't change the past. This feeds into rule 2, which appears that you can only go back a few hours. This helps with the argument of people even attempting to change events from several years or decades ago. You simply can't go back 50,000 hours to stop yourself from saying you too to your weight at that one time. This rule is fine as well, and makes perfect sense from a world-building perspective. Unfortunately, these rules are only useful in a vacuum, I think, because even if you can't change past events, there's no argument to be made here that some people wouldn't still try. For example, maybe even just stopping Voldemort from killing the Potters. A bigger issue, however, is who gets access to time turners? Well, they're obviously incredibly powerful magical artifacts. Now, I don't know how many of them there are, but this is an insane level of power. You could theoretically use them to become fabulously wealthy, to influence the outcomes of major events, to give yourself an alibi for committing crimes. The possibilities are near endless and all rather dramatic. So, who gets them? Well, the Ministry decides. Naturally, they're the ones in charge. Why wouldn't they be the ones doling out access to these things? But why? Why, in the name of Merlin's shriveled tits would you give one to a 14-year-old? We know the in-text answer. Hermione wanted to study lots of things, way too many things, and McGonagall thought that was super cool and admirable and lobbied the Ministry to let this child use a time machine for extra classes. That is fucking bonkers. There's a lot to unpack here, so let's start with Hermione herself. She didn't know about time turners before this, so why was she trying to overstuff her timetable with lessons she knew she couldn't attend? Why on earth was she trying to study literally every subject there is when she can't possibly fit in all of those lessons? Just study some things in your own time, Hermione. Go and buy the textbooks from Flourish and Blots and read over them in the weekends. What's wrong with you? I thought you were supposed to be smart. Whatever, Hermione's been overtaken by an insatiable lust for knowledge that only Hogwarts teachers can sate. Okay, so she goes to Professor McGonagall and proposes this plan of wanting to take every single lesson possible, and McGonagall tells her, you can't do that, you can't fit them all in, and that's that. Why would Professor McGonagall, who notionally has a duty of care for this child, let Hermione do basically double the coursework of all the other students for what? What could Hermione possibly gain from this? Surely a better suggestion would be to alternate lessons for the first few weeks. Do 1 or 2 lessons of each class so you can tell which ones you want to continue with and drop the others. Sound good? Okay, maybe the evidence from book number 1 suggests that McGonagall doesn't care that much for the safety and well-being of her students, so let's just say that she was hungover or something that day, or didn't give a shit, and she did allow the request from Hermione to go through. So she sends an owl to the Ministry requesting a time machine for a 14-year-old. Now we get to the government. They get a letter from Minerva McGonagall saying, could she pretty please, with a sherbet lemon on top, have a time machine so that this one specific 14-year-old girl can take all of the classes in the world for no good reason in her 3rd year. But she promises, she swears on her life, bro, that this 14-year-old child that they've never met or even heard of is so super legit and only wants to use it for classes and will never use it for anything else. Something that they probably can't verify and would never be able to enforce once the time turner is out of their hands. Now, this request comes in, and I can only imagine that the Ministry worker that handled it had to take time off from the force of their laughter. This is a ridiculous, laughable request that would get shot down by any responsible adult in an instant. There is no world in which the Ministry approves this request for a time machine so a 14-year-old can take extra classes. Just to get to this point, we've gone through an entire series of ridiculous leaps in logic, convoluted contrivances, and plot bullshit, but this is by far the worst. Someone should get fired for this. This is absolute mismanagement. It's a giant oversight, or an overreach, or gross misuse of magical artifacts. It's something, right? There should be an inquiry, a lawsuit that I can bring against them. This will be the magnum opus of my magical law career. This event should be talked about for years to come, it's so bad. Why did they give a time machine to this little nerd? Also, what if she uses this to cheat on a test? Have a little bootstrap paradox where she takes a test already knowing what the questions are going to be, and then afterwards goes back to give herself the questions having taken the test. Why not? Yeah, paradoxes are absolutely a thing in J.K. Rowling's wizarding world, by the way. Harry has a bootstrap paradox of his own. He sees himself casting the Patronus that is able to dispel the Dementors. Therefore, he sees that he has the ability, the skill, the courage to go out there and cast the spell himself. Not hugely consequential, but what about some other paradoxes? Well, surely there aren't that many, Josh. It's a closed loop system. Is it though? Hermione literally says loads of them ended up killing their past or future selves by mistake. Whoa, what? Killing their future self? Sure, that sucks and it works causally. Killing your past self? That is a huge paradox, bro, and one that is absolutely incompatible with this supposed closed loop system. Let's be charitable and assume that Hermione is wrong. She completely misunderstood Professor McGonagall, and you can't kill your past self. Well, why not? Where's the protection for that? Does the time turner not let you? Because Joanne's not saying that. The fans are saying that. And even so, the bootstrap paradox is still in there, so that's more than enough headaches for one plot device. The other explanation is that Hermione is not wrong. And there exists this terrifying force in the wizarding world that can create paradoxes. Now, ultimately, the introduction of time travel in this story is a self-confessed mistake by J.K. Rowling. One amongst many, for sure, but it's a colossal one. Now the question is going to arise in future books: why is time travel not being used to solve every one of these issues? Why does Hermione not just get to keep it for the next book? Why doesn't Dumbledore just walk around with one in his pocket at all times? I would. The ideas that she had at the end of this book work in a vacuum because the plot is designed to make them work. When you apply that same logic to the rest of the world, to the plot of the other books, or other parts of this very book, it falls apart completely. The lack of regulation and Hermione getting one at all is this video's poster child for my entire point about J.K. Rowling's writing style. She has completely jumped the shark here. Time travel is always dangerous as a plot element, and it is not ironclad in this story. Introducing time machines for such a small, petty reason, and then having them affect the plot so substantially once, and then never again, might be the biggest shark jump I've seen since the latest seasons of Game of Thrones. None of her world building, none of her plot devices, none of her quirky little additions can ever be trusted anymore. She doesn't care about later books. She doesn't care about internal consistency. She doesn't care about logical consequence. This could render my entire video series null and void. Why bother poking holes in someone's cake when they've baked the holes right in? Well, because it's fun, obviously. But yeah, this is a pretty big deal in this series. I mentioned before that it doesn't really get brought up again, so I guess we'll just have to see when and how it's addressed in the future. For now, let's wrap this thing up. This book is the first attempt to mature the content and themes of the series in a major way. It's aging up in what it's tackling, but never in how it's tackled. Joanne is fundamentally incapable of treating serious concepts and themes with maturity because her prose, plotting, and character writing is simply not good enough to do so. That's why we have this massive introduction of time travel, but it's handled with all the finesse of a troll doing ballet. Why did she not fill in some of the massive holes in her plot? She doesn't actually care, that's why. It didn't occur to her, and she wouldn't have fixed it if it had. She doesn't consider it important until after the fact, which is why we're now getting so many extraneous details about characters and world building now that the series is already finished. Unfortunately, some of the issues are just too big to be ignored, and time travel is one of them. This is a consistent problem across the whole series that only gets worse and worse as it goes on. The introduction of a big idea with no thought to logical consequence and a desperate hope that you won't think about it for more than a few minutes. Make no mistake, this is my biggest complaint about her writing so far. I hope that comes across, because while we will get to different arguments about things later in the series, this feels like a real turning point. So I hope you're all enjoying this series, because we're really getting into it now. The wizarding world is collapsing in on itself. We've walked through the fiery depths of perilous Hogwarts. We've taken on one of the most powerful and incompetent wizards of all time. We've jumped the time travel shark. Now it's time to look at how Joanne's world building is making the entire Harry Potter universe crumble around her. Where the last book was a tonal turning point, this one is where the ramp towards maturity is cemented. She's introducing more details than ever, showing us government bureaucracy, international wizarding education and politics, and expanding the lore at an alarming rate. Needless to say, when you're throwing a lot of things at the wall, some of it's bound to stick, but much of it is going to end up on the floor. So please join me, magical lore class of House Everton, as we sort through the rubbish on the ground and examine the case of the slowly imploding wizarding world. Before we get into the big stuff, however, I'd like to start at the start. Once again, the Dursleys get reintroduced to us via the way of Dudley being called roughly the size and weight of a killer whale. Ah, it's good to be home. Jesus Christ, what a way to start. Dudley's so fat he gets turned into a pig and he's basically the same. Dudley's so fat that he's spilling over the sides of the chair. Dudley's so fat that he's roughly the size and weight of a killer whale. No ma'am, The fuck he is not. I know this is being facetious. I know she's not literally saying that Dudley is the same size and weight as a killer whale, given that the average male orca weighs around 6,000 kilograms, but it's such a ridiculously over-the-top comparison that it took me out of the book immediately. Wild stuff. As a commenter pointed out, I got the actual text wrong, and it says he's roughly the size and weight of a young killer whale. So let's go ahead and take Joanne's joke way too seriously again and say she meant as young as possible. Apparently, newborn orca calves are about 8 feet long and up to 400 pounds, or 180 kilos. This weight is absolutely possible. He could definitely be 180 kegs if he really, really tried. Seems unlikely, but it's technically possible. The 8 feet part is nowhere near the ballpark of possibility for this kid, but the weight is fine. My apologies for using an adult orca for the comparison. It is slightly more reasonable than I gave it credit for. Still a cruel and overplayed joke that she's using here, but it is less farcical. We get another jab in this very same chapter where it suggested that Dudley is nearly wider than he is tall. Just, come on. Again, it's a joke, but it's not really funny, is it? Even for kids, I would hope that simply observing a fat person isn't really enough to be humorous. Does J.K. Rowling think this is characterization, or is it literally just pointing her finger at an imaginary fat person and doing the Nelson laugh? Okay, let's get started by looking at some inconsistency. This whole book is plagued by it, but we'll start small with the trace. Let's get a CinemaSins ding and the Ministry investigation counter back for Chapter 4, because Arthur Weasley just performed magic at the Dursleys, right next to Harry. In fact, he performs a bunch of magic right next to Harry. Man, the rules on the trace are really inconsistent, aren't they? I mean, it's a plot point that comes up several times throughout the series, so you would expect it to be consistent, but it's not. Kind of embarrassing. Seriously, let's go through it. Nothing in Book 1, a warning in Book 2, nothing in Book 3 even when they acknowledged that Harry blew up his aunt, and now nothing in Book 4. Seriously, it should have gone off multiple times in these first few chapters, and the Ministry doesn't do a single thing about it. Maybe that's the real consistency. Maybe the Ministry truly doesn't care about the trace, and never will. I know that's a small complaint, but let's continue on the Ministry train, shall we? Let's talk about the biggest thing that the Ministry does in this book: organising the Triwizard Tournament. So Harry's name comes out of the Goblet of Fire. Now this is a powerful magical artifact, and so clearly it must have taken some powerful magic to trick it into choosing his name. Everyone then says that it's a magical contract, that Harry is obliged to compete in the Triwizard Tournament. But what exactly does that mean? What does that look like? I get the gist, but what are the consequences if he doesn't compete? If you ask me, it's completely bonkers to let him compete at all, in a single one of the tasks. What's the goblet gonna do if he sits out? Kill him? If it is gonna do that, there's certainly no indication of that in the text whatsoever. We have no idea what the consequences are. In order to keep this kid, who gets into danger every other week, as safe as possible, if we're saying he has to compete, why can't he just do different tasks? Or forfeit each one like Fleur ends up doing anyway? She's not dead. Obviously I know why Harry has to compete. It's the whole premise of the book, and it would be really boring if he didn't. But what I'm saying is, it feels contrived that under the circumstances Joanne has created, that he must compete. All it would take is a few lines in here explaining why that's the case, and then these complaints go away. More inconsistent world building just to get characters into their intended scenarios, with the unintended consequence that it makes both Hogwarts and the Ministry look reckless as hell. And this one would have been super easy to fix. Also, maybe just make the tasks in general a tiny bit less life-threatening. How easy would it have been for any of the four of them to die facing a dragon, or for Harry to drown in the lake in the second task? These aren't just tests of courage and skill. They are fully ridiculous gauntlets of such incredible danger that most fully grown wizards will never have to face in their entire lifetimes. What a debacle. The Ministry isn't just okay with this, they had a hand in planning it. Hogwarts continues to be an absurdly dangerous place, even just for the average student. What's the safe distance to watch a 17-year-old get roasted by a dragon? Okay, look, I'd probably also sign up for front row seats to watch a wizard fight a dragon. That's Actually really cool as hell and worth losing a few limbs over. I take that part back. It's not the only strange decision surrounding the tournament, however, so let's talk about the champions themselves. In Chapter 17, we see our champions selected. We get Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons, not much info about her. We get Victor Crumb from Durmstrang, a Quidditch Seeker. We get Cedric Diggory from Hogwarts, a Quidditch Seeker. We also get Harry Potter from Hogwarts, a Quidditch Seeker. Before we get into anything else, why so many Seekers? Why do these clout-chasing, main character energy special boys get to be even more special by all being champions too? Seriously, it's like Joanne can't imagine a character important enough to be champion of their school without also being the Seeker on their Quidditch team. Unless they're a girl, of course, in which case they're a bit useless and they suck at all the challenges they came to Hogwarts specifically to do. Okay, hold on, we'll get to that. First off, I just want to point out that the girl 17-year-old Cedric and 14-year-old Harry are both vying for, Cho Chang, is also a Quidditch Seeker. Oh, and the guy that Fleur takes to the Yule Ball, Roger Davies, is captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. I don't mean to hone in on this random detail for no reason, but why so many Quidditch players? Does Joanne know how to show these people are special in any other way? This is not so much of a critique and more of a strange coincidence that I don't really understand. I suppose it's not that important. What is important, however, is Fleur's competence. The three boys, and I must stress that one of them is 14, all do perfectly well at the tasks. They are competitive at every stage. Now, I know Harry had help, and that all of the other champions were waylaid by external forces in the final task, but isn't that what they're meant to be prepared for? Plus, I doubt anyone sabotaged Fleur in the second task. She just tapped out for no reason. I'm not trying to imply that J.K. Rowling is a sexist here, but this is super weird, isn't it? She was chosen as a champion just to tap out 2 out of 3 times. What a rubbish choice for Beauxbatons. Quick pause for another edition here. I'm not sure why I phrased this like I did. As many commenters have pointed out, she is a sexist. So I would love to imply it actually, and directly say it. She's a fake feminist, sexist piece of shit. There you go. Still waiting on that 10 mil, Joanne. Again, I doubt Joanne did this intentionally, but like it or not, it's a bad implication. Yes, girls are shown to be just as good at magic, at Quidditch, and are integrated at every level of all the major institutions that we see. But if anything, that just makes this particular circumstance even stranger. Not a huge complaint, but it is worth noting. And not that it has anything to do with the other champions, but in Chapter 18, Rita Skeeter takes Harry into a closet by himself. This kid is 14 and this weird grown woman just goes into a closet with him and no one bats an eye. Seriously, Dumbledore finds them and doesn't say anything about it. Come to think of it, with the levels of child predation and aversion to safety rules that she's showing, I'm surprised Dumbledore didn't hire her on the spot. So I said that Harry does pretty well in these tasks, despite the fact that he's 14 and therefore undertrained. This is partially because Hermione helps him with his spell casting, but that brings back another complaint that I've had earlier in the series already. How does magic work? And why is some magic harder? In Chapter 20, we get an example of magic being difficult for strange, nebulous, unstated reasons. Harry is practicing Accio so he can summon his firebolt from the castle. Don't make fun of my pronunciation. He spends hours upon hours attempting to do it, practicing the charm until he gets it right. At first, he can't do it at all. He says the words, presumably does the actions, but literally cannot do it. And then, I guess, he does. What does he change? Who knows? All we see is that after spending an afternoon or two with Hermione in an empty classroom, he manages to master the summoning charm. The thing is, Hermione always seems to get these spells right in the first lesson they learn them. What's the difference between them? The obvious one is that Hermione is more studious and possesses more academic intelligence. Is that what makes spellcasting easier for her? It might track with some of the other powerful spellcasters we've seen throughout the series. Voldemort, Dumbledore, Snape, Flitwick, McGonagall. Is intelligence the primary stat for spellcasting? Is this D&D? This is a genuine line of questioning, by the way. If intelligence is the main differentiator for spellcasting ability, then surely Ravenclaw is the house with the greatest level of success, competency, and magical power. Are slower people unable to perform many magical feats? We see hints of this with people like Neville struggling with basic charms and jinxes, but do we really know his intelligence? He's forgetful, decidedly meek. But is he stupid? This is all idle speculation that doesn't have to be answered, but it is a bit confusing, isn't it? What makes Hermione better at these charms than Harry? If it's not intelligence, is it desire? Does she just want it more? I highly doubt it. Harry was pretty desperate to learn the summoning charm so he could use his firebolt against the Horntail. But if it's not desire, then is it understanding? Does she just get it more? Maybe, but what exactly is there to understand? As far as I can see, spellcasting in Harry Potter has two components, verbal and somatic, except for the Patronus charm, which also requires a thought component as well. Alright, I can see why that one might be more difficult than the others. Except that Harry is better at it than Hermione. I think I'm done trying to figure this out. I think I'll just accept that being better at spells means that you flick or stab or point your wand in the exact right direction with the exact right amount of force. Maybe Hermione is just hypersensitive to these tiny little details and that's why she's better at casting spells. Except all the ones that Harry's better at. Those work better if you have a dick. In all seriousness, this isn't a huge point, but it is often an important part of the conflict and plot. Harry is often trying to master certain spells and failing, but we never know why. At least with the Patronus charm, we understand that Harry wasn't thinking of a happy enough memory. Everything else though, not a clue. If you're gonna give us a conflict, then at least give us enough details to understand why it's a conflict. What does Harry have to overcome to surpass this barrier? We never know. You can have plenty of fan theories, like the ones that I just came up with, but we have nothing in text to support any of them. Now, I'm not saying that you have to explain this, we don't need all of the details. I'm fine with a softer magic system that doesn't go into great lengths to explain everything about it, but if those are going to be central conflicts around the mechanics of your magic system, maybe just spend 5 more minutes on that part, eh? Spellcasting is such a central point to the entire series, yet remains so inconsistent the whole way through, and it makes the stakes far more plastic than they should be. But whatever, you want more inconsistency? Chapter 6 introduces our first new magical MacGuffin of this book, the Portkey. An everyday object enchanted to take anyone who touches it to a completely new location. As I understand it, this location can be pretty much anywhere, but may possibly be limited to the same country or continent. Then again, it may not. Not the point. My point is, Portkeys are super powerful, right? It's teleportation without having to apparate. Does this mean you can Portkey into Hogwarts? Probably not, right? If Dumbledore doesn't let you apparate in and out of the school grounds, then you probably can't just teleport in on the back of an old coffee cup. But you can definitely Portkey out of the school. We see this happen right at the end of the book. Harry touches the Triwizard Cup in the school grounds and just bam, there he goes, he's gone. It just seems a bit nebulous and fishy here as well, and maybe I'm reading too far into it. Maybe the simple explanation is that the Quidditch pitch is not considered part of the school grounds, but I'm just going off what I have. If I were to come up with an explanation myself, I'd say that probably the cup was already gonna be a Portkey to take you back to the start of the maze and thus had already been approved. Or maybe you can Portkey out, but you cannot Portkey in. Look, these are fair enough theories and they make sense, but I shouldn't really have to come up with them, should I? Whatever. This is just a microcosm of inconsistency compared to the absolute black hole that is Wizard-Muggle Relations. Buckle up. So in Chapter 7, these wizards don't know how to properly dress themselves in Muggle fashion. Like, they're so unable to dress themselves that they stick out like sore thumbs. These wizards, who work around Muggles, who have been assigned to handle entry areas where Muggles are most likely to be, and have to interact with Muggles for the campsite instructions, don't know how to dress like Muggles. This is ridiculous. Do they wear robes all day, every day? Do wizards have any alternatives? Even if these two dumbasses only ever wear robes, do all their wizard friends only ever wear robes too? Do they seriously never interact with any wizards that wear Muggle clothing sometimes to blend in, to do normal day-to-day stuff? And again, unless these guys live in Hogsmeade, the only all-wizarding village in Britain, they would see Muggles in their day-to-day lives. They would interact with them. They would know how Muggles dress. I don't understand Joanne's obsession with making wizards look stupid. This doesn't just make them seem kooky and wacky, it makes them seem deeply unobservant and idiotic. Let's just remain a little consistent here, guys, especially after we've done so much world building that makes this particular thing harder to swallow. Immediately after, we get another dose of Arthur Weasley being unable to decipher Muggle money. We've been through this before, but I'll say it again. It has numbers on it. You can just look at the little numbers on the notes and coins. If you can count, you can use Muggle money. Also, Joanne knows this because Arthur mentions it has numbers on it in this exchange. There's another lampshade. Should have had a counter going for that too. To take this a little further, because I can, and I feel like it's my duty to do so, why aren't they teaching this in Hogwarts? I know that Muggle Studies exists, but that's an elective that you pick up in your 3rd year. All first years should have to do a basic Muggle skills class, or hell, just do it through your entire Hogwarts career. Teach them about transportation, money, clothing, interaction, government, habits, skills, you name it. Just all the things that a wizard might need to know if they're gonna live amongst Muggles, which most of them are. Hogwarts is absolutely useless at preparing wizards for commingling with Muggles. It's especially strange given that there's a literal law about not exposing the magical community to the Muggle community, so you'd think they'd be a little bit more on top of this and making sure that people don't slip up and break the law by accident. How is this not more serious of an issue? Yet another piece of world building that directly contradicts the story. They're not even important or good events. Nothing of value would be lost if we didn't have this moment with the wizards trying to blend in and failing, or Arthur failing to count and use Muggle money. Nothing. Yet their inclusions go against what we've learned about the wider wizarding world. She's incapable of sticking to one line and holding it. She always has to add whatever comes to the top of her dome at that given moment. Someone edit her more, please. Later in chapter 7, Barty Crouch tells Arthur that Ali Bashir is on the warpath about an embargo on flying carpets. Arthur responds by saying, "If I've told him once, I've told him 100 times. Carpets are defined as a Muggle artifact by the Registry of Prescribed Charmable Objects, but will he listen?" What does this mean? Carpets have now been banned, but broomsticks are allowed? Do they think Muggles don't use broomsticks? Broomsticks are Muggle artifacts too. Why are they any different to flying carpets? I understand that this is actually a market manipulation tactic, but the reasoning has me completely thrown here. Joanne, I implore you to stop trying to inject political dialogue and detail into a story and writing style that is utterly incompatible with it. Just stop. There's no nuance here because she herself refuses to remember the things that she has written, and if she does, she doesn't elaborate and just leaves us with confusion. Or she lampshades it and moves on. Speaking of lampshades, let's see how many she's hung on her favourite bullshit sport. Chapter 5 gives us this quote. "There might not be time after the World Cup. The match went on for 5 days last time. Your sport needs more rules." It needs way more rules. It can go on for days or weeks without the game ending? Ludicrous! There are like 700 ways to commit a foul, but only one way to end a match? Enough of this. It's stupid. It's completely stupid, and I know that's supposedly the point, but it yanks me out of the story every time I hear another erroneous detail about this insane game. You can have the sport be a spectacle without these game-breaking rules. You can even have the Seeker be the most special important boy in the universe without it being super immersion-breaking. Just make it less ridiculous and more reasonable. It's not even like she just created a fake sport and didn't think of the ramifications. She did, unlike so many other things in her story. She knows that if the Seeker doesn't catch the snitch, the game could go on for days. She just chooses not to do anything about this. Instead, she lampshades it every time. It's like a pattern at this point. She writes something with a fundamental issue or hole in it, but then instead of going back and fixing that, she just hangs a neon fucking lampshade on it and ticks it off her list. Why? Why did no one tell her to be better about this? So, at the Quidditch World Cup, we get a strange scenario playing out. Fred and George are not only allowed to gamble underage to a literal ministry official, but they also bet literally everything they have on the dumbest thing I've ever heard. They bet that Ireland are gonna win, but Crumb is gonna catch the snitch? That's genuinely insane. The only way I can conceive of this happening is if Ireland scores 2 goals in remarkably quick succession while Crumb is chasing the snitch, and Crumb doesn't notice, or Crumb is temporarily deafened and blinded by some sort of wizard flashbang, but not enough to not catch the snitch, and thus doesn't notice that the Irish still have enough points to win the match. There is no scenario where a Seeker should be catching the snitch if their team is more than 150 points down, unless it's genuinely obvious that there's no way to bring it back at all. In what world would this bet ever be a logical thing to make? It happens. Of course it happens. It happens and it makes no sense and it makes me fucking mad. What did he catch the snitch for? Ron asks. Harry says, he knew they were never going to catch up. Harry, you don't know shit. You've only seen Quidditch played at Hogwarts. Just shut the fuck up. They had 20 points to catch up, not 200. Fuck this guy. They were down 170 to 10. So with the snitch, their final score was 160. A difference of 10 points, or one fucking goal. Let me make this clearer. If Bulgaria, who have already scored a goal, score one more before Ireland, they tie. If they score two more, then they win when Crumb catches the snitch. Are you telling me that Crumb gets to decide one goal away from tying the World Cup and 2 goals away from winning, that he's gonna end the game and lose on his own terms? What? Kick this arrogant son of a bitch off the team. He lost them the World Cup. Just wait 10 more minutes, surely. There are Quidditch games that went on for days, weeks, and this clown, who is apparently flying circles around the Irish Seeker, is just gonna end it now? I understand that Joanne doesn't actually like Quidditch at all, that this part is only here so that Fred and George can win their brain-dead bet and Ludo Bagman can owe them money, but this is an insult to the reader's intelligence. Hundreds of thousands of wizards gathered in this place just to watch one guy ruin the World Cup. Just make it so that they were down more points. Have Crumb wait until they were down 200, 300. It's so easy to fix. Also, can I point out that Bulgaria have made it to the finals of the Quidditch World Cup? They mustn't be terrible. Look, I suppose it's possible that was all off of the back of Crumb catching the snitch before anyone got up too many points, but I just don't buy it. It's such an easy, lazy way to hit some plot points without having to think of consequences. God, it pisses me off. Anyway, the Vila are also at the Quidditch World Cup. They're beautiful women, and when they start to dance, they entrance all the men around them. It makes them go crazy and want to impress these incredibly, inhumanly beautiful women. That's weird, but whatever, there's dragons and magic, this isn't insane. My question is, since it only seems to affect the men in the top box, does it only affect men? Is Vila magic only ever effective on men, or does it somehow differentiate sexuality? Not to get weird with this, but are gay or asexual men affected by Vila dances? What about gay or bi women, or straight trans men? What about straight or ace trans women? This is less of a writing mistake and more of just a personal curiosity for me. How does this work? Are the Vila really coming to the World Cup and accidentally outing lesbians in the crowd? Look, the true answer is Joanne doesn't care, so it doesn't really matter, but I think it's mildly interesting. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. In any case, just like at Hogwarts, some insane shenanigans are happening which in any reasonable sport would necessitate the ending or pausing of a match. But instead, the Vila are just allowed to run amok for some reason and the game continues. They're throwing fireballs at the ref or something. Come on, stop this. This whole World Cup scene and surrounding chapter is deeply, utterly bonkers, and it makes it even harder to take it seriously as a sport. Now, Joanne clearly knows this, but all of the humour surrounding Quidditch is much less tongue-in-cheek and much more, it is what it is. It also serves to make it even less appealing to want to live in this world that she's created, which seems like it's kind of the antithesis of Portal fantasy. Your game goes on for 5 days? Awful. Nightmare. Hellishly boring. Don't even talk to me about cricket. Let's move on to something even more logistically challenging, shall we? Something that starts to break the world from the inside out. In Chapter 11, Ron says, Durmstrang's gotta be about the same size as Hogwarts. How are you going to hide a great big castle? Okay, so we're doing this. I was waiting for the right time to have this discussion, but the time is now. And by discussion, I mean analytical rant. So why does Ron say this? Ostensibly, he's talking about the physical size of Hogwarts and theorising that Durmstrang must be of a similar physical size. The reason he's saying this is because he assumes the school has to be very large to house so many students. You know, because Hogwarts Castle is so full of students. and any school of a comparable sized student base must be similarly huge, right? Well, just how many students are there at Hogwarts? I'm not the first to think of this question, and apparently Joanne has already given an answer in a 2000 interview. She says that there are about 1,000 students at Hogwarts. I reckon that's bullshit, and here's why. Let's take a look at Harry's Gryffindor year group. Harry, Ron, Dean, Neville, Seamus, Hermione, Parvati, Lavender. That's 8. Apparently there are 2 more girls that Joanne didn't name for some reason, so that's 10. Fine, 10 people in his house and year. If we take that as an average, we get 40 people per year group, 280 students in total at any given time. I'm no mathematician, but I'd say it's fairly off from about 1,000. Okay, let's not take Harry's year as an average then. Maybe it's significantly smaller than other years. Maybe there are actually a bunch of people in his year he doesn't know or didn't remember or something. The text never tells us either of those things, but let's assume them anyway. In fact, fuck it, let's say the average size is literally double that previous figure. Even if we think Harry forgot half his classmates or the other years are actually double the size of his, that only leaves us with 560 total students. This is still nothing, and only half of Joanne's initial claim. Is she counting the slaves too? I'm getting ahead of myself. We have to multiply Harry's year group by 4 before we actually get to the figure Joanne gives us, and I think that's completely unreasonable. People can come up with headcanons about Harry not knowing everyone all they like. It's stated many times that there are 5 beds in his dorm, and I refuse to believe that his year group is a quarter the size of everyone else's, regardless of the reasoning. Seriously, some people cite the First Wizarding War as to why Harry's year group is so completely broken in terms of all the others, but need I remind you that Harry's year group is 20% Muggle-born. It could even be higher with those 2 unnamed girls from Gryffindor. We don't know. Regardless, it doesn't actually matter how convincing any of these arguments about birth rates or Harry's year group actually are, we never get any of them in the text itself. So, for all intents and purposes, Hogwarts is nowhere near filling its 1,000 student quota. Let me just pause here and say that I don't actually expect Joanne to name 40 students from every house for every year. I'm not here complaining that I don't have a giant list at the end of a book of every 4th year that Harry attended Hogwarts with. I get that they're representations of larger groups. But, unfortunately, even if we assume that Joanne is right and we go with her 1,000 number, it still leaves us with a bunch of logistical problems. For instance, how does one teacher cope with teaching 1,000 students? Who teaches potions? Snape. Just Snape. He doesn't have a teacher's assistant. He doesn't have a secondary potions assistant. It's just him. So, if we take this 1,000 students nonsense and apply it to our knowledge that Gryffindors have potions with the Slytherins, we get the fun little fact that Snape is teaching a class of approximately 70 students at once. 70 students in a dungeon with cauldrons, books, ingredients, wands, knives, potions. You expect me to believe this guy is actually teaching 70 kids how to make a potion by himself? No wonder he's doing a terrible job. This is impossible. How does he not have some more support? What about homework? Let's be extremely generous and say that Snape sets an essay as homework once a week for every class. Just once a week. It seems from the books that it's probably more frequent than this, but let's just say it's once a week. That is a minimum of 700 essays a week just from the 1st to the 5th years. We're not even counting any NEWT students here, just 1st to 5th years. Do you honestly believe that this man, who has no patience for a single step in the potion making process not being followed correctly, is sitting at his desk at nights and over the weekends reading and absorbing and grading 700 essays every week? That's an average of 100 a day. Even a quarter of this already conservative number is ridiculous to expect. To put it in perspective, even if Snape set 1 essay a month to each student, he would still have over 23 essays to mark every single day. At a minimum, there is no reasonable explanation for this. I defy any one of you to reconcile the incredible contradictions with the internal logic of this series. It cannot be done. The teachers would actually all have to have time turners to make this school size work. There's simply not enough staff for 1,000 students. But let's be incredibly generous once again and say they do all have time turners. Every single one of them has a time turner. They all have endless time and passion for their jobs and a willingness to deal with these humongous classrooms full of kids. Fine. What about the wider wizarding world? 1,000 students at Hogwarts means approximately 140 students graduating every year. That's 140 new magical adults going into the wizarding world to become shopkeepers, travellers, dragon tamers, curse breakers, auras, politicians, writers, potioneers, healers, wand makers, Quidditch players, musicians, seers, herbologists, teachers. I think I've made my point. There was only 15 professions I just listed there, and I doubt I've exhausted the comprehensive list of the only jobs a wizard could ever have. In fact, let's see some more, we'll have them scrolling on the screen. The wizarding world is depicted as being this sprawling, enormous community that, while smaller than the wider Muggle world, runs in a similar fashion. There's an entire government with dozens of departments and seemingly hundreds, if not thousands, of employees. There are dozens of Quidditch teams necessitating hundreds of professional Quidditch players. There are stacks of healers at St. Mungo's, a plethora of shops with keepers and assistants at Diagon Alley, and much, much more. This is just in Britain. Even 1,000 students is far too small to account for the size of the British wizarding community. There is no way all of these industries and departments would be able to remain functional with such low rates of new sign-ups. Not a chance in hell. Joanne has tried to have it both ways. She wants the wizarding world to be huge and impressive and just as intricate as the Muggle world is and run in similar ways, but she also wants it to be a really exclusive club. She wants magical blood to be rare because that's cooler and more special, right? The Muggles have no idea that these small communities of wizards are living amongst them, except that these small communities are actually large governments with entire court systems, transportation, police forces, educational institutions. This is the result of a few things. The first is that J.K. Rowling is simply terrible at maths, and she doesn't care to rectify this with just a few minutes of thought or consultation. The second is that her world building has spiraled out of control more and more with every passing book, and she doesn't care to factor in her past or current plot points. She creates new fantastical things on a whim and never reconciles them with the internal logic of her world. Now, this may not break everything in text, but on an analytical level, it is fractured beyond repair. Don't even get me started on the other magical schools. In Chapter 12, we see that Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons are the three largest European wizarding schools, so any other schools are necessarily smaller than 1,000 students. That's way too few for the entirety of Europe, unless there are like 1,000 small schools all over the place. Also, don't forget, we've made a huge series of assumptions just to get to the 1,000 number. If it's closer to what we see in the books, even double, that's only 70 kids graduating every year from these institutions, and the implications on the wider wizarding world are even more devastating. Ridiculous. Don't give us any concrete numbers if you're not going to explain them at all, Joanne. Just stop. Also, not to harp on the point more than necessary, but 140 kids per year would mean that the sorting ceremony would take hours. Like, literal hours. This detail was never meant to receive this much scrutiny. I get that. I also get that it's a catch-22. Any number you come up with will give you problems unless you're going to go into a ridiculous amount of detail for this particular plot point. That being said, the way Joanne has gone about this is pretty much the worst possible way to do it. She threw out a number, a ridiculous number, didn't support it in text with any evidence, and then contradicted it at almost every turn. What was she doing? Was she trying to make this section of my video longer? In any case, the bad world building doesn't end there. If we dig a little deeper, we see that the foundations are rotting faster than expected, and the entire thing is about to come crashing down. As of Chapter 8, we have our second ever house elf. This is Winky, Barty Crouch's slave. I was concerned by the inclusion of a slave race in this magical kid's tale, but let's see what happens here. Last time we saw an elf, Dobby was freed by tricksy Harry Potter and was absolutely thrilled about it. What now? Well, one of the first things Winky says is that she's not sure freeing Dobby was a good idea. Apparently it's gone to his head, and he's having trouble finding a job now because he expects to be paid. Harry thinks he should be paid, so that's good, But what does Winky the slave think? She thinks it's ridiculous. Slaves aren't paid, and even when they're freed, they should still act like slaves. Oh dear. This is not a good inclusion so far. I must admit, I really hate this idea of a slave who not only wants to continue being a slave, but is so critical of freed slaves who no longer act like slaves and in fact expect to be treated with the tiniest modicum of respect and dignity. This means clothes. No! Winky yelled, prostrating herself at Mr. Crouch's feet. Jesus Christ, she's literally sobbing. Wizard indoctrination of these slaves is pretty dark. In fact, this is seriously incredibly dark and deeply psychologically disturbing. This could be a really mature theme. I guess we'll see how the rest of this book pans out. Will Joanne follow through? Will she actually make some commentary on the rights of this slave race? Get a grip and grow up. This is the real world, where children's authors never condemn slavery. Here in chapter 12, we discover, along with Hermione, that Hogwarts has slaves. More than that, it has the most slaves of any dwelling in Britain. Over 100 slaves! Hermione is in disbelief, because she hasn't been paying attention for the last 3 years, and says she's never seen one. Nearly Headless Nick then says, well, they hardly ever leave the kitchen by day, do they? He says they come out at night to do a bit of cleaning, see to the fires, and so on. I mean, you're not supposed to see them, are you? That's the mark of a good house elf, isn't it? That you don't know it's there. Hermione then asks if they get paid or if they get benefits. This idea is so ridiculous in universe that Nearly Headless Nick literally laughs in her face and tells her the slaves actually don't want to be paid. Neither Harry nor Ron join in this conversation with anything meaningful. Holy shit! I always knew Hogwarts was bad. The teachers are abusive and ineffectual, the safety regulations allow for multiple serious life-threatening injuries every year, and now it's revealed that every meal and every cleaning service runs on slave labour. There are over 100 slaves at Hogwarts. Let's ignore all ethics here and just look at the practicality of this. We shouldn't, but we will for the sake of argument. You have over 100 slaves? Even if we assume this is wrong and it's just a flat 100, this is bonkers. House elves have magic. At a baseline, we know they have teleportation and telekinesis. Surely this must help with the cooking and cleaning process. Are we seriously suggesting that it takes 100 magical slaves an entire day to prepare meals for 300 to 1,000 students? I'm no culinary expert, but if these house elves have years of practice and have all day and don't have to plate individual meals and have magic to assist them where they need, I don't think that we actually need 100 of them to prepare all of this food. Surely 50 elves would suffice. And we're meant to assume that 100 elves are sticking to the kitchens so completely and thoroughly and completing all of their duties during times when they can't be seen, so much so that fourth years who have spent 3 years living in this castle have never seen one. Not one. I just find it so hard to believe you would need 100 of them. Logistically, that's a huge amount of slaves. All I'm saying is, I think Dumbledore might just like owning slaves. I mean, having over 100 slaves is probably a pretty huge flex if you're into that sort of thing. And I think we've at least partially determined that it's too many slaves for the student body, even if we assume 1,000 students. Did I mention the slaves can do magic? Does Dumbledore think that having them work slightly less hard is more humane? That having more slaves just for them to do less work but still be enslaved is better somehow? Okay. Let's assume that they're all actually working really hard and that all of these slaves are essential for the day-to-day runnings of Hogwarts. That's super fucked up. But is it not also a very easily solvable issue? You're all wizards, right? You can all do magic, which presumably makes cleaning a much easier task. I know that the point of having slaves is probably so that you don't have to do that yourself, but shouldn't the students be responsible for the cleanliness of their common areas, their dormitories, even potentially their classrooms? I don't know why I'm bothering to overanalyze the ethics of having 100 slaves do the busy work of literal witches and wizards, but it's an incredible blow to the whimsy of Hogwarts, isn't it? In fact, I'd say it's the complete death knell to the wizarding world at large. We knew the Malfoys had a house elf. That's bad, but none of our main characters were condoning it. Then we learned that Barty Crouch has a house elf. He's a pretty strange and harsh dude, so we're not condoning that either. But Dumbledore is meant to be a mega genius, amazing, caring, fantastic person. So why is it remotely okay that he has an army of slaves? If he's such a genius, then surely he can figure out a solution for the cooking and cleaning at Hogwarts that doesn't involve such huge human rights violations. And for anyone about to point out that house elves are not human, go fuck yourself. We practice pedantry in this video series, but not like that. I know that Joanne and many of her fans have tried to justify this over the last several decades, coming up with outlandish headcanony reasons for why this is actually okay. But I'm not interested in any of them. The fact of the matter is that in-universe, this concept is handled incredibly poorly. The house elves love being slaves. They're happy as slaves. We're never given a good reason not to be horrified at this, at their treatment, their existence, their abuse, their indoctrination. It doesn't matter if there's some hypothetical good reason for this concept, it's never given to us, and it wouldn't change anything if it was. Like so many other aspects of this world, Joanne wanted the aesthetics of slavery and activism, but never explored them to a satisfactory extent. In fact, she ignored all but the superficial aspects of both, leaving us with conflicting, disturbing, and world-shattering implications. Our heroes are made into vicious overlords. The government, a tyrannical, fascistic force of prejudice and literal enslavement. Sean has covered this point extensively, and I hope I have articulated my reasons for choosing to go over it again. This cannot be ignored. Joanne tosses in details about slaves and slave races just as casually as she tosses in details about clothing choices. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it. She threw out the over 100 number because it sounded neat, not because she actually put any thought into it. The result? A much more horrific and absurd read of Hogwarts as an abusive institution based on mere minutes of analysis. I cannot state this enough. Her attempts to age up this series are incompatible with her ability to actually incorporate and handle the themes she's injecting. She's just not a good enough writer to follow through on any of these ideas. She insists on using the same childish language and plotting techniques, which make moments like this incredibly jarring to read. Would you be okay with over 100 slaves doing your cooking and cleaning when you can do literal magic? Don't even get me fucking started on SPEW, the Society for the Protection of Elfish Welfare. Hardy ha ha, it's spew. This is the next development of the slavery plot point? We're making a joke of Hermione's well-intentioned attempt to do something about the slave race? Ron doubles down here, saying that Hermione's being an idiot because the house elves like being slaves. This sucks. I'm sorry, there's really not much else I can say about it. It's lame and bad and it blows chunks, my dude. Just leave it all out. No one is forcing you to write about slavery. Just don't. Fred and George then reinforce this notion that elves are both happy and content with their slavery, as if this is somehow a good rebuttal of criticism. Gentlemen, if you don't understand why the slaves being happy with their own slavery is still bad, you're not really thinking particularly hard about the subject, are you? That last one was aimed at Joanne, if you couldn't tell. She'll never watch this video, but hey, she's so terminally online these days, you never know. Joanne, if you're watching this and you want me to stop making them, I will. For $10 million. DM me for my bank details. Just to finish off this section, in chapter 28 we get the revelation that Winky is getting drunk off butterbeer, the beverage that 13-year-olds are allowed to buy and drink in Hogsmeade. Harry says, "It's not strong, that stuff," to which Dobby replies, "It is for a house elf." So, it has alcohol in it? Is this not like a bit crazy? 13-year-olds are having this. This is probably a retcon, but I can't fathom why. Just have her drink fire whiskey or something. Or, get this, regular beer? You can have non-magical drinks in Hogwarts, that's fine. I just don't understand why she would make it butterbeer, because that makes her world building seem really weird. Do wizards give a shit at all? Could a 13-year-old buy fire whiskey? And if they can't, why not? More inconsistency, more confusion, more weird details that make the wizarding world seem less safe. If we've already jumped the shark last book with the time turners, then I guess we've exploded the entire lake with this revelation about slavery. Joanne already handled slavery poorly in Chamber of Secrets, but now she's come back to dig the hole even further here. I can't for the life of me fathom why she would add these details. There simply must be better ways to have this plot come together that don't include Winky, or Dumbledore owning 100 slaves, or our main characters defending slavery. It shows a concerning lack of imagination for someone ostensibly banking on the strength of that very trait. Embarrassing. Okay, that was pretty heavy. Let's take a break from the heavy critiques and go to something that I like to call compliment time. Chapter 25 of Book 4 is a wonderful breath of fresh air. My god, is it a delight in this series full of frustrations and contrivances. I want to take a moment to say how much I love this scene after Harry's bath with the egg. He's sneaking around with the Marauders map, and he sees Bartemius Crouch in Snape's office, and all hell breaks loose, with Snape, Filch and Moody all showing up and bringing some serious tension. I'm not taking the piss here, this is actually great stuff. I can hate Joanne as a person, the disgusting things she does with her billions, as well as lambast the vast majority of this series, but I can recognise this as a fantastic scene. In fact, I'm willing to say that this chapter is my favourite out of the entire series. It has a bit of everything. Mystery, intrigue, tension, foreshadowing, plot advancement, and a delicious victory over an abusive piece of shit. Even from the bath itself, we get some subtle hints at the wider mystery of the book. Mystery is probably what Joanne does best in this series, and in this book, we don't even really know this mystery exists until it's unravelled. That's an interesting setup and a bold call. In any case, Moaning Myrtle appears to remind us that the trio had been cooking Polyjuice Potion a few years back, hinting towards Barty Crouch Jr. doing the same thing. We get another hint in the form of someone creeping around Snape's office, and a giant misdirect with Barty Crouch appearing on the map. That's all good stuff. It's intriguing, it's confusing, it makes you rethink what you know about Mr. Crouch as a character. Then, when Harry gets his foot stuck in the trick stair and drops the egg, everything starts to go wrong. Filch shows up, then Snape, and you know he's gonna get caught. His map's gonna get confiscated, he'll have detention, and we know how severe Snape's punishments can be. But then, Moody appears. His eye can see through the invisibility cloak, and he's sympathetic to Harry's cause. His inclusion increases the tension even further, to the point where he's threatening Snape while the latter is within inches of discovering Harry. We've used a whole bunch of information, character motivation, magical artifacts, and existing relationships from the rest of the book and series to bring this moment together. And it really works. I'm fully serious, if the rest of the series had been like this chapter, I wouldn't be making this video. Even when it's just back to Harry and Moody, more questions are raised, the mystery deepens. Why was Crouch in Snape's office? Why did Moody show up? Why did he help Harry out? We only fully understand the events and implications of this chapter after the fact, after the reveal, and it retroactively improves it instead of ruining it like she usually does. This scene is great, and it makes all of my other complaints even more frustrating. Joanne shows genuine skill here, weaving these disparate elements to create genuine tension. So why couldn't she put this level of care and time into all of her other writing? It goes to show how little she cares about some of her other throwaway additions as well, because if she just took a few minutes to bash out some of the consequences, she'd see that they don't properly fit. She's begun stuffing so much into these books by now that the cracks are far more noticeable than the successes, and it's a damn shame, because while I do love this chapter, it's not the only shining point. There is still plenty to enjoy about Harry Potter, and I would never try and shame you for holding that opinion. Anyway, I thought this would be a nice tangent. Back to your regularly scheduled massacre. So this is my recurring segment, or one of them. We have to check back in on the Hogwarts Teachers every video and see if they've improved, what the new introductions have thrown into the mix. This book, Barty Crouch Jr. is posing as Mad-Eye Moody to take defense against the dark arts. He's actually a pretty great teacher. He's firm, fair, knowledgeable, and genuinely preparing the students for facing and recognizing the dark arts. Okay, maybe he's not a great teacher, what with the Neville thing, but he's not bad. Nowhere near as bad as some they've had before, and some they have still. Unfortunately, he's also a huge privacy violation. He's so creepy, I don't think that eye should be allowed. You know what, Parvati? You're absolutely right. Moody's eye can see through seemingly any surface at huge distances, and appears to be the only magical artifact in the known wizarding world that can see through Harry's invisibility cloak. I like the idea that super powerful magical artifacts exist in this world, and that an ex-aura like Moody would have access to one. Or perhaps he designed it himself. Either way, it's an impressive piece of magic. It just feels a little weird to have it in a school when we don't know its limitations, however. Like, super weird, and quite uncomfortable, actually. There are underage people all around. There is a lot of potential for truly awful things to happen here. I think that even if Mad-Eye Moody wasn't secretly an escaped Death Eater, a school might not be the greatest place for his magical X-ray vision. Maybe I'm reading too far into this, but we are not done with Barty Crouch Jr. He transfigures Malfoy into a ferret. McGonagall takes this especially poorly, saying that Dumbledore has forbidden this as a punishment. She says that they issue detentions instead. They don't want to resort to this barbaric tomfoolery. I mean, we all remember the punishment from Book 1, right? Where they sent literal first years into the Forbidden Forest to go and hunt Voldemort. I think that being turned into a ferret for 1 minute is positively tame compared to some of their other punishments. It was embarrassing, sure, but not life-threatening or dangerous. Good to know where Hogwarts draws the line, though. Snape and McGonagall can dole out completely demeaning or dangerous punishments, but this new guy can't? Lame as hell. Let's take a small detour and talk about the other teachers in this book, because it's not just Hogwarts anymore. Karkaroff is meant to be a domineering, brutal kind of teacher. He abuses every student that isn't Crumb, and he's not too subtle about it. He's sinister, he's unpleasant, he even has a villain's voice. This might be an interesting contrast if Snape wasn't exactly the same, if not worse, in every single lesson we've ever seen him lead. Seriously, what are we meant to take from Karkaroff? He's just Snape, but slightly nicer to his favourite student. Snape himself continues to be terrible this book, by the way, but I suppose there are fewer targeted attacks towards Harry, so it's technically an improvement. I don't have many critiques about Madame Maxime. She's a much more interesting, more layered character. Dumbledore has stayed as stupid as ever in this book, by allowing Harry to compete in the way that he does, by not even searching for another solution. He has put this 14-year-old firmly in harm's way. Not a week has passed since I became headmaster of this school where I haven't had at least one owl complaining about the way I run it. Yeah, Dumbledore, those are all from me, bro. You gonna resign yet? You need more evidence that you're not fit for the position? I'll send more owls, dude, I don't care. Also, he owns over 100 slaves. Fuck this guy. Anyway, Voldemort returns this book, so let's talk about him. Look out, old Snakey is back. He's got a brand new body, he gets his old wand back, and all of his followers return to him. In chapter 33, we get introduced to some of these Death Eaters, and I've got a bone to pick. Crabbe and Goyle's fathers are both Death Eaters, and because Joanne has exactly -7 subtlety, they're described with the exact same language as their sons. They're clumsy and dull, and apparently they did a bad job of serving Voldemort last time. I get that children sometimes end up like their parents, in fact quite a lot, but this is just so lazy. It's like she thinks that they have to be identical or else we won't know they're related. How utterly boring. But this chapter doesn't just introduce the Death Eaters, however. It also shows us how Voldemort no-scoped himself in front of baby Harry. My curse was deflected by the foolish woman's sacrifice and it rebounded upon me. Okay, so that's how Lily protected Harry and defeated Voldemort. She died for Harry, sacrificed herself for Harry, and thus he was completely safe from him. I feel like there are some problems with this. First off, we're told that Harry is the only known person in the entire world to have survived the killing curse. This doesn't mean that others haven't, I guess, but just that no one knows about it. But has no one else gone through this process? Has no one sacrificed themselves for another, conferring this protection and thus saving them from a killing curse? Surely there are heaps of people out there killing each other, especially in recent memory with the First Wizarding War. It must have been full of that kind of thing. How did this not happen to some poor Death Eater before? In fact, how did this not happen to Voldemort himself? He's not exactly shy about killing. It's not that much of a mistake, and I can't call it one, but it's just such a low barrier of entry for foolproof protection against the killing curse. It's especially strange seeing as Voldemort implies that he's heard of this magic before. It's a known entity. Have other people used this kind of protection, sacrificing themselves just to block Expelliarmus or something? God, what a pathetic waste. I feel like this world building and backstory detail seems to imply that there are people out there dying and sacrificing themselves for their loved ones, only for those Death Eaters or bad wizards or whatever just to not then kill their loved ones or even try. Am I wrong? Isn't that like really weird? Surely you would just come up with a third factor to chuck into the mix to make Harry's case particularly special. It's so easy. Here, let me fix it for you. Lily's meant to be a brilliant witch, right? Intelligent, skilled, knowledgeable, magically powerful. So just make her knowingly do it. Hear that Voldemort's coming and make her sacrifice intentional by way of a spell or ritual or something. When Voldemort gets to her, she drops her wand and sacrifices herself, content in the knowledge that baby Harry is protected. Maybe no one's really managed to pull it off before because it's really complicated, or no one's had the time, or the bad guys haven't fallen for it. This is a bit better, right? I don't know, it's still got holes, but I didn't write the setup, man. I'm just working with what I have. Also, it's not a huge detail, but when Lily appears from Voldemort's wand in the Priori Incantatem, she says, "Your father's coming." Not only is this a super weird thing to say to your son who you haven't seen in 13 years because you're dead, but also, do they live in Voldemort's wand? Are their spirits just existing in there or something? It's just so weird and I don't know if I like it. So there it is. Voldemort, the big, bad, evil, eugenicist baby murderer, is back. He's clearly a big threat because everyone's afraid of him and he just returned from the dead, and I'm not even that mad that he doesn't manage to kill a single below-average 14-year-old. It does set up a lot of potential and promises for the rest of the series going forward. Now, this book has already attempted to age up the political narratives and world building, and in my opinion, fallen flat. But it doesn't have to reckon with the direct consequences of introducing this villain in just yet. We'll all just have to see how the future books handle this, but from Joanne's current track record, I don't think it's going to go super well. We've already botched slavery, the Ministry of Magic and its intricacies, and intergovernmental relationships, so I have very little reason to believe that she could somehow create a compelling villain for the latter half of this series where we've begun to age it up. I've no doubt that she could create a compelling villain for a children's series, like she started with, but he's not competent, present, or consequential enough to be a truly villainous force for much more than a child, is he? I'm getting ahead of myself. Those are questions for the later videos. For now, let's talk about the ending, and one more bullshit magical contrivance and introduces, shall we? Chapter 35 gives us the answer to many, if not all, of this book's mysteries. We get the biggest reveal of all, but first we learn of Veritaserum, this chapter's namesake. For those of you that know cursory Latin, you will know exactly what it does, much like many of the spells in this series. They use it on Barty Crouch Jr. to extract his confession of all of his crimes. I'll be honest, the existence of Veritaserum kind of breaks my brain, because it makes so many events completely superfluous. First of all, Sirius Black could have been administered Veritaserum to give his testimony about what actually happened with Peter Pettigrew. You know what? Let's stop right there. Every criminal ever should be given Veritaserum if there's evidence they've committed a violent crime, or even, fuck it, if they've been accused of committing a violent crime. This makes the insanity of Azkaban much more reasonable. I still think it's a huge human rights violation and possibly a war crime, but it makes way more sense if you're not falsely imprisoning people like Hagrid or Sirius. Veritaserum would have solved both of these issues. Why in the absolute soul-sucking fuck are the Ministry not using this for every case? Don't worry about the ethical implications of forcing plaintiffs to drink this stuff, just make guidelines about the things you can and can't question them on or something. This is completely life-changing. It upends the entire judicial process. It renders so much heartache, uncertainty, and injustice null and void. Now, I don't think I'm a genius, but maybe I am, because only Albus Dumbledore and I have thought this completely obvious thought. Okay, so apparently Joanne has already thought about this. On the official J.K. Rowling website, she answered questions about Veritaserum and why it couldn't be universally used in trials like this. Apparently it's not universally effective and can't be entirely trusted. Powerful wizards can circumvent it, especially when they know it's coming. The reason it works so well in this situation is because Barty Crouch Jr. doesn't know it's coming and he's vulnerable. Right. I don't want to be that guy, but this seems ridiculously convenient and frustratingly contrived. Actually, I do want to be that guy. This is what this series is about. This is functionally identical to the Time Turners. Joanne has created a really powerful magical object. In that case, Time Turners. In this case, a Truth Serum. Both work in exactly one specific situation. In Prisoner, Harry and Hermione go back in time perfectly at the end, after Hermione has been using it perfectly all year. In Goblet of Fire, we have Veritaserum to extract the perfect, accurate, and trustworthy confession from Barty Crouch Jr. And then, We can't use either of those things in the wider wizarding world ever again. For time turners, it's because Joanne forgot about them or didn't want to deal with them, and another thing that we'll get to. For Veritaserum, it's because Joanne clearly realised after the fact that it would solve every problem the Ministry has ever had with violent criminals and the Wizarding War, so she added these little clauses on the fucking FAQs of a website instead of the actual books themselves. We can't possibly use it to clear Sirius's name. We can't use it to show that Voldemort has returned. We can't have Dumbledore take it to recount Barty Crouch's confession after he died so that Fudge can hear it from a reliable source. Honestly, fuck this. She is hell-bent on making her series less interesting. Why invent something and then explore the logical consequences of its inclusion in your story when you can just ignore it instead? Not only does she never include clarification in the series itself, so readers have to go searching for this information externally, she also leaves massive holes and questions in the story that make them unsatisfying and ruin the verisimilitude. This truth potion is a pure plot device, used for one scene and then discarded before anyone can say, hey, what was that? Let's use that again. No. It's gone now. Don't ask any more questions, don't read into it. If you ask me again about this Veritaserum, I'll fucking kill you. Okay, she probably didn't say that. Let's focus on what she did say. Let's get petty. I'm a petty guy, and I like to think that I teach my magical lore class to be petty also. So, small annoying point here. Joanne says she wasn't exactly hard to miss when referring to Madame Maxime, when what she means is she is hard to miss. If she's huge and easy to spot, then it is hard to miss her. So if she's not hard to miss, like this line says, presumably it is easy not to notice her. It's the exact opposite of what she meant to say. On the prose front, there's also this section from chapter 29. This little everyone saying the same thing at the same time shtick is cringe as fuck. I'm sorry, but it is. It's cringe. There's no other word for it. It might have been slightly amusing if it ended several lines sooner, but as it is, I hate it. I hate it so hard. Whatever, we all knew these moments would come up. Let's move on to more writing mistakes. He showed Snape something on his arm. Well, I have no idea what that's about. Wait, Sirius doesn't know about the dark mark on people's skin? I mean, I guess, but wouldn't heaps of the other prisoners in Azkaban have had dark marks? You're telling me he didn't ask a single one of them, a single time, what the moving tattoo that looks like Voldemort's symbol is? Now, I don't know that this is a mistake, but it really seems like one, right? You know what? I changed my mind. This is a mistake. There's no goddamn way he wouldn't know. He would absolutely know that the Death Eaters have dark marks on their arms. It makes no sense, and there's no reasonable explanation for it. In chapter 21, Joanne even manages to retroactively ruin Dobby a bit. We see him desperate for freedom in book 2, and completely ecstatic that he's freed at the end. Now, however, we see that while he likes freedom, he likes work better. Look, this is fine, but can we not just have him enjoy freedom for freedom's sake? Is she incapable of just leaving things how they are? Seriously, it feels like someone gave her shit for creating a slave race, then she came back to fix it by making it 5 times worse. This next one is less bad writing and more just a misunderstanding and mishandling of her own concepts. The last and worst, Avada Kedavra. The killing curse. How is it the worst though? The others are mind control and torture. How is killing worse? A bunch of curses can kill you. Bombarda, Incendio, Sectum Sempra. Hell, Stupefy could kill you if you fall over and hit your head on a rock. But how is this one the worst? I assume its reputation comes from the fact that there's no counter curse and it can't be blocked, but it's pretty tame. Just to be really pedantic here, the unforgivable curses are meant to be really taboo and awful. You're landing in Azkaban just for doing any one of them on another person. But I feel like the killing curse is pretty humane here compared to some other ways. You're instantly dead, you're not disfigured, there's no pain, it's not that bad. Another problem I have with Avada Kedavra is that if there's no counter curse and it cannot be blocked, there's no point in pretending that wizard duels are these flashy, impressive tests of their skill and knowledge. It's literally just a competition of who can point their stick first and shout Avada Kedavra. Why would you ever need another offensive curse if you're dueling to kill? Why not just get 2 wands and spin around as fast as you can saying the words and try and kill as many people as possible if you're going against the Death Eaters, or if you're the Death Eaters going against the Order of the Phoenix? What a stupid spell. Whatever, it's been in the story the whole time, so there's no going back now. I guess the killing curse is the worst one, because Joanne says it's the worst one. My last writing complaint comes from the last chapter in the book. Joanne describes Harry and friends leaving Hogwarts and mentions the horseless carriages. Oh, the carriages are horseless, are they? The horseless carriages are trundling up the drive. Well, that's fucking fascinating, isn't it? That's just a wildly fascinating detail about this series that Joanne has completely planned from start to finish, isn't it? I guess we'll just have to wait and see about that one, won't we? We're not going to go fully into it here because I have plans to do that in a later video, but it is worth mentioning. We saw a few prices for things last video, and we get some more here. But it's not just pricing. I had two try and pay me with great gold coins the size of hubcaps a minute ago. Okay, wow, hold on. The size of hubcaps? Obviously he's exaggerating. I know that they're not literally like a foot in diameter, but how big are galleons exactly? In text, it appears as though they're pretty damn big, and if they're made of gold, this definitely calls into question the idea that they're only worth £5, right? Surely they'd be worth at least 20. Again, we'll get back to the value of certain things and the currency in general when we can no longer avoid it. But what is happening here? I don't know if there's any official material about the size of galleons, but this one really does my head in. Either they're not entirely gold, they're much smaller than stated in the series, or they're worth way more than we're told. Whatever the answer is, it makes deciphering the exchange rates really confusing, and I don't think it's confusing by design. I think it's confusing by way of laziness. Joanne didn't want to sit down and deal with the confusing money system that she's come up with. She didn't want to create a table and write down reasonable prices for certain goods and services, nor did she want to work out what a student or a government employee would likely be able to afford. Instead, whenever she needs someone to buy something, she just chucks out a random number and rolls with that. Again, this makes for some utterly insane data later on, but I promise it's an issue for another time. For now, let's just remember a few figures. Firstly, Omnioculars cost 10 galleons each. 10 galleons. Interesting. Next, the Triwizard Tournament prize money is 1,000 galleons. According to Joanne, that's approximately £5,000. Keen to come back to this later. Anyway, let's wrap this up. Joanne has introduced a lot of things in this book. Not just the size of coins and dancing women, but slavery at Hogwarts. The big bad of this whole series has been revived. She's introduced international magic schools and magical governments. There's a lot to unpack, and while some of it was really cool, like the Triwizard Tournament itself, most of it did what her world building always does. It solved one immediate issue or created a singular point of interest, but didn't hold up to even the most basic level of scrutiny. Voldemort's return sets up the Second Wizarding War, and it brings high stakes to the ending of this story. That's great. The World Cup and expanding the lore of Quidditch, however, makes the Ministry seem genuinely incompetent and this sport incomprehensibly terrible to participate in. And those are just the surface level complaints. If we go further, we see that not only is she not fixing things, she's making them worse along the way. She made Hogwarts worse than it already was by giving them the most slaves out of any dwelling in Britain. She made Dobby worse by making him an outlier in the slave race and a freak for wanting to be free. She made her government worse by making every ministry official a complete and utter dumbass throughout this story. Plus, she refuses to do any mental arithmetic regarding the population size of her wizarding world. The amount of students at Hogwarts breaks the world completely by itself. There is no possible way to have both enough students graduating to keep all of the wizarding jobs in the wider community at replacement rate, but also B, have one teacher per subject at Hogwarts. What an absolute nightmare. No wonder I hate Hogwarts as an institution. You probably get dumber just by going there. Also, don't even try and say that there are more teachers per subject and we just haven't seen them. Fuck off with that. If you genuinely think that, you haven't read the books properly. I recommend we sentence Joanne to never being able to add another detail to an existing story ever again. That and sending me $10 million for having to make this video series in the first place. Your Honor, it's only fair, and I am poor. Order of the Phoenix is a tight, mature political intrigue novel that tackles adult themes and character struggles, elevating the Harry Potter series to new heights.
in Joanne's mind. This bloated 800-page mess of teenage angst, governmental confusion, and misplaced righteousness is where her fragile illusion of maturity is most transparent. The heavy themes she's attempting to incorporate are all handled with the same consequence-free approach as all of the previous books, and her lack of editing has never been more obvious. Join me, Magical Law OWL students, as we shatter this illusion. We'll start at the beginning, where we get a rather exciting incident right up front. Much like last book, action begins in the very first chapter. Here, it's a Dementor attack and little whinging. A genuinely life-threatening event for our main character, a terrifying brush with fear itself, and a good way to have consequences ripple forth for the first act. What happens immediately after this attack? Well, Mrs. Fig makes fun of Dudley's weight, of course. Even when dealing with a teenager in distress he cannot possibly understand, from literally invisible assailants, Mrs. Fig simply must call Dudley fat. She can't just tell him to get up, she has to tell him to get his fat bottom up. Seriously, every description of this bloke includes his immense weight, even 5 books in when we're meant to be maturing, aging above all of that. It is exhausting. It's also completely at odds with the events immediately preceding. Not in a tonal way, I have no problem injecting brevity into a tense scene, it's the narration itself. If Mrs. Fig had been painted as an unreasonable, overly rude figure, it might have made this exchange better, but no character is ever treated as anything other than correct for mocking Dudley's weight. The narration agrees with her. He's fat, and that's fucking hilarious. It's such a small moment that proves within the very first chapters that Joanne has no chance of maintaining her illusion. It appears as if she's setting up something mature, something different, something real. Then, because it's only surface level in the first place, the very next scene shatters this facade immediately. I know I've started many of these videos by talking about Dudley's weight and how she handles it, but this time it is emblematic of the larger issue with this book. Joanne introduces an idea, be it complex moral theme or mature character dilemma, thus creating the illusion. Then, under the tiniest scrutiny, or sometimes by accident of her own inability, tears the curtain aside and brings you straight back to children's book logic, to insufferable inconsistency. Let's move on to another recurring segment, the Trace and the Ministry. The Ministry has finally decided to pull their fingers out and do something about Harry Potter's repeated, rampant trace triggering. He's done it literally every book, and the worst he's ever had is a warning, so now that they're actually taking some legal action, it's a real change. You might even suggest that it's an intentional change in the Ministry's opinion of Harry and their tightening of the leash, as it were. You'd be wrong, but you might suggest it. This isn't intentional. It's just that the plot now requires action where it previously required inaction. It's another contrivance. We see in Chamber of Secrets that the Trace can't discriminate between magic Harry casts himself and magic being performed around him. So there's no reason why he should have got a warning in Book 2 and action in Book 5 when Arthur Weasley was going ham on the fireplace of the Dursleys just last book. In any case, the first call of action is to destroy his wand? This feels like an insane overreaction. He has to go to a hearing after the wand is destroyed, after he's already been expelled, to explain himself. What if he's innocent and there's a perfectly good explanation? Like there actually is. What do they do then? Give him another wand? It seems unlikely. I guess they just make Harry buy a new one, which is pretty messed up if you ask me. Innocent until proven guilty indeed. But wait, they send another owl to then say that he's actually not expelled and his wand isn't going to be immediately destroyed? So, was the first one standard procedure, or was it Fudge leaning on the Ministry to specifically punish Harry Potter more than usual? This entire government is a broken, corrupt, farcical mess. If they're actually willing to punish a 15-year-old this harshly for a crime they didn't know he actually committed, didn't see, and didn't know the reason for, they should all be chucked straight in the bin. Again, this is treated as if the world is becoming harsher, as if Harry is facing bleak new realities due to his truth-telling. Unfortunately, what's meant to come off as cruel and malicious ends up coming off as cartoonish and incompetent. This is the first hole poked in the Ministry's presentation in this book, and the trial itself tears it wide open. I didn't know the timing had been changed. That is not the Wizengamot's fault. Yes, it is. You sent an owl this morning? To where? When did you send it?
Did you expect him to be at 12 Grimmauld Place or the Burrow or the Dursleys right up until he was supposed to be at the Ministry? This is clearly Fudge being a prick on purpose, but god damn, are all of these grown-ass wizards just going to allow this man to bully a 15-year-old? Seriously, the Wizengamot and the Ministry at large are a complete joke. That may not be a mistake in the characterization, but it's a massive mistake in the end result. Laws can be changed, said Fudge savagely. Like, look at this guy, he's a cartoon villain. I mean, less unrealistic than we all thought a few years ago, but still. Let me paint this more clearly. The Ministry have been proven through their actions in this book and all of the previous books to be incompetent and ineffectual. They make mistake after mistake and show nothing here but cruelty and malice towards this actual child. And what's Harry's response? He still wants to work for them. Yeah, did y'all forget that? Like J.K. Rowling temporarily forgets every time it's not on page? Harry experiences their corruption and malpractice firsthand and never once tries to do anything about it. He doesn't even express his distaste to all the powerful people he knows so they can do something about it. He never even discusses it with the guy who works at the Ministry, his literal best friend's father. Not just a lack of activism, a continued desire to be complicit in their corruption. I really can't reconcile this, if I'm honest. To examine this further, why is it Harry's ambition to become an Auror? Well, it's because Joanne wants him to want to fight dark wizards, but does he care about fighting injustice or inequality and other forces of evil in this world? Or is it just the guys in hoods slinging curses? Obviously, it's the latter. He doesn't even think about doing anything about the Ministry or any of the other people and institutions tangentially helping Voldemort quietly seize power. Right now, Voldemort is kind of using the Ministry and, by extension, the Aurors to consolidate and seize power. Harry wants to be a part of this? Obviously not. If you sat down a 15-year-old Harry Potter and explained all of this to him, he would hopefully understand, and he wouldn't want to be a part of it. But in the context of the story itself, he seems perfectly content to join into a system that he himself recognizes as corrupt, ineffectual, tyrannical. Why? Do I even need to say it at this point? It's laziness. Joanne couldn't be bothered to write a more interesting version of this conflict, to flesh out the Hogwarts Ministry divide any more than absolutely necessary, to give her main character even an ounce of curiosity about his world. If she ignores all nuance, then she gets to write whatever she wants and pretend like she's not contradicting herself. There's another reason too, one that Sean once again brought up in his video as well. She's a staunch neoliberal, or she appeared to be at the time. It's clear now that she's actually a conservative extremist who will stop at nothing to strip trans people's rights away, even if that means stripping other people's rights away as well. Fuck you, Joanne. She cannot imagine a change to this system she created that isn't surface level, and thus she just pretends every issue is as shallow as she writes them. They're not, though. Because, try as she might, she's left giant rotten stains on the Ministry that makes Harry's continued insistence on becoming part of it completely farcical. Harry should question the Ministry as an institution, not on an individual basis, but Joanne's own worldview and writing abilities will not permit him to do so. He should be disgusted by the idea that Fudge was using the Aurors to bring down Dumbledore, a man Harry respects possibly more than any other. But Joanne's inability to follow through on these political and social complexities do not allow him to be. Joanne has trapped Harry Potter in a cage of nebulous and ever-fluctuating ideals, so that we as an audience can never predict what his stance on any particular issue will be, unless it directly involves Voldemort. I get it. He's a teenager. He's probably not thinking that logically about his situation, and might not be super up on his political knowledge, but the Ministry and its objectively terrible decision-making has been directly affecting him and his entire school all year. Yet, in Chapter 29, his aspirations to be an Auror haven't changed. You can claim that this book shouldn't have to dive that deeply into politics, or the nature of governmental overreach, or the morality of the Aurors and their methods, but it's too late. Joanne already opened up the can of worms, and they're really fast worms. Good luck putting them back in the can. Also, the can was a portkey, and you've been teleported into my magical courtroom as a witness against Harry Potter for the thought crime of knowing the government is corrupt, yet still wanting to work for them. Convict him, please. I'm on a streak. This is our main character. Our POV character, and Joanne still can't appropriately manage his characterization and response to the world around him. Why inject all of this bureaucracy and governmental frustration if you're not going to do anything interesting with it? Whether she's incapable due to her own political biases or her limited writing ability, it doesn't matter. It's a breaking of the promise. The lack of payoff makes the setup seem worthless, and it leaves our main character hollow. He's been stripped of agency in the wake of Joanne's weightless plotting, and our story has been stripped of thematic depth. Let's move on from the Ministry and talk about another illusion that Joanne builds. Wizards simultaneously live amongst muggles so seamlessly that they've gone undetected for centuries, but are also so terrible at fitting in that grown adults fail more miserably than infants. We saw evidence of this last book with the Ministry Wizards at the World Cup and their terrible dress sense, but it's not just wizards that inflate this arbitrary divide.
They actually exist, do they? Dementi whatsits?
Vernon, you heard the name like 3 times less than a minute ago. Are you stupid?
But what are Dementoids? What do they do?
I swear to God, man.
But what were Dementoids doing in Little Whinging? These Demembers guard some weirdo's prison.
Now he's sending dismembers after you? Okay, that's enough. Joanne, it's not funny or cute or quirky anymore, it's just fucking annoying. Vernon clearly knows what they're called. He's not stupid enough to mishear this much. Maybe he's doing it on purpose, but I just don't like it. Plus, he's definitely not doing it on purpose because he keeps changing his mispronunciations. Why is this here? I'll answer my own question. It's yet another way to artificially divide wizards and muggles. We already know wizards dress differently, use different money, have an entire separate government and education. We get it. Their worlds are super different. Using techniques like this really cement for me that Joanne still thought she was writing a kid's book. And in many ways, she is. This book is packed full to bursting with political and social commentary, but it handles almost all of it with as much finesse and tact as this wizard-muggle divide. These two groups of humans who live in extreme proximity and speak the same language and have regular contact between each other just can't understand one another. Their individual lexicons and currencies and lifestyles and fashions are just irreconcilable. Give me a break, Joanne. If she'd included a few more crossovers between the two groups, if she'd integrated the magical world a little better into the real one, I think it would have made for a much more immersive story, and many of the later books would have made a lot more sense. This is a detail that might get me some pushback, because I'm sure there are a lot of people out there that find this wizard-muggle divide much more endearing and amusing than I do. That's fine. But this is not the only artificial divide in these books. In chapter 21, the trio are all chatting about Harry and Cho, and we get this line. That's what they should teach us here, how girls' brains work. Okay, Harry, I get that you're a teenager and you're all angsty and you've never had a romantic relationship before, but I have a problem with this. This is going to sound strange to some of you, but just bear with me here. I think this line, and the whole minor subplot of Harry and Ron not understanding girls and their inability to know what the girls in the story are thinking and feeling, plays into an annoying and harmful stereotype. Girls are just people, dude. It pisses me off to no end when I hear people, fictional or otherwise, claim that it's just impossible to understand women. How can you possibly know what they want? How can you possibly know what they mean when they say things? They're so mysterious. Maybe get over yourself. They're just people. Do you understand your male friends' feelings? Your brothers? Your dads? I reckon just maybe apply that same logic to the women in your life. Whether consciously or not, Joanne is playing into this stereotype, and she's doing so uncritically. Yes, Hermione admonishes them for being so emotionally clueless, but the events of the story itself reinforce the inscrutable nature of female minds by way of overcomplication. Even when Hermione is explaining Cho's mental state after Cedric's death, it's played for a laugh. When Harry screws up their moment in the tea shop, he doubles down on not understanding girls. Harry, our main character, the POV of the series, never learns to see these moments in a different light. He never wises up and realizes that he's the one overcomplicating things, or grows in emotional intelligence. Thus we're left with this idea that boys can never understand girls. The divide is too large. They will always need someone to come along and explain things to them. You should write a book, translating mad things girls do so boys can understand them. God, she just beats us over the head with this shit. Not only is it weird and a little sexist, but much like every other theme she ever includes, she batters her readers with it until you're begging the inanimate book in your hands to just move on. She has no subtlety at all, which is another part of why her mature themes feel so clunky. Even when she gets them right, she can't resist shoving them in your face every chance she gets. The repetition gets old really fast. In general, it feels a little bit offensive to suggest that female emotions are so alien, so inexplicable, so bizarre that they must be analysed to be understood. And it feels also, on the flip side, a little offensive to suggest that boys are simply too stupid to ever overcome this emotional barrier. Again, they are teenagers, and on the whole, teenage boys are pretty fucking oblivious, but it just doesn't feel like this theme is doing anyone any good. It's another artificial divide that Joanne has created just to deliver cheap laughs. It seems as though there's nothing she won't play for a laugh, but there has to be a line somewhere, right? Right? In Chapter 4, Harry gets taken to the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, the good guys. Here we meet Kreacher. 12 Grimmauld Place has a slave living there. The Order of the Phoenix own a slave. But it's okay, because Dumbledore told them all to be nice to him. Oh, that's good. Gotta make sure you treat your slaves well. Yeah, he'd go to Voldemort and tell them all about the Order and HQ and fuck up their plans, Josh. They couldn't free the house slave. They'd lose the war. Okay, fine. Then don't write the slave in! Come on, Joanne, the statement you're trying to make is not done well enough to justify Kreacher's inclusion. Just get rid of the slave! Stop giving the good guys slaves! Dumbledore fucking loves being a slave owner. He's got over 100. Right, so we've started pretty hot here, but can you blame me? This series is meant to be aging up, but we've never once reckoned with the morality of slavery, and she keeps introducing more slaves for the good guys to own. So the stated rationale is that this is a teachable moment. Sirius said last book that the measure of a man is how he treats his inferiors, not his peers. At the end of this book, Dumbledore waxes philosophical about the nature of wizard kind and its relationship with other magical creatures. He suggests that Sirius treated Kreacher poorly, which he did, and then implies that he has a greater level of enlightenment about the issue, and we are reaping our reward. Dumbledore talks about the way wizards treat house elves as if he appalls their subjugation, their imprisonment, their abuse. This is great! A person that isn't Hermione is acknowledging the slavery issue, the irrumpant in the room, if you will. He has wisdom, authority, respect, so surely he can bring some change. Oh wait, doesn't this guy own over 100 slaves? More than anyone else in Britain? Yeah, I don't really give a shit what Dumbledore says about treating house elves better. He still keeps them as slaves. And don't even start about his treatment of Dobby. Dobby's free and had to request payment and freedom. The other slaves are so hidden, the vast majority of students never even know they exist because they never see them. Also, let's not try to rationalise and justify Dumbledore being a slave owner. Let's all agree that that's bad, actually. This argument cannot end well for people trying to justify it. It's much better to not do it at all. How can anyone reconcile this contradiction? Dumbledore cannot be the moral authority of the series whilst owning more slaves than anyone else. It is genuinely irreconcilable. Even Sirius is not immune to this. He talks about treating his inferiors well, but then he turns around and treats Kreacher like shit, brags about treating him like shit, and ignores Hermione when she suggests he should possibly not treat him like shit. What a dumb dickhead. Do you remember what you wrote last book, Joanne? Did you drink Glidus's Winterfell amnesia water? Back again, the blood traitor brats. Is it true their father's dying? I get the feeling Joanne is making Kreacher racist and unpleasant so that no one clamours for his freedom too much. By making this slave a dickhead, she can more easily skirt the notion that he maybe shouldn't be a slave? Nah, don't worry about freeing this house elf, this one sucks ass. Even Ron is on Team Slave. He's perfectly willing to sit out of Hermione's discussion with Fred and George over the ethics of child test subject for their skiving snack boxes, but he's fully ready to arc up at her over freeing some slaves. He can't possibly confront his brothers about their extremely dubious, potentially dangerous business venture involving 11-year-old children fainting. No way. He can, however, get angry at Hermione for standing up for slaves' rights. Insane. What a cool character, the guy who draws the line at freeing slaves. This might be the biggest bundling of ethics in a fantasy story I've ever seen since the Belgariad. How can we be expected to turn a blind eye to this? Why are these people still being portrayed as heroic, or just, or good, or literally anything other than deplorable, when they are still content to rely on slave labour? Well, obviously it's because Joanne is desperately praying that you don't shatter the illusion. She is creating the illusion of depth and serious world building by adding such a dark detail to her story. But the moment you apply her very own logic to other aspects of her world, it crumbles and reveals the offensive simplicity beneath. She genuinely thinks her audience is stupid. The only other explanation I can come up with is that she's stupid herself and doesn't think you would take issue with this. It's not even just house elves. This spills over into giants and goblins and werewolves too. In chapter 5, Lupin says, "If they're offered the freedoms we've been denying them for centuries, they'll be tempted." Yeah, Remus, I reckon I'd be tempted too. Yes, Voldemort is evil, but if he's offering basic rights for goblins, then you're goddamn right they're tempted. Why does the Ministry and the Order not see this as an opportunity to offer goblins more rights? If you can see the failings of your society in terms of how non-wizard creatures are treated, why does no one do anything about it? I get that in this book, the Ministry is denying that Voldemort is back, but in the next one, surely they should be handing out rights like they're fucking candy. That being said, again, this would have been a much more ridiculous notion before some recent events. These social justice struggles, these issues of rights and lack thereof, they would all be far more sensical and compelling if they were followed through to their extremely obvious conclusions. Just let these consequential elements actually lead to systemic consequences. Nope, the solutions are never related to the themes themselves. They're only ever shunted to the side and then implied to be magically fixed, despite all the evidence proving they're not. No wonder Harry still wants to work for the Ministry. This twat doesn't give a fuck. He only cares about injustice and oppression when it happens to him, so he'd be totally fine being the one doing the oppression. If you have a problem with this conclusion, point me to the section of the series where Harry Potter, our main character, ever internally or externally reckons with the social injustices of house elf slavery, goblin and half-breed rights, or ministry overreach. I'll wait. While I'm waiting, and I'll be waiting forever because these passages don't exist, let's move on to the Ministry's biggest crime: subjecting the students of Hogwarts to Dolores Umbridge. Now, I know that's quite the section title, but I promise I'm not about to defend Umbridge or claim she's actually a good teacher. She's terrible. She's abusive, she's actively making Hogwarts a less safe place, in Hogwarts does this partially or fully describe also? Okay, let's look at what she's actually here to do. She's clearly not trying to give these kids a genuine education, she's just enforcing the will of the Ministry and surveilling Albus Dumbledore. So now the Ministry is interfering at Hogwarts, and that's a big no-no. I hate to side with the villain here because Umbridge is awful, but someone from the Ministry should be interfering with Hogwarts. This place is a death trap. Someone actually died last year, of course they should get audited. Plus, as previously established, many of the teachers are incompetent, abusive, negligent, or just generally nasty. Take this shit to Dumbledore, see if he knows. If he doesn't, good, he can fire them. If he does, good, fire him on the spot. This is not a ridiculous notion in theory. Obviously, in practice, the Ministry is corrupt, and the people they send to interfere are worse than the original offenders. This is a very simple yet frustrating way to present Hogwarts as the innocent and correct party, while portraying the Ministry's actions as universally unconscionable. It's laziness again, and a lack of nuance. There's simply no way to view this in the tone of the narration as anything other than good versus bad, but in the context of the story and the world itself, it's much more complicated. Again, Joanne has oversimplified this to an absurd degree. She's trying to inject political intrigue and mature themes into her story by writing it in such a black and white way that there's no discussion to be had about the merit of one side's ideas. They're wrong about this thing, and they're going about it terribly. So, we extrapolate that to mean they must be wrong about everything, and the very premise of their actions is evil. Plus, Umbridge sent the Dementors after Harry, so look how bad and awful she is. Everyone at the Ministry must be bad and awful too, and we have no need to examine any of the genuinely relevant points they've brought up about Hogwarts. Look, I might be biased against this place, but is no one ever going to acknowledge just how terribly it's being run? Are we all just going to pretend that Dumbledore's victories really erase his mistakes and oversights? In Harry Potter, it's clear that the heroes only ever suffer the lightest consequences, no matter their actions, while the villains are destroyed for their crimes, some of which are the same crimes committed by the heroes. Yes, Umbridge is a terrible, abusive, ineffective teacher who uses cruel forms of punishment to terrorize her students. Newsflash, pal, so is Snape. You know the difference? Umbridge reports to a guy we already know is a piece of shit, and Snape reports to Dumbledore. How is Snape not worse? Professor Binns is just as ineffective of a teacher as Umbridge, but I don't see anyone forming secret history clubs in the library. I know it's not the same as Defense Against the Dark Arts, but come on, she's probably imparting more knowledge than Lockhart was. The reason there's so much outrage is because of the sadistic manner of her punishments, which is a fair complaint, and because she's from the Ministry, which is kind of irrelevant. Would it really be out of character for Snape to assign a punishment to a student that physically harmed them? He usually assigns people tedious, disgusting, or menial tasks for detentions, so maybe he wouldn't use the quill, but it's not like he's above degrading them or letting pain and harm befall them. Also, McGonagall, supposedly one of the good ones, gives them the Forbidden Forest punishment. I would argue that's significantly worse than Umbridge's quill in isolation, because the risk of harm was far greater. They were specifically sent in there to pursue an unknown, provably dangerous creature, and they were split up so that one group of 11-year-olds was supervised by a dog. Oh, and they met Lord Voldemort, but their quill is looking pretty alright now, eh? And as I said, towards the end, we once again get a villain made even more cartoonishly villainous by the shocking revelation that she tried to kill a child. Umbridge sent the Dementors against Harry, thus attempting to kill him. I guess take his soul, which isn't the same, but it is. Then, she's about to use the Cruciatus Curse on him. Isn't she all about rules? About laws? She's meant to weaponize legality and law enforcement, not shirk it completely. These events may further her evilness, but they aren't that great in the context of her character. We already hate her Joanne. Again, not a large leap in logic here, but I wish all of these villains wouldn't be so willing to murder children. A tiny bit of nuance would be nice. My point is that Umbridge is written as a cartoonish, mustache-twirlingly evil caricature on purpose, so the reader will reject the Ministry's inquiry, despite the fact that many of their criticisms are completely valid. She's not allowed to audit the school in an effective or intellectually honest way. Joanne refuses to engage with any of this potential nuance, because that would expose how poorly Hogwarts is being run, and that would poke massive holes in some of her characters. If the Ministry had sent anyone else, Dumbledore would be arrested and Hogwarts would be shut down, rightfully so. It's just like Creature. We can't ever be on Umbridge's side, regardless of how rational some of her ideas might be. We can't see her as even partially sympathetic, because that might expose the razor-thin fragility of Hogwarts' legitimacy and their pushback against Ministry oversight. What we're left with is a villain we hate, specifically because she's crafted to do things we hate. Not every villain has to be sympathetic, and not every antagonist has to be morally grey, but can we at least not pretend that objectively good intentions are bad? When you probe this point of Ministry interference, you see that the Ministry are corrupt. They're trying to silence Dumbledore. They're making the wizarding world less safe. Probe it for more than half a second, however, and you realise that regardless of their reasoning, someone has to do something about Hogwarts and Professor Dumbledore. They have to do something about the teachers and the standards of education at this school. They have to do something about student safety. Umbridge is not the answer, but that doesn't mean that the question is morally wrong like Joanne implies it is. Speaking of teachers, let's talk about Hagrid. In Chapter 21, we get Hagrid's first lesson back. He's teaching the class about Thestrals, and Umbridge is auditing him. The only people who can see Thestrals are those who have seen death. Unless they're Harry, in which case they can only see them when it's convenient for the plot. Alternatively, he can only see them when the author has figured out they exist. So, Thestrals. You can only see them if you've seen someone cark it. Luna can see them because she saw her mum blow up or something, but Harry can only see them in 5th year because he saw Cedric die. So why the fuck couldn't he see them at the end of Goblet of Fire? The obvious and true answer is that Joanne hadn't planned Thestrals. She didn't invent them until after she'd written the 4th book, so she never factored in their existence until this book. The carriages were horseless until she decided maybe they weren't. This isn't a huge deal, it's not a series-destroying plot hole. I'm not going to pretend that this alone makes her a bad writer or makes the books unreadable or anything, but it is emblematic of how little she cares about new details wrecking existing ones. She genuinely just doesn't give a shit, because if she did, she would consider her world building a little bit more, and her editors would catch some of this nonsense and tell her to stop. You can headcanon this away all you like, but it doesn't change how little thought Joanne puts into consequences. Anyway, back to Hagrid. Umbridge is being awful to him, as we all knew she would be. The Gryffindors are appalled because it's disgusting behaviour, but the Slytherins are all laughing. They're overjoyed to see Hagrid being sabotaged by Umbridge. Honestly, this is just lazy as hell. Only Malfoy has ever been properly injured in care of magical creatures, yet they all unanimously hate him? Why? I'll skip the preamble here. We already know why. It's because he's one of the good guys, and these 15-year-olds are the bad guys. Therefore, they all hate him and work to undermine him. All of them. Joanne had so many opportunities throughout the entire series to make even just one of the Slytherin students sympathetic, different, to have them buck the trend of their entire house being evil. She had so many chances to do something, anything with this incredibly obvious concept, but she didn't. At every turn, she refuses to make her own story and characters more interesting, to elevate her prose and plot to anything beyond where it started. A morally simplistic kid's tale. And here again, we see the paradox of this book completely laid bare. It's huge. It's sprawling. It's introducing very different concepts to the ones we've seen before. We explore Harry's grief, fame, public perception of his personal beliefs. We explore politics through the Ministry and the Order preparing for war. We explore Sirius and his tragic and fragile existence post-Azkaban. Yet never do we examine logical through lines and consequences of these themes in a way that brings prose, character, dialogue, and plot events in line with the tone Joanne is trying to create. When you pull at any of these individual strands, you find them to be shallow. Even when she does follow through, like with War and Grief, which she exploits towards the end of the series, it's always a surface-level inclusion. People die, but their deaths are rarely impactful beyond the scene that it's in. People will talk about the grief that they've gone through, but it never leads them to any unexpected places, nor does it ever lead to change. I think this is a fundamental issue with the series, one that's been brought up many times by many other people. The characters aren't allowed to change too much, or they won't be recognizable anymore. And the world isn't allowed to change too much, because that would require too much effort on Joanne's part. Plus, it would require actually scrutinizing the world she's created in the first place. She cannot conceive of a shift in the status quo of Hogwarts or the wizarding world, because she cannot admit that what she has created is flawed in deeply irreconcilable and sometimes disturbing ways. So we're left with a story that reads as a kid's book, but is dressed in the trappings of something meatier, more mature and nuanced. It markets itself as having a new tone for an older audience, which creates a huge disconnect between what you might expect from it and what it actually delivers. The Slytherins don't get any more interesting in this book, by the way. Sorry if you expected they would. But speaking of the Slytherins, this is not their only transgression. Shocking, I know. So in Ron's first actual Quidditch match, the Slytherins try to put him off his game by singing a song about him. Weasley is our king. Right, so how the fuck is this allowed? Obviously, Harry and Fred get rightfully punished for beating the shit out of Malfoy, but the Slytherins all sing an insulting song directed at one student. They are singling out and publicly bullying one student in front of the entire school and no one says anything? How did McGonagall not say something? Why did Dumbledore not pause the game? That's entirely not okay, and goes to show that the teachers are rubbish at discipline in general. It also goes to show what Joanne thinks is permissible at Hogwarts and what she considers worthy of retribution. Although, it does serve as some slight justice about Dumbledore's bias against Slytherin. Perhaps this is just him making up for that farce in the first book where he humiliated them. Seriously though, this isn't just about the Slytherins being the bad guys again. It's not just their fault. Yeah, they suck for doing this, but the systemic failure of Hogwarts is to blame here. The fact that not a single teacher put a stop to it is incredibly embarrassing for them, and a breach of their duty of care. It proves that Joanne isn't willing to confront her own ideas. This song is a spectacle that the teachers couldn't possibly have missed, yet no one so much as mentions it, let alone does anything about it. Also, it repeats at Ron's next match! The teachers are so ineffective and lazy that they can't even ban the song from the next game. Maybe Ron's stupid and proud enough not to go to McGonagall about the song, but he shouldn't have to, should he? In any case, Quidditch itself is disrupted in this book, because it always is, because Joanne doesn't actually like it. No one forced you to put it in, lady, you did this to yourself. Chapter 26 gives us an account of how awful the Gryffindor Quidditch team are, apart from Ginny, who's playing Seeker. Of course, she's the best part of the team, she's playing the special chosen one position, remember? But anyway, Ron's bad, the beaters are bad, and the cohesion is weak. So naturally, Gryffindor wins the Quidditch Cup. In this last game, the only one that Harry and Hermione didn't see, not only did Gryffindor win so hard that they won the cup, Ron was so good that all the Gryffindor students are celebrating him specifically. Well, this seems awfully convenient, no? I thought this Quidditch team was pretty crap. All we've heard is that they suck in practice. They sucked against Ravenclaw, but now they're suddenly so great that they win by a huge margin. It's not impossible, it's not even unheard of, but it does feel very convenient. It feels like we were given a bunch of information about how terrible Ron and the beaters were, but then she switched gears at the last second, because that's what happened. If I had to guess, I'd say it's because she's a bad writer. Plus, she wants Ron on the team next year, so she can't have him be terrible the whole way through. And that's pretty much it. She likes Gryffindor winning the Quidditch Cup, and she likes Harry and Ron being on the same team. Feels a bit hollow though, doesn't it? No build up to it at all, just bam, they won this time. Oh, and you didn't get to see it, so don't worry about how it happened. It was great. The best. She's hoping you weren't paying attention to the things that she's already written. What a terrible way to lay out your story, relying on your readers not to remember what they've already read. How about instead of thinking your readers are stupid, you just pull up your pants and write something with internal consistency and satisfying payoffs? No? Let's move on from this and go back to some interesting world building, because this is where Joanne makes her biggest and most avoidable mistakes. Chapter 18 introduces us to the Room of Requirement. This is a cool idea, a room that is difficult to find that changes itself spatially and contents-wise to fit the needs of the person using it. I actually really like this piece of world building as it relates to Hogwarts being a mysterious, not entirely charted place. That being said, it introduces a lot of questions, just like any new powerful magical item would. Dobby says he's found antidotes to butterbeer in there for when Winky gets drunk. He's pretty vague, but is this actual remedies like medicine? Is this food and drink? This would, of course, contradict some magical laws Joanne makes up on the spot later, but again, it's pretty vague, so maybe it's a warm blanket and a soft pillow. Who knows? As it stands, the room fills itself with books about defense against the dark arts when the DA uses it. Are these real books? Could the restricted section be circumvented by using the Room of Requirement? Can Hermione just use it to get access to any book ever written by anyone, and then take it out of the room and just possess that book? Let's take this further. If the room creates objects, can you make real gold? If you can't, why not? And if not, surely you can make something equally valuable, take it out and sell it. This is an object generation room. This is insanely powerful. The fact that none of them fully realize the implications of the place that they're in is a testament to the character's lack of imagination. Could it generate completed homework for you? If you haven't finished an essay and you really need to, could you open the door to find a completed scroll waiting on a plinth? Maybe. Is that generating knowledge? Is it a true sentient room, or is it just mirroring sentience? Is this the large language model of the wizarding world? Is this just like ChatGPT, where if you can't properly fulfill a prompt, it just gives you the closest made-up garbage that you have to fact-check with an external source? Are all of those books in the DA space just gibberish? Does an essay written by the Room of Requirement start with, "Sure, I can write an essay on moonstones for you. Here's 1 foot of parchment about the properties of moonstones written in the style of Harry Potter." All I'm saying is this leaves huge gaps in implications for the world building, having this insanely overpowered room just available for a huge amount of students now. Hermione reads Jinxes for the Jinxed, so it's a real book. You can just create whatever book you need. It also made sneakoscopes and faux glasses, so there's confirmation you can make valuable things with the room out of nothing. This would already be a world-changingly insane artifact to have in your story. Just with the details we've already talked through already, this place is absurd, and Ron can kiss his poverty goodbye. But wait, it gets crazier. I need a whistle, he thought, and immediately found one lying on the ground. Holy shit, this room makes new things in real time based on people's thoughts? That is completely buck wild, and not only powerful beyond belief, but also dangerous as fuck. What if you accidentally think of a roaring fire? A pit full of spikes and scorpions and acid. A nuke. Can the room tell what's an actual request and what's just an intrusive thought? Once again, if I were a magical lawyer, I would start right here. You know why? Copyright law. Yep, I'm going full boring mode, and I'm going to take Hogwarts to court over distributing copyrighted material without permission. The author of Jinxes for the Jinxed never gave their permission for their work to be distributed for free by the Room of Requirement. This is like George R.R. Martin suing OpenAI, except it's actually much worse here, because you're getting the full work for free. Maybe I can't sue Hogwarts, given that all of the founders that were involved in the creation of this room are long dead. Fuck it, I'll sue their ghosts. I'll drag Peeves up to the stand if I have to. I'm getting my petty justice, no matter what. Some of you pointed out that the Room of Requirement may simply be remixing old content to present in new ways, a la the Room of Forgotten Things where Harry hides the potions book. I can see the case for this. Over the generations, heaps of witches and wizards would have potentially taken things to the room and hidden or lost them there, creating a bank of usable assets. I think this is a fine headcanon, but I also doubt it's true. Dumbledore mentions finding a room full of chamber pots when he really needed the bathroom. Plenty of completely fine and readable actual books appear for Hermione and the DA. Maybe sometimes it works like this, but the way it's written, there's no confirmation, and many of the passages seem to contradict this idea. It's entirely possible I'm imagining the room as being too powerful in my head and in my rants, but I think there's precedent for at least some of it. In any case, this is like an expanded time turner or Veritaserum, isn't it? Time turners are crazy powerful and could solve a million problems, so we never see them again until they get destroyed. Veritaserum is the same way, so Joanne added caveat after caveat until you're not even sure that Barty Crouch Jr. was telling the truth. This one is just as absurd. Yeah, you can't make food and drink in it, but you can generate valuable objects in real time that you can then take out of the room. Conjuration magic is pretty strong in any story, but in this one it usually requires skill and knowledge. Teachers can conjure chairs out of nothing because they're really good at magic. Here, you don't need any skill whatsoever. Harry merely thinks of a whistle and the room obliges. My question about where this stops is much more pertinent than simple pedantry. Joanne has created an infinite duplication glitch for her wizarding world, and while neither she nor any of her main characters have thought to use it that way, you can bet your ass that thousands of historic Hogwarts students would have. Fred and George didn't even need to take Harry's prize money. They could have just used the Room of Requirement to instantly generate their entire inventory. Now, some of you may have clocked that this is actually less of an issue than some other world-building details, despite being decidedly more powerful. Now, that's correct in some ways and incorrect in others that we will get to later in the series. For now, though, there are two mitigating factors. The first is that it's in an obscure location. Not that many people know about it, and many of the people that do know about it don't fully understand it. I obviously have the benefit of hindsight. But Harry does know that it can instantly generate things that he thinks of. So, not a perfect defense. The second factor is that it's a static room. It doesn't appear to be able to teleport around or teleport you around. It's just a room in Hogwarts that you have to be in to use. We'll come back to this. It's not the most egregious detail in these books, but it's certainly another world-breaking addition that Joanne has yet again failed to think through. I would have thought that if you're writing 800 pages of political, social nonsense, then you would probably think through your line-to-line prose just a little bit more. Maybe the billionaire grind set is just possessing the forethought and writing skills of a middle schooler. Okay, your motherfuckers want to talk about chapter 32. So chapter 32 is where Harry's seen Voldemort torturing Sirius in his dreams, and he wants to make sure it's not a clever trick. Which it is. Now, I want to take some time here to dispel some claims of plot holes and mistakes around this chapter, around Harry trying to find out if Sirius is there or not. So, the gang concoct a plan to get Harry to check Grimmauld Place and see if Sirius is there, using the fireplace in Umbridge's office. He fails miserably, and in fact Sirius is upstairs tending to Buckbeak while Harry's head is arguing with an entirely unhelpful creature. There are questions floating around about why Harry wouldn't use the mirror Sirius gave him, why he didn't even unwrap it, and so on and so forth. I want to make sure that I am being fair here and say that none of these are glaring issues with the plot, characters, or story itself. It's not a mistake that Harry doesn't open the mirror and use it. It's entirely within character for him to react the way he does to this gift, and it brings an emotional gut punch when he finally does open it. Fine. Next, there's a suggestion that the way Harry goes about contacting Sirius is reckless and not well thought out at all, and that's true, but it's also very within character for this angsty, irrational, emotional 15-year-old boy. No plot holes or internal inconsistencies there. However, it is incredibly dumb that Harry wouldn't just go to 12 Grimmauld Place. Like, not just his head, just fully step through the fire into 12 Grimmauld Place and be there. Here are the arguments against this. He wants to find out if Sirius is there or not, and he truly believes that Sirius is not there. Therefore, he would want to be in a position where he could get more information. No, he wants to save Sirius, who he believes is at the Ministry of Magic, in London. Where is Grimmauld Place? In London. I rest my case. This would not only get him closer to London, a place he currently has no way of getting to, it would also get him there alone, which is his primary plan. He doesn't want to endanger his mates in the first place, so him going to Grimmauld Place by himself would be a win-win for him. He can't come back. What if he wants to contact his friends or just get back to Hogwarts after checking on Sirius? If he's not fussed on going back when he's already completed all his exams, which seems fair, then just send some owls to Ron, Hermione and the others with letters that literally just say, all good. If we're being sticklers and saying that we actually have to get Harry physically back into Hogwarts, then here goes. Umbridge's office is the only fire that isn't being watched, so let's say he has to use that one. Alright, take your cloak with you, go back at 3 AM the next morning. It's not perfect, might still get you caught, but hey, it's not a bad start. So why am I doing this? I've already said that his actions are within character to an extent, and nothing about this section contradicts anything else in the story, so there's nothing that bad to nitpick here, right? I guess not, but there are incredibly obvious alternative courses of action that would completely mitigate the conflict at the end here. That might not be so bad if this was the first time it had come up, but it's becoming a concerningly regular occurrence. Especially so when I lay them out one after the other. My issue with how this scene is written is not about the scene itself. It's about how Joanne constructs her big action scenes in general. She sets them up with ironclad technicality, but never follows through with rationality. I said that Harry was acting irrationally, and that's a fine defense, but it is frustrating. Some people will say that it was her intention to frustrate the readers, to have Harry and Sirius in the same house for a moment and Harry not know. This is frustrating in a satisfying way, and it gives more emotional weight to Sirius's death. I mean, I do need to mention that Harry is simultaneously acting so irrationally that he can't possibly think to step into the Order's headquarters, but acting so rationally that he manages to coordinate multiple co-conspirators to access Umbridge's fireplace in the first place. Illusion set up and shattered mere moments later. It's pretty unsatisfying to be able to point out that Harry has an easily accessible course of action to follow up on this. One that he knows about, is able to execute, has done before, is motivated to do now, is even incentivized by the situation to do now, but simply doesn't do. A completely solvable issue like many of the others, but the black mold living inside Joanne's brain simply won't allow this. How about this as an alternative? Harry puts his head through, finds Creature to be unhelpful, and decides to fully enter to check out the house himself, to go to the Ministry from Grimmauld Place. As he's doing so, he gets stopped by Umbridge. It's like 2 sentences added max. I'm not an idiot, I know he can't actually check the house because that would ruin the book, so instead, have him think to and just not be able to. You don't even have to use my first idea here, you can use any number of techniques. Have a spell immobilize him as soon as he uses the fireplace, an enchantment from Umbridge or something. Have him pull his head out to tell the others he's going through, then get caught. Look, none of these are out of the realm of possibility, and none of them add more than about a paragraph or so. There are so many instances like this where readers have to headcanon their way out of a frustrating moment. Not story-breaking, but lazy. If she just made things harder for her characters, she'd make things easier for herself, because as it stands, these riddle the series. Harry and Ron taking the car. Not a mistake, but very stupid and contrived that they do it so quickly. Lupin forgetting his potion. Out of character, and almost nonsensical based on his previous actions. Dumbledore making Gryffindor win by 10 points just to snub Slytherin. Massive dick move, and transparently favoritist. And now, this with the fireplace. These moments by themselves may be quaint little contrivances that you can overlook, but the pattern shows an unwillingness to consider her stories and details more carefully. The fact that they keep popping up this late into the series when so many of them are so easy to fix just by imposing more limits on her characters is embarrassing. Understand that if the previous ones didn't happen, I wouldn't be complaining about this fireplace incident, because it's not that bad in isolation. It's not that important. The pattern is what pisses me off. Just aim a little higher, Joanne. The next few chapters are dedicated to the DA's attack on the Ministry. Let's break tradition and talk about this section of the book as one issue. So the Ministry sequence is fun and cool. No one is going to deny this. It's a wacky, entertaining time. It's also something that could only occur in Joanne's post-shark jumping farcical nonsense series. Let me just run through some of my questions and observations. The Ministry is empty? It's what, 9 PM? 10? We could push it and say it's even later, but the Ministry is empty? No security, no night staff, no office clerks or politicians or law enforcement officers and officials working late into the night. That just seems strange. I'm more than happy to acknowledge that the Death Eaters probably took care of security, but no one works after office hours in this government? God damn, that is efficient. That being said, this is just a series of questions and observations. Maybe the Death Eaters took care of them too, or they're all so stuck into their paperwork they didn't notice these 6 children infiltrating the government's most secure facilities. Seriously, they're not just able to get to the Department of Mysteries without encountering any defenses or resistance, they're also completely allowed to enter. Not a caterwauling charm, not a security troll, not an age line, not even a magical lock. Our options seem to be that either the Ministry is even more of an incompetent institution than I thought, or the Death Eaters took care of all of their security measures too. Alright, we get one security measure, the rotating door room. When they enter the Department of Mysteries, they get stuck in a chamber that makes it harder to know which door is which. This is much less a blockade than it is a fun little puzzle a la the gauntlet to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Easily surmountable by children, and only serves to showcase some more wacky world building. This isn't stopping anyone. Clearly, given that it didn't. It becomes even more difficult to wrap my head around this lack of security when it's revealed that this is not only where the Ministry keeps all of its prophecies, but also all of its time machines. It keeps all of its time machines here. There's a big fight between the Death Eaters and these children, and Neville destroys all the time machines. Fuck, this is so funny. Just a hilarious event to have happen in your story, and an incredible way to remove a bad world building detail. Every author should do this, honestly. There's no bigger lampshade in the world. This one is so huge, it might even fit over the Vegas sphere. Joanne has a habit of lampshading her worst decisions in this series, but I'm starting to understand that she doesn't know why she does it. She knows that her readers will care, because she's mentioned important things before and now she can spot the pattern, but I genuinely believe she has no idea why some of these details are so bad. Why wouldn't the government keep all the time machines ever made ever in one cupboard? Why wouldn't Veritaserum have a bunch of cases that render it useless? Why wouldn't the Room of Requirement be able to create tangible objects in real time in response to an inhabitant's thoughts? Incredible levels of obliviousness. Honestly, it makes much of this series read as if it's written by someone who doesn't give a shit about her own legacy, the lasting impression of her own work. When younger people read this for the first time, they might miss some of the contradictions or implications, but I think we've established she's trying to write these later books for slightly older audiences than 8-year-olds. What are we doing here? Moving on, it's a small point, but it's really fucking annoying the way Joanne writes Neville's dialogue with his broken nose. Just have him talk normally, dude. What is there to lose? Here are some examples, I guess. Like, we get it. His nose is broken or bloodied or whatever. Why make his dialogue so annoying to read? I genuinely don't understand what she's pulling here. Does she think we won't believe his nose is hurt unless he speaks like a 3-year-old? Does she think this is endearing? Is she showing off her incredible, unmatched dialogue skills? This is probably a me thing, but it does piss me off. To end this section, I'll touch on something I mentioned last video. This duel between Dumbledore and Voldemort is treated with such gravitas, Every miss and block of the killing curse is treated like a massive event. Voldemort can just keep doing it, dude. It's not like emptying a magazine. He can go all night shooting killing curses at Dumbledore, who only has one phoenix. Like, he tries to kill Dumbledore once, then he just gives up. The killing curse is too strong to make inventive, creative, impressive duels like Joanne wants. The Ministry sequence, while fun, amusing, and thrilling, showcases Joanne's worst instincts. She will bury incredibly important details in tiny moments, without ever bothering to explain the unreasonable circumstances that would have had to happen to lead us here in the first place. She ignores her previous world building in service of plot events she can't be bothered to work out in a different way. She paints herself as someone who's able to throw all of these disparate balls into the air and juggle them with ease, but they end up on the floor every single time. Whether she's purposefully smacking them down or she's just not as good of a juggler as she really thinks she is, the illusion is shattered and we're never getting it back. Now that I've repeated myself a lot, let's move on to chapter 37, one that I'm about to be positive about for a change. This chapter is entirely focused on Harry's loss, his emotional devastation at losing Sirius, the closest thing to a father he's ever really known. This chapter in isolation is great. It lands just as intended emotionally, it's a good change of pace from the action that came before, and it's an excellent showcase of Dumbledore as he's supposed to be. He's wise, he's compassionate, he's logical, and he's a fantastic role model for Harry. That being said, this scene unfortunately represents my entire thesis for these videos. This scene could not possibly appear in books 1, 2, or even 3. Those books are written for children, like young children, not 15-year-olds. This scene is dealing with psychologically and philosophically heavy ideas that wouldn't fit into those tales. Therefore, the series has significantly aged up now. We've been seeing it for a long while, but this is the ironclad proof. This is now a series aimed at young adults and teenagers, imparting a message, tackling a mature theme. It handles it remarkably well. So why the fuck are we still plagued with all of the other inconsistencies, thematically shallow nonsense and childish surface level allegories? Why was Joanne so determined to include things like this emotional scene between Harry and Dumbledore, and also determined to include embarrassingly underbaked details like house elves, ministry corruption, magical law enforcement, identity theft, blood purity, and the rotting gaps in the wider wizarding world? They are laughable in comparison. These themes, events, and world-building inclusions are all still treated like they don't have to be explained. Or worse yet, when she tries to explain them, they're as shallow and transparent as a puddle of drool from someone who's turned their brain off so as not to engage with any of their implications. Even this victory of a chapter is hollow because it exposes her laziness and lack of ability elsewhere. I've said it before and I'll say it again now. She's just not good enough for this. I wish I could say that she should either stick to writing a surface level kids series or dive deeper into some of these issues, but the second option actually isn't available to her. She can't hack it. Her worldview and writing style do not allow her to create satisfying conclusions or even explorations of all of these disparate and disturbing themes she's introduced. That's why I'm praising this section. It's the one time she's actually succeeded at her goal. Unfortunately, one well-developed emotional chapter doesn't negate the bloat and structural flaws that plague this series. It's not the only one, and it's not the only section that I've enjoyed, so don't think there's nothing redeemable about this series. But don't mistake my praise for acquittal. I'm gonna chase this prosecution to the ends of the earth if I have to, and I encourage all of you magical law students to do the same. The big money rant is coming. All I'm here to say now is that the trio goes to the Hog's Head and they all get a butterbeer. It's 6 sickles for 3 butterbeers. Using the given exchange rate for galleons and pounds and knowing 17 sickles is a galleon, this puts a butterbeer at around 60p. I won't make any comment on this at all here, but please remember it. That rant is coming very, very soon. Joanne cannot conceive of logical, obvious consequences. We see this through time turners, Veritaserum, the Room of Requirement, hell, the Hogwarts population size. She is incapable of maintaining consistency. The Trace is an abysmal roller coaster of inaction and overaction. Thestrals didn't exist until they had to. Quidditch is a nightmarish mess. She fails to examine her own themes. Umbridge and the Ministry do suck, but Hogwarts does need to be audited. A broken clock is right twice a day. Slavery continues to be explored, but her explorations get worse every time. She can't even develop her main character. Harry doesn't go through any meaningful growth in this book, except for getting sadder with trauma. That is growth, but it's the most passive form of it I can possibly imagine. Ultimately, she sets herself up for failure, but then still makes it worse each time. Time Turners could have just been a big question mark, but now at the end of this book, they're a punchline. Slavery could have just been an embarrassing stain, but with how she's made some of her characters staunchly pro-slavery, it's a festering wound. This is her pattern. She doesn't just create the illusion, patchwork, unconvincing, she's also the one to shatter it. This book is plagued with issues. It's paced worse than Season 8 of Game of Thrones. It's a thematic mess of back and forth tonal whiplash. It's the clearest example so far that I am not being too harsh. What started out as nitpicks are now mascots of her writing style. Her lack of imagination, her lack of respect for an audience that's paying attention. By this point in the series, I think I will have thoroughly shattered her illusions, but it is possible I've delivered a new perspective to you that you haven't thought of before. I would never presume to be the expert on the topic though, so feel free to point out anything I've missed in the comments down below. Ethics is a complicated subject, but if it were being taught at Hogwarts, it would be less philosophical discussion and more advanced gymnastics of the mind. We've gone through some pretty dicey ethical dilemmas and shaky moral ground in this series, but this takes the cake. You might not believe me, but I promise by the end of the video, you will. Joanne has abandoned all semblance of goodness in her world and characters, and she doesn't even know that she's done it. Now roast me if you like, but this one used to be my favourite as a kid. We got to see more Dumbledore, Slughorn was interesting, and the idea of inventing spells was really cool. I guess we'll see how I feel about these elements as we go on, but that's my memory of this one. Plus we'll learn about Horcruxes and the real mission becomes clear and defined. Mostly. Let's start nice and easy by going over Chapter 1. For the first time since book 1, sort of, we have a chapter from a different POV. Okay, I phrased this very poorly. Book 4 starts with a chapter from Frank Bryce's perspective, but in my head it's also kind of Harry's because he's dreaming it, but I am still wrong. No idea why I said it like this. Anyway, on with the show. It's an interesting idea and not a bad chapter overall, but it also has some world-building issues baked in. We will arrange for the president to forget to call. He will telephone tomorrow night instead. Okay, so the wizards are completely happy and comfortable interfering with Muggle politics. Like, potentially important Muggle political activity, such as communications between two heads of state. That's an amusing detail to set up a meeting with the Minister for Magic, but it's insane in consequence, because if they're happy to meddle like this for one meeting instead of delaying it for an hour or so, then imagine what else they're willing to do. Merlin's butthole, this is disturbing. What have they influenced over the course of history? Do they need approval from someone to modify memories or confund Muggle politicians? Or can anyone from the Ministry just do it with impunity? I'm starting to think that the reason wizards remain in secret is not for their safety, but for the ease of manipulating the Muggle population, to be honest. Also, it's just a really lazy way to write this scene. Make the president forget to call. He doesn't have any advisors to remind him, a schedule, someone who is going to be arranging, sitting in on, or making the call with him. Do all of these people have to be magicked to forget as well? How many government officials of foreign nations are going to be jinxed to allow one meeting to happen at this particular time? Lazy. Conjured 2 glasses of amber liquid out of thin air. Oh, is that so, Joanne? He conjured the whiskey out of thin air, did he? Either this is a violation of Gamp's law, or teleportation of objects exists. Which is it? Again, Joanne did not plan out her entire series, because moments like these seem very strange in retrospect. We won't go into it too far in this video, but if it's not breaking Gamp's law, it implies that you can make an object vanish in one place, and then magically, instantly reappear in another place, which kind of renders the summoning charm completely and utterly useless. She's so inconsistent. Just read your own books, Joanne. It's not that hard. Or better yet, have an editor read them and maybe do their job? This is the exact type of thing an editor should catch. Ooh boy, I've really embarrassed myself here, because it appears that Fudge is not necessarily creating whiskey out of thin air, but is in fact summoning the Prime Minister's whiskey. It says this in the same paragraph.
Now, I may have just interpreted this wrong in the moment, or I may have been too hasty to criticize Joanne's creation of Gamp's Law next book. Either way, I just got this super wrong. Upon rereading it, it doesn't seem to imply what I thought it did, and I genuinely thank those of you who brought it to my attention. This is my bad, and a pretty obvious mistake on my part.
They've deserted the prison and joined he who must not be named. Honestly, Fudge, if that's even possible, why the fuck would you ever use these disgusting, literal fear-inducing nightmare creatures at all? Is committing crimes against humanity to ensure your prisoners are abused and mistreated to the highest degree really worth the possibility of a near-apocalyptic event the second a dark wizard starts gaining traction? Absolute buffoon. So we're just one chapter in, and already we have inconsistencies, horrific world-building implications, and logistical questions raised. Doesn't bode well, but let's move on. As is tradition, we'll cover some basic writing grievances I have. We talked about the name Dementors being kept from the reader at the start of book 3 and how clunky that was. Again, Joanne has some information that she wants to keep close to the chest, and while it's not quite as immersion breaking as last time, it is a bit strange. So you persuaded Horace Slughorn to take the job. It's a little stilted to hear them talking about Slughorn, yet never mention what he teaches. Something that should be said in natural conversation, especially seeing as it's a fairly big deal that Snape is not teaching potions anymore. No one thinks to mention this? No one who knows? The worst case is Harry mentioning Snape won't take him for NEWT potions to Dumbledore, who dodges the question and never once mentions that Slughorn is actually going to teach potions. Or maybe the worst one is Slughorn never mentioning what subject he teaches. See what I mean? It should have been mentioned. It's very contrived that it's not. Molly and Arthur, both of whom were taught by Slughorn, didn't think to say one thing about this subject? It's a fairly big shake-up, and Snape is in the Order after all. They know the bloke. They don't have any opinions on him going into defense against the dark arts? It's contrived, and it annoys me. We can all see retroactively that Dumbledore dodging the question was specifically to keep the information from the reader, not the character. Here's another writing slip-up that assumes the audience is stupid. Draco Malfoy is being inducted as a Death Eater, and the readers know this, yet we're expected to believe that no one else suspects? In Chapter 6, Madame Malkin adjusts his left sleeve. He shows something to Borgin. Obviously the reader is on Harry's side about Draco having a dark mark, but why aren't Ron and Hermione? Voldemort is happy to murder a literal infant, but he wouldn't dare put a 16-year-old to work? What the fuck are they thinking? Well, that's the problem, of course. They're not thinking. Joanne has made them intentionally dense for the entire duration of this book so that Harry can be frustrated by their disagreement. In actuality, it is incredibly obvious that Malfoy has the dark mark and would be very easy to prove if they actually wanted to. This is another example of carefully crafted events that have absurdly simple resolutions if the characters acted in any sort of half-clever fashion. The fact that they don't is insulting to the reader's intelligence, because I'm sure you have already thought of a handful of ways to prove or disprove the theory just while I've been talking, let alone throughout a whole school year. In case you think I'm splitting hairs here and I've jumped the shark in my own Harry Potter critique and analysis, first of all, how dare you, you're supposed to be on my side, but secondly, I'd like to remind you that Harry has his slaves following Malfoy every second of every day. You're telling me neither of these elves, who can become invisible and have tailed Malfoy for days on end, saw the dark mark once? That seems insanely convenient. Okay, sure, maybe they saw it and they didn't mention it to Harry. Bullshit. That's a dumb argument, I'm sorry to tell you, but even if it were the case, why? Even if we assume that this argument is the absolute truth of the story as written, why is it the case? Is that not super lazy? In fact, I already think it's lazy of Joanne not to get Harry to directly ask them if he has a dark mark. He would! He's been obsessed with it all year and clearly still is because he's having his slaves tail this kid. The only reason he doesn't is so he can continue to conceal this information from the reader and have Harry seem crazy right up until he's proven right. What thoughts are you trying to conceal from your master, Draco? This verbiage is very clearly about Voldemort. There is no way anyone could reasonably think that your master refers to his father. It makes no sense. It's illogical, especially seeing as Snape later refers to Lucius as your father. The mental gymnastics our main characters have to go through to deny this are legendary. Maybe it really is a mandatory course at Hogwarts. Since we've brought up teachers, however, I'd like to introduce a little problem. So Harry's stupid ambitions of becoming an Auror aside, Slughorn takes NEWT students who got exceeds expectations on their exams. Great, so Harry can continue potions, good stuff. He managed to scrape an E, well done. He takes Ron with him though, so Ron also got an E? I guess he must have. I can believe that. It's a good thing Snape wasn't Potions Master still, because he only takes outstanding students. But just quickly, you expect me to believe that Snape got Harry, who barely ever pays attention in potions, to get an exceeds expectations? That seems really unlikely, right? But hey, exceeding expectations in potions might literally just be not blowing up your cauldron with the quality of learning and the student-teacher ratios at Hogwarts. Maybe the expectation is literally nothing. Who knows? In any case, if Snape had continued potions, would this have been a class of like 5, Hermione and maybe a handful of other students? It raises several other questions, the first of which being, why is this not standardized across all of Hogwarts? But the second is, why did he accept exceeds expectations students in Defense Against the Dark Arts? What changed about his teaching philosophy? We know for a fact that he didn't just accept outstanding students because Ron and Hermione both got E's. I don't know why I keep asking all of these rhetorical questions when the answer is always the same. Joanne doesn't give a shit about consistency and continuity. She only cares which scene can set up her next scene, or the big plot event that she needs to happen. The minutiae don't matter to her. This could be admirable, if she was honest about it, or if she wrote a story that wasn't so dependent on internal consistency in some areas, and yet completely ignored in others. Embarrassing. In reality, Snape wouldn't take E students for Defense Against the Dark Arts if he wouldn't take them for potions. But if we interrogated that claim, then Harry wouldn't be able to attend classes with his mates. It might just be Snape and Harry in that class, who knows? Why add this detail at all? So Harry doesn't buy a potions book, so that Harry gets the Half-Blood Prince's potions book. There's a string of things that have to happen to lead up to this, and rather than include one single line about how maybe Snape was forced to bring more students into the class lest it just be him and Harry, we get nothing in text at all. I'm not against having these small contrivances so that more interesting things in the plot can actually happen. I'm not an idiot. I know how stories work, and sometimes you just have to accept that. When the small contrivances contradict existing character details and internal logic, however, it becomes a problem. Need I say that almost all of Joanne's contrivances follow this pattern? Also, as I said, it's fixable by like one line. Next, I have not asked you to take out your books. God, Snape is such a pedantic little bitch. There's no need to call me Sir, Professor. Fucking legend. Love this line. Harry's a Chad here. On the topic of lessons, this isn't a writing error or plot hole or anything, but it pisses me off that none of the trio take care of magical creatures. That would be amazing. You wouldn't be able to keep me away from that class. Unicorns? Classic. Nifflers? Incredible. Hippogriffs? Sublime. Fuck you guys, you don't appreciate what Hagrid's doing for you. He's certainly a better teacher than Snape. Speaking of Snape, he does the thing in this book. Oh wow, Snape has killed Dumbledore. Sorry if that's a spoiler, but it's been over 20 years and you're on the 6th video of this series. In any case, this is a big turning point. Dumbledore has insisted that Snape is trustworthy, and though Harry has always suspected him, always hated him, has always known deep down that Snape was evil, everyone always assured him otherwise. Yeah, well, those people are brain dead. The guy regularly verbally and emotionally abuses children. He has giant, embarrassing man-child meltdowns over those same children. He used to be a Death Eater. He used the dark arts in high school and is so obsessed with his teenage feuds that he was basically willing to sacrifice a member of the Order just because he personally didn't like him. Snape being evil isn't a revelation to anyone with a brain, and Dumbledore's word means nothing. He always hinted he had an ironclad reason for trusting Snape. Yeah, with his plans to move against Voldemort, but why the fuck would he trust the man with children? Seriously, you don't have to keep him teaching at Hogwarts, ruining these kids' education just to have him get one over on Voldemort, right? There have to be other ways, better ways. Harry's been suspicious this entire time, and he's always right about that. But more importantly, Dumbledore is a fraud. I've more than proven that, which makes his assurances absolutely worthless. How is Harry surprised by this? Did he actually think Snape was anything other than a piece of shit? I know the world isn't divided into good people and Death Eaters, but still, let's just all agree that through the sum of his actions throughout the series, all of his abuses and transgressions and bullying, he can never redeem himself fully. Partially by action, yes, but never by character or retroactive contextual framing, just in case something strange comes up and we have to discuss the potential for redemption, just in case. Anyway, Snape's always been a problem, but he's an overt, obvious problem. What about a hidden problem? A creeping, insidious issue that grows in the shadows. Sorry for the jump scare, I know that's a sore spot for pretty much everyone watching, but I don't mean your economy, I mean the wizard economy. They have their own society, so it's understandable they might have their own currency. In Chapter 6, after receiving their OWL results and their school book lists, the Weasleys, Harry and Hermione all go to Diagon Alley. In addition to getting school supplies, they all visit Fred and George's joke shop, Weasley's Wizard Wheezers. Great concept and super fun magical ideas inside. However, it raises possibly the most confusing set of questions in the entire book series. The entire series! Harry gave them his 1,000 galleon prize money, and now they have a shop front in Diagon Alley. Am I to believe that 1,000 galleons was enough to do this? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have finally reached the appropriate time to have a big unhinged rant about wizarding currency, prices and conversion rates, and how throwaway jokes and ill-considered logistics have made Joanne's world fall apart at the seams. Okay, first things first, let's talk about what Fred and George actually had to do to get this place in Diagon Alley. Naturally, they had to pay rent for the premises, or buy it outright. I'm going to assume the first. That's unlikely to be cheap, given that it's prime positioning in a fully wizarding area that every Hogwarts student is going to visit. Though the price could have been brought down by Voldemort's resurgence. Although this could have even driven the price up if the conditions were right. Hard to say, we get no numbers on this, but that's a significant spend. Next, R&D. So they were doing this already, but that was just on a handful of products. Now they have dozens, if not hundreds of products and ideas to sell, which requires a lot of R&D. Even if we assume they launched the shopfront with less than a quarter of all of these products, that's a lot of testing, which doesn't come cheap either. It also necessitates a lot of stock. Which brings us to inventory. They have to have created and merchandised enough stock so that they don't sell out by the middle of the first week and find themselves in a ridiculous time deficit. We didn't see the opening of the store, but they have an absurd level of stock at this point in time. And to gain this success, I think we can reasonably conclude that they had a fairly good rate of turnover without too much delay on restocking to grow so quickly. Inventory and packaging and internal decorating costs, especially before they open, would likely have been quite steep as well. Again, I don't have figures on this, but things cost money. They're not just making candy and enchanting it, they're enchanting toys, clothing, fake wands, they're importing Peruvian instant darkness powder. That's a lot to manage. Next, we have licensing. Unless the wizarding world has no regulations or licenses, they would have presumably had to buy some sort of retail license for their stores, especially given the huge range of strange and potentially dangerous things that they sell. Might be a small cost, but it's a cost nonetheless. With all of this in mind, how in the absolute fuck did they do this with 1,000 galleons? If Joanne is to be believed, that's approximately £5,000. It can't be! There's no way on earth you could open a shop in such a prime position with that level of inventory for only £5,000, even in the 90s. Fuck off, it's not happening! Rent alone probably cost them more than that. Inventory alone probably cost them more than that. It just hasn't been enough time to warrant this rise to power. There is another thing to consider here as you're brought to my attention. The twins were running an Owl Order business in Book 5, which absolutely would have helped bolster their funds for this shop in Diagon Alley. Now there's really no telling how much they did or didn't make, so I'm comfortable saying I've gone in too hard on this particular section. They could have made enough money to fund all of this stuff. I still think the store is a little too big and extravagant and successful for a niche joke shop, but hey, it's more reasonable than I thought when I was writing the original video. It raises another question, obviously. What's going on with this exchange rate? This cannot be right. Let's review some prices, shall we? If we assume a galleon is £5, then a sickle is around 30p and a knut is a penny. Cool. So first of all, a wand costs 7 galleons. Everyone needs one. Everyone has one. £35 seems fair for that, but really cheap when you remember they're handcrafted magical artifacts that are completely unique and require master craftsmen. Great start. Makes it even more completely bonkers dumb that no one bought Ron a wand for the entire second year. Hot chocolate on the night bus was 2 sickles, 60p. That's pretty cheap. You know what else is cheap? Butterbeer. A bottle of butterbeer is also 2 sickles, 60p. That's very cheap. Apparently it's alcoholic, and you're getting it for less than £1. Come off it. Whatever, maybe it's incredibly cheap to produce. Fred and George bet 37 galleons, 15 sickles, and 3 canuts on the World Cup. That's nearly £190, which is a pretty huge amount of money for them to be betting, but it doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility for them to have saved. Speaking of the World Cup, Omnioculars were 10 galleons each, so Harry spent £150 to get 3 sets that they only ever used once. That's a bit expensive, but also forgivable. Advanced Potion Making, a 6th year textbook, cost 9 galleons, so around £45. That seems reasonable, I suppose. What doesn't make sense to me is the Weasleys. Not just Weasley's Wizarding Wheezers, but also their holiday to Egypt. They got 700 galleons, or £3,500, and spent it all on going to Egypt for a month. A month? Also, their vault only had 1 galleon and a few sickles, so maybe £10. Holy shit, they are poor. Wow, they are really, really poor. They probably had to skip a few weeks of meals when Arthur got his 50 galleon fine for flying the car. £250 sounds like a fair amount of money for a fine, I guess, but this is all over the place. The firebolt was somewhere between £500 and £5,000, which is a huge range and only makes sense on the upper limits. The food and drink is so dirt cheap, you'd think all the witches and wizards making it just conjure it from thin air. The Weasleys are so poor, it's a wonder they managed to send 1 kid to Hogwarts, let alone 7 of them. And the Ministry is giving out £5,000 to a kid? Okay, I guess they put the kid through a fairly insane trial to get that money, but doesn't that seem simultaneously really high for a school competition, but also ludicrously low to fund the startup cost of Weasley's Wizard Wheezers? Am I going insane here? Joanne clearly didn't think this through, but the degree to which she didn't think this through has really made some of these numbers beyond confusing. Taking it all at face value, Wizarding society is built off the back of a deeply stupid economic system. So what if Joanne is just wrong? I mean, obviously she's wrong, but I'm saying, what if we make shit up to support a different theory and make wizarding currency less supremely stupid? This article lays all the listed prices from the series out, and we can see some pretty big outliers. Apparently the Ministry is willing to pay £50,000 for Sirius Black, and then £500,000 for Harry. That's pretty impressive. This article also suggests, however, that instead of galleons being £5, they should be around £25. Okay, let's roll with that for a second, shall we? This would mean that a bottle of butterbeer is £3 instead of 60p. That sounds more like it. A wand, a conduit for performing magic, is around £175. That's a lot, but again, it's a bespoke magical artifact crafted by a master out of magical materials. That seems reasonable. It also means that a firebolt is somewhere between £2,500 and £25,000, which makes a lot more sense. It also makes Harry's hesitation greater. It makes it seem like more of a prestigious product. It also makes Sirius getting it anonymously way more ridiculous, but we won't worry about that now, will we? So this makes a bit more sense, doesn't it? This works, right? Wrong! It makes Harry's Triwizard winnings £25,000 instead of £5,000, which is way better as a startup cost to a magical joke shop, way more in line with what they'd actually be paying, but it's fucking ridiculous that the government, who underpays its lawmakers and enforcers to the point of complete poverty, would give a child £25,000. Holy shit, that's irresponsible. It also means that the price on Harry's head would be £2.5 million. That's ridiculous. This would make smaller things seem way more reasonable for shopkeepers and taverns, but it destroys the other end of the spectrum. It means the Weasleys won £17,500 and then blew it all on Egypt in a month. Or if they didn't, they sure as shit didn't save enough not to be poor as fuck in the very next book, did they? So this headcanon by Ordby Is My Homie is neat and a fun little thought experiment, but it doesn't fix the problem. It might be better than what Joanne gave us, but unfortunately she was so lazy that you can't just apply one fix. You have to apply multiple, and by that point you may as well just chuck the whole thing out and pretend that wizards can't do maths in the first place. If you have to come up with a headcanon like this to explain the economic system, it's a shit system. Joanne is terrible with numbers, and it makes her story events very difficult to believe at times. This article is based on this Reddit post, and as several commenters pointed out, is in dollar values, not pounds. I was again too hasty and didn't pay enough attention, and while it doesn't change a huge amount, it is worth noting.
This is likely US dollars, so when they're talking about 1 galleon being $25, that would roughly be around 18 to 19 pounds. This again fixes many of the prices, but not all of them, and still leaves all of the other economic issues intact. So it's definitely worth mentioning, because I did get this wrong, but ultimately, it doesn't fix Joanne's mess. Now, I said let's assume wizards can't do maths. Well, they can't figure out Muggle money, so I guess that's not taking it too far. But their currency is in such stupid denominations that in order to operate in this world, I feel like you would have to be mathematical geniuses. As Lucy LA99, or Lucy La99, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your username, pointed out in the comments of my first video, the conversion rates are fucked. 29 canuts to a sickle and 17 sickles to a galleon is not just arbitrary and weird, they're also prime numbers. If you want easy conversions, you need factors. They pointed out that there is no benefit to using prime bases, and I agree wholeheartedly. Using two different prime numbers as bases means a huge headache every time you have to break a coin. And these are people who don't take maths at school if they don't want to. Yikes, I feel bad for every cashier in the wizarding world. Thank you, Lucy LA99, for both pointing that out so eloquently and for watching my video. And I'm sorry if I mispronounced your username. This brings me to another point. Keep in mind, at this stage, we have no evidence of a digital or paper currency in the Harry Potter universe. You want that 100,000 galleons for bringing in Harry Potter? You're going to get 100,000 giant gold coins. This is surely verging on several tons of gold coins. I guess you could tell them to directly deposit it into your vault at Gringotts, but whenever you want to spend it, you're going to have to take some of that out and carry it around. Even carrying just 1,000 of these bad boys is surely necessitating a backpack. If you want to make a really big purchase, you're going to have a truck or a carriage to carry it. I don't know how much a galleon weighs, but it's gold, right? So surely it has to be at least the weight of, say, a quarter. I'd say it probably weighs significantly more, but for the sake of argument, let's say it's the exact same. A quarter is 5.67 grams. If we assume the same weight, which, again, we really shouldn't, but we will, then 100 galleons is half a kilo. 1,000 galleons is 5.5 kilos. Okay, I guess Fudge could toss a 5 kilo bag of coins at Harry, but how do you buy really expensive things? If you have a bank vault at Gringotts, you would have to get them to take it directly out. Imagine hauling around 20,000 galleons to buy an apartment. Nightmare. Throw some sickles and canuts into the mix and you gotta get a troll or two to carry it for you. God forbid you have to pay for something that doesn't quite cost a sickle and you don't have change. You start out with one single coin and end up with nearly 30. Fuck that, dude, no way. For anyone who's about to point out that this is how all of human history has worked with currency, that's all good and well, but gold was really valuable. As Joanne has it, not only are the coins absolutely huge, they're also worth fuck all. If you go to live amongst muggles, you'll be a goddamn pauper. I mean, you won't, because you're a wizard and you can figure it out, but I guess if you could do that, then the Weasleys wouldn't be poor. It's a catch-22. Anything I say in defense of this system comes back to bite it in the arse. It resists understanding at every turn. It's probably the detail Joanne put the least amount of thought into in this entire series. At least with Quidditch, she tries to add some constraints to it, tries to explain some of her more terrible ideas. With this, though, she just chucks out arbitrary number after arbitrary number, and each one is worse than the last. By the end of the series, we have dozens of contradictory examples that she never even considered. She doesn't bother to think about it because to her, it doesn't matter. And you know what? Maybe she'd be right if she didn't have so many of her characters, plot elements, and world-building details centered around the economy. If you're going to use these elements, you have to do it properly. I would have thought that it would take slightly more effort to make literal billions of dollars, but apparently Joanne has pulled it off with very little consideration at all. It shows a lack of care, a continuation of her pattern of laziness, and also a glimpse into her value structure. Harry is a trust fund rich kid, but he also receives handout after handout. This is never treated as unfair. It's never reciprocated for the poorer characters in her story. In fact, it's treated as just, as good, as expected. There is a fund at Hogwarts for those who require assistance to buy books and robes, but not for Ron's broken wand? He's destitute! My god, just buy him a new fucking wand, are you serious? Every teacher would have noticed it. This part infuriates me because it's supposed to be something that just exists in the world of Hogwarts, but it clearly actually doesn't. Did they phase it out? Did Dumbledore tighten the purse strings? Obviously not. J.K. Rowling just never thought of this until book 6. But still,
They have enough money to buy the rich kid a personal recreational aircraft, but not enough to give the kid below the poverty line an essential tool for his education and wider life? Fuck these guys. It's a fascinating value to become a theme throughout these book series. Speaking of strange values that become themes, let's return to one of our big ticket items. When you put it like that, it sounds pretty bad, doesn't it? Well, okay, he only owns one slave, so... Actually, I don't know why I said this. It doesn't make it any better, does it? Anyway, this is a fun one. At the start of this book, before his 16th birthday, Harry Potter, our hero, inherits a slave. I could really just leave it there. A one this subject would absolutely be enough, but Harry Potter fans are sometimes quite parasocial and willing to defend things like this for strange reasons, so I guess I'll steelman this before I crack it like an egg. The in-text argument for Harry retaining this slave creature and not freeing him is that he knows all the secrets of the Order of the Phoenix. He's lived at headquarters for the last year, hearing all their plans, knowing all their members, and all the details of their fight against Voldemort. That's pretty bad, and I suppose if he was freed, he could really affect the war effort. He'd spill the beans to Voldemort almost immediately. Okay, fine. I guess he can't free him. Does he have to put him to work, though? Because he does. Later in the book, he uses his slave creature and his friend, Dobby, the freed slave, to spy on Draco Malfoy. They even shirk sleep to spy on this 16-year-old kid for Harry. Let me say that again. Harry uses his slave, and the freed slave, who basically offers to be Harry's slave, as a spy network for a 16-year-old kid. This is surely unbelievably illegal. It's immoral, I know that much, but it's gotta be illegal too. Do I have to bring a case against the boy who lived as well? My workload as a magical lawyer is getting much too busy to handle. So, that's bad, but if I'm really steelmanning this argument, let's say it's for the greater good. Harry has to keep an eye on Draco Malfoy because he's inadvertently trying to prevent Dumbledore's assassination. It's all good, guys. The slaves being forced to monitor this kid 24/7 was for a noble reason. Fuck it, let's say the slaves liked it too. They had a fucking blast being slaves for Harry Potter, so let's get that off the criticism list too. Alright, those are the two arguments about creature totally taken care of. Guess what? I don't give a fuck. You can justify this slavery shit however you like. You can make every single line make perfect ironclad sense within the narrative, and I still fucking hate it. I hate this. It's shitty writing, it's a stupid nonsense detail to put in your story, and it's completely indefensible. But Josh, you just properly defended it. You just showed how he couldn't possibly have freed creature, and him using this slave as a spy is totally fine. It doesn't matter. Why is it in the book? Why is she so willing to die on this stupid fucking hill? I'm not mad at the reasons behind slavery being a good thing in these books. I'm not mad that slavery being good isn't explained properly. I'm mad that slavery is a good thing in this series at all. Why am I arguing this point? If you defend house elves in the nature of this story, you're a fucking moron. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, but it's true. The reason this subject is so laughably easy to demolish, even when it's been steelmanned to the point that it's Superman, is that it didn't have to be in the book. The only reason fans have to justify slavery is because Joanne was brain dead enough to put it in the books in the first place. Get rid of it and these criticisms disappear, Joanne. She keeps digging the hole deeper instead of just abandoning it like she did with time travel. Time travel is over now. Why couldn't we do the same thing with the slave race? It defies belief that you would put a slave race in your fantasy kid's tale and then not do anything about it. She made the choice to include this, and thus she has to reckon with the consequences. So yeah, there's no defense of this, because including it in the first place is an absurd way to start off, and she only fucks it up further from there. We all on the same page now about how bad this is? Want to hear something worse? I highly doubt there's a single person who read that section title and doesn't know exactly where I'm going with this, but you might not have fully explored how bad this can get. Oh god. First off, they work for up to 24 hours depending on the weight of the boy in question. Completely fair, poisons and potions would absolutely depend on physical factors of the person drinking it, and the attractiveness of the girl. Arbitrary, impossible to quantify, not testable, related to subjective opinion, and problematic as fuck. Good lord. So let's address this problem first. Fred and George have presumably tested all of their products and allude to the effectiveness of this particular product, their love potion. How the fuck do they know it depends on the attractiveness of the person administering it? How do you test for this in a way that isn't entirely subjective and impossible to replicate? You don't. You can't. This is a throwaway line from Joanne meant as a quick little joke, but I'm blowing it out of proportion. Deal with it. It's also just weird as fuck as a detail. If this is false, the twins are being little shitheads, which isn't great, but I guess they're teenagers. If it's true, it opens up a whole debate about attractiveness. In the Harry Potter universe, is there some objective measure of attractiveness that determines the effectiveness of some potions and enchantments? I suppose there must be, but you don't know until you try a love potion and it only lasts a few minutes. Shit, I thought it was average, but apparently I'm ugly as fuck. Or maybe there isn't, and the attractiveness of the person administering it is subjective and is related to the victim's opinion of them. This would make more sense and is likely what Joanne meant, but having a magical effect change in power levels based on the subjective opinion of the person receiving the effect is insane. In a better magic system, it would even be interesting, but in this one, it's yet another frustrating area of confusion that leaves magic much murkier than it found it. God damn, that's a lot of consideration that goes into whether a potion succeeds or fails. Do you get a refund if you buy one and it doesn't do shit? We haven't even talked about the ethics of love potions yet. I'm not the first person to bring this up, and I won't be the last unless the wizarding world settles this ongoing case and forces all muggles in the world to sign NDAs about it. Love potions are date rape drugs. In fact, they're worse than date rape drugs because they remove the ability to consent in a uniquely disturbing way, by rewriting the victim's entire fucking personality and thought patterns. When Ron consumes the love potion, he falls head over heels for a girl he's never even met. He can't talk about anything else. He can barely think about anything else. If Romilda Vane had asked Ron to beat the shit out of someone, he would have almost certainly done it. Naturally, the existence of love potions is incredibly consequential and ethically disgusting. We even see examples of love potions being used in unethical ways by Merope Gaunt, tricking Tom Riddle Sr. into falling for her for years. They had a child together, so it's not like these potions have sexual limitations. This isn't a hypothetical I've created like my Boggart complaint. This is something on page that Joanne has confirmed to work, and she still didn't see the problem with this? It's genuinely unbelievable. The fact that they aren't outlawed by the Ministry is deplorable. A huge failing by an institution that is barely capable of organising itself, let alone the entire wizarding Britain. Letting Fred and George, these random new retailers, sell them to anyone without restriction? You don't need to be an adult to buy these potions. What am I saying? It doesn't fucking matter who you do or don't sell them to or how you sell them. They're the most effective date rape drugs known to man, and their effects last for 24 fucking hours. Fred and George, two of our story's heroes, are helping make the world a less safe place for victims for their own profit. I don't know how else to say it. They are selling the means for literally anyone to assault another person with minimal ability to avoid or counteract these methods. For anyone suggesting that the Imperius Curse could also be used like this, I would point out that this is an illegal spell that will land you in Azkaban. Love potions are perfectly legal. I said that Prisoner of Azkaban was where Joanne jumped the shark, but this fucking chapter of the Half-Blood Prince is where she's catapulted herself over the Burj Khalifa. What the fuck is she doing here? We're not done. I'm gonna have a field day with Fred and George when I drag them into court, by the way. I'm gonna absolutely dog walk them. I don't even need a wand. Moving on from them for a moment, let's talk more about Merope Gaunt. She uses love potion on Tom Riddle for their fake life together. Now, some people say that because Voldemort was conceived through use of a love potion, this means he cannot love. I would like to dispel that notion with a direct quote from J.K. Rowling. How much does the fact that Voldemort was conceived under a love potion have to do with his inability to understand love? Is it more symbolic? Joanne said it was a symbolic way of showing that he came from a loveless union. But of course, everything would have changed if Merope had survived and raised him herself and loved him. So that clears that up. It is not a direct result of the love potion. This is a false narrative, but it's still not great. It also introduces exactly what I've been worried about into the series completely directly with no sugarcoating. Merope takes advantage of Tom Riddle Sr. Plain and simple. He is a victim, And Dumbledore knows that. He is directly aware that a love potion led to Merripe doing that to this poor man, and he does nothing. He is a hugely influential figure in the Ministry, in the wizarding world in general. He's Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. He has more power than the Minister for Magic, but he does nothing about love potions and their legality. He could outlaw them across Britain. He could even push to get them outlawed across the entire world, but he doesn't. This man is abusing his power to continue endangering his young students, but this one is much more disturbing than it has ever been before. Awful stuff. This is probably one of the worst parts of her world building. In fact, it might be the literal worst thing in the wizarding world. There exists a casually discussed, perfectly legal, commonly sold, on-page implemented date rape drug that no one does anything about. In many ways, this is par for the course for Joanne. She introduces something off the cuff and then never interrogates it further, lest her broken world fall apart completely. The ramifications of love potions existing in this world are enormous, not just on the characters affected directly by the drug, but all of the characters that know about it, everyone who sells it to literal children. What are Fred and George doing? When you take this to its ridiculously logical extreme, one that you get shown in this book, it makes Fred and George look like fucking monsters. Not just irresponsible shop owners, not just proprietors of something unsavory, absolutely despicable scum. Is there another way to read this? What about Harry, who has Romilda Vane attempt to use it on him and accidentally use it on Ron? Does he ever think about love potions again? Nope. No fucks given from the hero of our story. He doesn't consider these consequences at all, and we readers are left to forget about it forevermore. Even Hermione, who I've often said has a much better moral compass than pretty much anyone else in this series, is not immune to this. In Chapter 15, Hermione warns Harry that a group of girls are discussing ways to roofie him. Simply atrocious stuff here that not only is this a plot point that doesn't lead to any further critique of love potions of the Weasley twins, but it actually gets carried out. Love potions aren't dark or dangerous. Hermione, I take it all back. What is wrong with you? How can you possibly know about the effects and not consider it dark or dangerous? Genuinely, does she not understand what a love potion is? She literally talks about Amortentia in potions class, so it can't be that. Also, Slughorn directly says it's the most dangerous potion in the room. I don't even need to go any further. This is just a genuine mistake from Joanne. One that not only retcons an interaction we saw just a few chapters earlier, but also makes Hermione seem uncharacteristically idiotic and callous. It also proves to me that the editing process for these books is either non-existent or troublingly lax. If an editor fails to catch something as simple and obvious as this, then she's simply not receiving enough scrutiny. That much was plain, but it means that there are now no brakes on this runaway train. J.K. Rowling is allowed to run away with the story and characters and world building, and we know from past videos she cannot be trusted to think through the consequences of her own writings. That's why the latter half of this series seems so unwieldy. Jesus Christ, we've come a long way from the tone and content of the first book, haven't we? But we're still dealing with her infuriating unwillingness to improve her own world building, to think about her own story for more than 2 minutes at a time. Any competent writer would have changed these plot points. Any competent writer would have never put their world and characters into these situations. Your Honor, I rest my fucking case. Okay, I need an emotional break after that one. Let's just do something dumb, shall we? A lot of this book is devoted to the mystery and intrigue of the Half-Blood Prince and his potions book. He's great at potions, he clearly knows more than whoever wrote the textbook, and importantly, he invents his own spells. Well, that's pretty sick, isn't it? Harry flips through the pages of this book and wonders to himself what the effects of these spells could possibly be. Spells like Sectum Sempra, Muffliato, and Levi Corpus. Now, I don't know Latin, but I do speak English, and we take shit from Latin all the time. We steal so much from Latin that I don't need to know any more to have a pretty fair guess of what these incredibly obvious spells do. Now, I'm speaking with the benefit of hindsight, so let's just assume that Harry knows zero Latin and go from there. He's still a complete buffoon. Sectum Sempra literally says 4 enemies, and he doesn't think it's gonna do something bad. What's the best case scenario, Harry? It says it's for enemies, so it's going to cause him pain, right? Best case, it fucks him up in some other way, but the reality is he nearly kills Draco Malfoy because he thinks it's a good idea to try out this random curse. Dumbass. Does Latin just not exist as a language in Harry Potter? Even if they don't know it, do they not realize they can look up the meaning of Latin words? Sectum Sempra spells out pretty clearly what's gonna happen when he uses it. God, he's so stupid. Just look it up. Learn some basic Latin. You live in a building with a library. This is such a simple part of the magic system. I'd be inventing spells left, right, and center. It seems super easy. Wow, Incarcerous, I wonder what that one does. It's a mystery for the ages. Seriously, they're all so on the nose, they couldn't work out the prince's spells just by intuition? Whatever, this is a plot point for a reason. The moment it leads to, the Runil Waslib section, is fucking gold, and it gets me every time. Might be my favourite section of the entire series after chapter 15 from Goblet of Fire. Holy shit, Harry's such a baller for pulling that off. Absolutely classic Runil. Let's take a moment to do a bit more praising. So I said up top that this one used to be my favourite of the series. There's a lot of reasons for that, but the first is that we get a lot more Dumbledore, who used to be my favourite character. Yeah, okay, look, I didn't realise what a catastrophe he was, alright? Regardless, he gives Harry private lessons in this book, and honestly, they're probably the best parts. They're intriguing, they're satisfying, and they give us backstory in a clever, direct, and engaging way. We're not just being told by Dumbledore, we're not just getting some random flashback. Harry is literally watching these memories, then discussing them with his teacher. Is it a bit literal? Absolutely. Is it effective? I think so. In a refreshing change of pace, one of these lessons in chapter 20 gives us one of the only after-the-fact additions that actually retroactively improves earlier details instead of ruining them entirely. Dumbledore tells Harry that Voldemort is the reason Hogwarts has never kept a defense against the dark arts teacher for longer than a year. This revelation follows 5 years of speculation and conjecture about how the position is cursed, and this confirmation is quite cool, I think. It makes sense that Voldemort would be petty enough to do that, and it explains the trend nicely. Seriously, I will give her a pass this one time, but just remember, it's so out of character that it kind of shocked me. The lessons also give rise to a central character conflict for Harry. He's told that only he can get the memory from Slughorn. Only he has the wit and guile and personality to manipulate the man properly. As it turns out, juiced up guilt tripping wins the day. Seriously though, it's interesting to see Harry overcome a barrier that only he can overcome, not because of his connection to Voldemort, but because he is the only one correctly positioned to do so. The memory itself is quite interesting, as is the very concept of being able to give people falsified memories for their sync TVs. I'm starting to remember why this book was my favourite one. This idea also raises an interesting point about memory modification in general. If someone modifies your memory, but then you extract that memory and chuck it in a pensieve, can you tell it's been modified? Can you use this to know if someone's messed with your mind? Food for thought, and not something I expect Joanne to address, so it's very much not a complaint or nitpick, more of just personal interest. Honestly, points of interest like this make me annoyed with the entire series' wasted potential. There are so many fascinating and promising parts of this world, of this magic system, of this setting, yet Joanne fumbles it at almost every turn. It's a testament to both the strength of these ideas, many of which were stolen or remixed from other people, and the weakness of her writing that Harry Potter surged to global renown and popularity, and has also been lambasted and skewered for its laughable execution. It's genuinely impressive how many rookie errors exist at all levels of every one of these books given their popularity and sales volume. It's a bit of a slap in the face to all the authors out there who spend hours researching and referencing their own work to ensure internal consistency and continued verisimilitude. I do also enjoy the way Joanne handles prophecy here. It's self-fulfilling. Voldemort chose to act upon it and set it in motion. If he'd never heard the prophecy, none of this would have happened, and the prophecy would never have come to pass. It created Harry as an opponent. It created the need for both of them to hunt the other. I like the way that Harry comes to this understanding, and I like the way Dumbledore explains it. Nothing further on this, it's just good stuff. This book is also the first instance of a nuanced and non-evil Slytherin. Horace Slughorn is introduced, and it's too little too late, but it's still much better than the alternative. The revelation that Slughorn inadvertently gave Voldemort critical information about Horcruxes is pretty great. It gives us a picture of this layered, complex man who is definitively on the good side, but is still a Slytherin. It's a damn shame that it took us 5 whole books we get one single non-evil Slytherin, but here we are. My last item is that Harry makes an effort to correctly gender Crabbe and Goyle. I only bring it up to mention how much better of a person Harry is than Joanne, who would happily misgender anyone and anything as long as it was to fulfill her ultimate life's goal of upsetting trans people. Actually, that's putting it too lightly. Joanne wants to erase trans people. Never forget that. So that's my praise for this book. I suppose I enjoyed reading these sections again, although analysing anything the way I'm doing does kind of ruin things a little bit. Ah, the things I do for 200 views. Thank you for everyone who's been watching these all the way through, by the way. You are the true heroes. This is more of a passion project for me now. I'm kind of just seeing this through out of stubbornness and a love of the creative process. Anyway, let's get back into the heavy stuff with a metatextual issue. So Lupin reveals that he's been living amongst werewolves as a spy because almost all of them are on Voldemort's side. Wait, are we sure that werewolves are an allegory for AIDS victims? They seem pretty villainous. In fact, the only other named werewolf, Fenrir Greyback, genius and subtle name by the way, tries to bite and infect as many people as he can. Lupin says he specializes in children. Are we sure they're an allegory for AIDS victims? AIDS victims! Holy shit, Joanne. This might be on par with the love potion in terms, but this time it's not contained to the story. It's a reflection of the meta-narrative itself. What a disgusting way to represent a group of marginalized and unfairly maligned people. Supposedly, she wrote Lupin specifically to address and represent the stigma that surround people with HIV/AIDS. Let's ignore the fact that many people considered this character to be queer-coded in the first place, and move on to the fact that all of her continued additions to lycanthropy actually feed into the stigma itself, not destigmatization. She's turned them into mindless beasts who transfer their condition, often to literal children. Greyback specifically targets them. There are plenty of in-text mistakes regarding lycanthropy, but this is a prime example of an issue that is exacerbated by metatextual factors. Joanne couldn't keep her mouth shut and thought she was being so clever and progressive and creative, but all she was doing was increasing scrutiny and exposing her own baffling lack of skill and tact. What an embarrassing attempt at social commentary. Once again, this follows her regular pattern. She creates something for a specific story or situation which is already contentious and handled confusingly. Then, when she comes back to add more to it, she balloons it out too much, too fast, and with no regard to any situation beyond the immediate. It's like she's under the impression that her world building can only ever be applied to the events she's written them in, only ever affecting the scene they're contained within. Newsflash, pal, if it's in your world, it can be applied to your entire world. I feel like I've repeated myself over and over, but that's because it happens so much. She wants her world to feel alive, lived in, like there's more happening beneath the surface than what you see, but she cannot marry cause and effect. This was already bad with things like Time Turners and Veritaserum. Those broke her world. But it's even worse here with lycanthropy because it affects real people in the real world instead of just characters within her story. Impressive effort to write something so poorly that it leaps off the page in this way. I can't believe I said this was the best one. It introduces so many despicable world-building details that I really should have noticed even as a child. Who in their right mind would introduce these things and then never address them? It's been proven time and time again by now, but I will restate it here very clearly. Joanne is not just a bad writer, she is a bad person. This book has proven it beyond a shadow of a doubt. Before we move on to sentencing, let's talk about Harry's ambitions to become an Auror. In chapter 16, Rufus Scrimgeour, the Minister for Magic, shows up at the Burrow. He comes specifically to grill Harry about not being more of an ally to the Ministry. Harry, quite admirably, defends himself against the leader of his government, siding with Dumbledore and standing his ground. This is a great level of personal agency for our protagonist to have in the face of a very powerful political figure. It does, however, make it exceptionally confusing as to why Harry would continue to harbour a desire to work for this very same government. Scrimgeour even says that he could introduce Harry to the current head of the Auror office, and Harry Harry doesn't interrogate his desires at all. He gets angry to hear that Umbridge is still working at the Ministry, but he doesn't once examine his goal. He never confronts some difficult truths about how much he hates what the Ministry does and reflect upon how he might reconcile these feelings if he were to pursue a career as an Auror. Just a few chapters earlier, he reaffirms that he would like to be an Auror, even after he knows the Ministry has locked up Stan Shunpike. I hate that Joanne has given Harry this faux self-righteous anger about injustice at the Ministry, but never follows through with it. He still wants to be a wizard cop when he graduates. He still wants to be a government stooge, despite smack-talking this administration every chance he gets. How are we as an audience meant to react to this with anything other than confused frustration? It's a perfect display of how surface level all her mature themes really are. Instead of allowing political discourse to progress and real change to be actioned or even discussed, she just ignores it completely. She's perfectly content to give her hero this irreconcilable, paradoxical viewpoint, despite the fact that it weakens his character immensely. Pathetic writing to introduce and call attention to such serious themes, then toss them away when you're bored with them. It's insane to me how Joanne tries to have it both ways. We have this exchange with Scrimgeour to show Harry doesn't approve of the government, but then we get lines like this. But Hogwarts is safer than their homes, bound to be. We've got auras and all these extra protective spells, and we've got Dumbledore. Mate, are you fucking serious? Are you daft? What did the auras do at the Ministry last book? What did Dumbledore do in the preceding 5 years before this? You've gone barking mad if you reckon that Hogwarts is now, or has ever been, safe. We've already been through plenty of discovery for that absurd notion in this trial. Don't make me go over the evidence again. We couldn't have done. We smashed the entire stock of Ministry time-turners. Alright then, Hermione, okay. The Ministry of Magic kept them all in that one cupboard, did they? The wizarding government left their entire store of time machines, literal time machines, in that singular cupboard, and when they got knocked over, they all smashed? Yeah, this government is brain dead. From top to bottom, they are impossibly stupid, sickeningly corrupt, and complicit in some of the worst crimes I can imagine. Yet somehow, our main characters both criticize their deeds and arbitrarily cling to notions of its supremacy. Again, it really proves how incompatible this series is with their writing style. You'd never see such an in-depth conversation about judicial weaponization in Book 1, but you'd sure as hell see this kind of childish characterization. Oh yeah, this is where gnomes get mentioned again, by the way. Gold star to everyone who already knew when they would show up after we saw them in Book 2. To everyone else, go find a dunce cap, I guess. The contents of this book are morally indefensible in universe, but now we're also including things that defy ethical belief beyond the text itself. What are we doing here? We can talk about stupid currencies, bad characterization, and writing inconsistencies all we like, but they pale in comparison to the big ticket items. Slavery, potions that remove consent, harmful allegories to real-life marginal groups. Make no mistake, these are no longer nitpicks. These are genuine indictments to Joanne's deplorable character. I feel comfortable saying that the pattern continuing this long and evolving this far shows not just an inability to write cohesively, but also an utter failing in delivering her thematic messaging. This one was quite fiery, as you can tell. We had already poked holes in the ethics of the wizarding world, but now there's nothing but holes left. No character is safe, and no idea is too far. It's genuinely quite amazing how far Joanne has gone in service of her kid's fantasy tale. It's almost satirical how bad some of her takes are. Speaking of bad ideas, I didn't forget, baby. Snape, ejaculated Slughorn. Oh my fucking god, this is the worst line she's ever written. Holy fuck, I can't believe it made it past the editing process. What on earth is wrong with said? This is so completely baffling and out of place that it makes it incredibly obvious she was trying to be unique and quirky, but all it ends up doing is sounding ridiculous and awful. I know that the word can be meant in this context, but I'll be damned if I am at all able to imagine anything other than Slughorn busting a nut at the thought of Snape. Worst line in the entire series right there. It's a meme for a reason, and Jesus Christ, I hope no aspiring authors out there follow her example. Said is fine. Welcome to your final class. I'm so proud of you all, and I hope that you use your new magical law skills for good, and not Slytherin. I mean, evil. So this is the grand finale of the Harry Potter Roast series, and I guess also Joanne's Harry Potter books. We've looked at her characters, her themes, her world building, her stories, and her morality. This time we get to look at the full synthesis of all of these ideas, and importantly how her ending refuses to engage with its own implications. It raises so many interesting and nuanced questions, but is unable to answer any of them. So let's all take our seats and get out our quills one last time, and we'll jump right into it with a little bit of silliness. I know, it was a weak attempt at best, but it had to be done. So, Gnomes got another mention last book, and here we actually see them twice. Once in chapter 6, where we get this line, Ron relieved his feelings by aiming a kick at a gnome. Ah yes, we can't possibly mention gnomes without having someone kick them, can we? And another in chapter 8, where we find that old mate Xenophilius Lovegood, who is in the running for the least subtle name in fiction history, is a fan of gnomes. Yeah, who would have thought? And that's it for Gnomes. Hope you enjoyed the world building there. These sentient little guys who our main characters just love to punt across the garden. Much like many of Joanne's side characters, gnomes only exist for one slightly malicious reason. For Eloise Midgen, it's to remind us that she's a repulsive, subhuman beast because she has acne. For gnomes, it's to kick them. And quite honestly, I think the little fuckers deserve it. There's no greater crime than being short. That's why I became a magical lawyer. The stakes on this one are pretty low. I mean, not for the gnomes, but certainly for the reader. We don't see them enough for this to be a big sticking point, but in some ways that's even more horrifying. It's kind of crazy, and I mentioned it in the second video, but you have these animals that are capable of speech, comprehension, and all of these other markers of sentience, and they're just reduced to almost literal punching bags, kicking bags. Joanne is so willing to make offhand jokes about things that seem innocuous, but upon further inspection are pretty terrible. I know I'm reading too far into this, but this makes all of the Weasleys, and in fact everyone who isn't Xenophilius Lovegood, look like dickheads. Why are you doing this? Would you kick a puppy across your yard? Would you yeetus a fetus? In any case, this really shows that even the small things prove my point. Even the tiniest little details follow her inexorable pattern of never following through. Plus, it also shows just how cruel she's made every single part of this world. Let's move on to the other mistreated creatures, because we've come full circle on house elves now. Joanne has laundered slavery so thoroughly that all of the house elves have drowned in the washing machine. Perhaps that's the better fate than them continuing their servitude and me having to talk about them. In any case, since they were introduced, in book 2, when they're all 12, we've been treated to a bit of condescension about the house elves. Some characters, Hermione, will lament their suffering and advocate for their freedom, only to be met with scorn and ridicule from the others. This is an inherently accepted part of the world. The slave race are slaves, and they like being slaves, and any attempt to change that is an insult to their proud slavery. Is it any different in this book? Do we resolve any systemic issues of slavery in this finale? Ooh, how mysterious and compelling. Keep watching to find out. So the trio have put their slave to work after assuring him that they're working towards the same goal as his most beloved master was. They've also crossed the threshold that kind characters in this series always talk about. Being nice to your slaves. Now that they've started being nice to their slave, he's perfectly happy with his enslavement again. He's cooking for them, he's cleaning, he's such a nice little slave now. He's not even that racist anymore because he's enjoying his slavery. Yeah, this is about what we've come to expect at this point. Oh, don't you see how sick it is, the way they've got to obey? Thank you, Hermione. Fuck me, is no one else going to acknowledge this? Why don't they give a shit? Even she doesn't care as much as she used to. Seriously, she has this big speech about how everyone should be better to Creature and how Regulus and Mrs. Black were nice to him while giving him orders as his owners. She then says, I've said all along that wizards would pay for how they treat house elves. Well, Voldemort did, and so did Sirius. Okay, great. What about fucking Dumbledore? He has over 100 slaves. If owning slaves is not enough bad treatment for Hermione, who was appalled at this in her 4th year and advocated for their freedom, then what is she getting at here? Is she saying slavery itself is bad? She was before, why not now? It seems like she's just taking the pathetic moved goalpost line of be nice to your slaves or else. Why? Why did this change? She was the only person properly calling it out. Now there's no one left. Well, I know why. It's because Joanne's realized she can't keep pretending that Hermione is wrong.
Seriously, the narration in books 4, 5, and 6 not so subtly tell us that Hermione is wrong for wanting to free slaves. It gets dropped here because she's hopefully finally figured out that this is an insane and evil position to take. Much better to sweep it under the rug and pretend that this one was the claim you always wanted to make. Now let me say that I understand the concept of nuance. I do. I get that there can be a discussion on Hermione's ideas from the other characters without saying that she's wrong. I get that we can talk about everyone's notions of house elves enjoying their slavery without saying that they are right. That's not what's happening here. Not only do Ron, Fred, George, and heaps of other people ridicule her for wanting to free the slaves, the house elves do it too. This is not nuance. There's no other way to read it other than the story telling Hermione to cut the shit and leave the slaves alone. We can't order them to die for us. Well, better late than never, I suppose. This might be the actual bare minimum in terms of being against slavery, but it's better than what we've seen from Ron previously. Of course, Voldemort would have considered the ways of house elves far beneath his notice. Sorry, what's the best way to dispose of gnomes again? It's like being a house elf, except without the job satisfaction. Are you saying you have some sort of problem with all of this unpaid labour your mother's making you do for your brother's wedding? Is there an issue with you not being compensated in some way for this work you're having to do for your own brother's goddamn wedding? Yep, you're basically a slave. Except the slaves totally have it better than you because they love it. Shut the fuck up, Ron. You're a piece of shit. Spoiler alert, this doesn't get resolved. We'll touch on it again later, but the slavery point does not get fixed. The slaves aren't freed. The wizards don't change their ways. Fuck you if you're paying attention, I suppose. Let's move on to something less depressing, shall we? Actually, let's first touch on another fantasy race. In Chapter 6, we get the introduction of ghouls. Apparently, they're weird, slimy humanoids who can't talk. Are they just not of human intelligence, or are they not really capable of speech? What's going on here? This is not as bad as the gnomes, and certainly nowhere near as bad as the house elves, but Ron and the other Weasleys treat this ghoul like a prisoner. Maybe he likes it, so I guess I can't judge too hard, but Joanne's brought in a lot of creatures she conveniently doesn't have to give rights, hasn't she? Anyway, now we can move on. In Chapter 20, Zeno Lovegood teaches the gang about the Deathly Hallows. He describes each one, and when he talks about the invisibility cloak, he describes it as enduring, as eternal, as always giving perfect protection. Yep, that's the whole deal with invisibility cloaks, right? I mean, we've only ever seen one invisibility cloak, and that's exactly how it acts. Throughout the whole series, it's the only one we see, and it behaves exactly as Zeno describes it. He then says, however, that most cloaks aren't like this, that Harry's cloak is an outlier, because it's the cloak from the story. It's the Deathly Hallow. This isn't a problem with the cloak, but it is a problem with the Deathly Hallows as concepts. They've never once been mentioned before, yet here they're linchpins of the narrative. It's a little deflating to get this far in and then introduce them so late. It's also a retcon. In technicality, nothing has been contradicted. In spirit, we know that Joanne didn't plan his cloak to be super special and different to all the other cloaks from the outset. No one's mentioned it before. Now you might say, Josh, Dumbledore had it the night the Potters were murdered. She totally did plan it, because that's in book 1. And look, that's completely fair evidence to bring up, because it seems really strong on face value, doesn't it? But I think it's time to put my law teacher hat back on and really lay out my case. I can't prove that Joanne didn't plan this, but here goes. The argument is that in text, Dumbledore takes the cloak to examine it to see if it really is a Deathly Hallow. The fact that we have Dumbledore admit that this event we saw already happened for this reason she's introduced in the last book reinforces the notion that it was always meant to be this way. Why else would Dumbledore have the cloak? Allow me to counter this with a question. What's the alternative for getting the cloak into the story? It can't be sitting in his parents' house. He needs it at Hogwarts. It can't be with Sirius. He needs it in book 1. It can't be with the Dursleys. They're magical racists. It also can't be with Hagrid because he needs it at a specific point in the story. This leaves us with very few options, doesn't it? McGonagall's already given Harry a broomstick, so it's really just Dumbledore left. He's basically the only one who could have given the cloak to Harry at the right time for the narrative. In other words, Dumbledore having the cloak is narratively inevitable. So if we're locked into Dumbledore anyway, who's to say the reason wasn't what Joanne said in book 7?
After all, doesn't Dumbledore say in that very first book that he doesn't need a cloak to be invisible? I'd first point to the people in the Order knowing about the cloak and never remarking upon it being special or important in any way. Lots of wizards and witches are aware of the existence of this cloak that makes Harry perfectly invisible, made his father perfectly invisible, and has never faded over that period, but they don't suggest that this is out of the ordinary. I would also point to Hermione, studious and knowledgeable as she is about the wizarding world and magic itself, never mentioning the cloak and its remarkable nature. She's used it. She's seen firsthand that it possesses all of these characteristics, yet never has she hinted that invisibility cloaks don't normally act like this. Lastly, I would point to Joanne's demonstrable pattern of making shit up on the fly. Thestrals at the end of Book 4, the 1st of September being a Sunday every year, the wizarding economy, the Fidelius charm. Many of these things break the story much more than this cloak, but they all show her willingness to jam things in at any point for any reason. To think that she wouldn't continue to do this with the Deathly Hallows is not only giving her too much credit, it's going against all of the available evidence. She fit the details into what she'd already written. Dumbledore already had the cloak, so why not have him take it because he thinks it's a Hallow? Why not make Harry's cloak the special one? It doesn't mess anything up, it doesn't contradict anything, so why not? It may not contradict existing details, but it certainly raises questions. There's all the obvious ones, like why has no one mentioned this, but there's also now some vagueness around Mad Eye Moody's eye. Barty Crouch Jr. sees right through the cloak in Goblet of Fire using that eye. So is it really as impenetrable as Xenophilius said? How is this magical artifact able to circumvent something so powerful? Again, it's not imperative to answer these questions, but they're definitely raised. I don't blame her for adding this detail about the cloak or for fitting it into the story in this way. But let's not pretend that it's some clever through line she planted in Book 1. It's still part of the new MacGuffins that we never heard of until the 11th hour. I'm not saying nothing was planned, it's clear some things were, like Harry's connection to Voldemort, but I do think it's important to identify which parts weren't. Important in a nitpicky, annoying video essayist way, not in any way that actually matters. To anyone saying I'm taking this too seriously, I would suggest it's Joanne who's taking all of this too seriously. She's the one that is insisting her later books are mature, profound stories aimed at all ages and not just little baby infants who love magic. Even if she weren't trying so hard to inject all of these themes, they're serious works of fiction that invite serious analysis, just like any other published book. Consistency is important, and she's trying to claim after the fact that she maintained a level I don't believe she did. Suck my fuck, Joanne. You're not as clever as you think you are, and I have 6 other videos proving it. Just you guys wait until I do Fantastic Beasts. Shit, spoilers. The cloak isn't the only Deathly Hallow, though. This book goes deep into wand lore thanks to the Elder Wand. And by deep, I mean it adds a bunch of new, hitherto unheard of rules that muddy the waters of using a wand and how that could ever possibly work. I know, you can scarcely believe me, but hold on to your eyebrows lest they fly off your face and let me explain. Wand lore is a complex and mysterious branch of magic. I mean, is it though? Kinda seems like you described the whole shtick in about 2 minutes flat. I reckon I could sum it up in seconds. Wands choose their owners, but their allegiance can change or be won. How did I do? Allegiance might be doing a lot of heavy lifting here, but it works. When Harry gets the Blackthorn wand, he isn't just feeling weird about it, with less power than usual, he's actually failing to cast basic spells. The spider did not shrink. This is a pretty serious discrepancy while using someone else's wand. Someone else's wand doesn't work for you as well as your own. That's fine, but the implications for other aspects are weird. Let's be real, this is kind of a problem. What does a wand's allegiance changing really mean? Does it work less well for the person who originally owned it? If so, then this is a nightmare for anyone practicing dueling like the DA did all through the 5th book. If you get stunned or beaten, is your wand gonna fuck out on you? If it doesn't work like that, then maybe she just means the wand expands its whitelist of allowed admin users. Sure, that's fine, I guess, but it doesn't really track to the Elder Wand, does it? That wand is specifically stated to have one master at a time. Harry becomes the master of the Elder Wand by disarming Draco. My god, the bar is so low here. Sure, whatever. This means we have to accept that either the Elder Wand works differently to all other wands, which, fine, or wands changing allegiance means shit all because it never affects anyone. Obviously, it's the first one. The Elder Wand is special, so don't then just try and inject all of this other deep, meaningful wand lore stuff right here. Just make it be the Elder Wand. Who cares? You've already injected another 20 MacGuffins for this book. Just put this little detail in too. On the subject of the Deathly Hallows, they don't just affect the plot. They seem to affect the intelligence of our characters. Hermione is so adamant that some magical artifacts cannot possibly exist. For example, something to raise the dead. This is a veil that cannot be pierced, unless you become a ghost. Or you have a portrait painted, sort of-ish. Or you have a Horcrux. Or you get protected by your mother's death and Voldemort's resurrection. Look, I'm not saying she's an idiot, but there's a lot of shit in this series that suggests this idea is not super far-fetched. Why wouldn't he have told you? Why? Because Joanne hadn't invented them yet, Hermione. Also, Hermione, are you an idiot? I know I said you weren't, but Dumbledore left you the book with the goddamn symbol drawn in. Come on! It's so obvious it hurts, but Harry never pushes this point sufficiently because it's devastating to her argument. It's annoying because we've seen this pattern before, just last book. Can you make Harry less convincing, please? If you insist on having the others not believe him, just make him less right. Speaking of rights, let's talk about Muggles. We talked about the divide between wizards and muggles, and how Joanne has artificially inflated it to serve the most minuscule of comic relief moments. We didn't talk about how absolutely fucked up life for muggles must be just because the wizarding world exists in the way that it does. They can do miraculous, seemingly endless magical things, and yet they don't, because they choose, nay, insist on staying secret. Upon the signature of the International Statute of Secrecy in 1689, wizards went into hiding for good. It was natural, perhaps, that they formed their own small communities within a community. Many small villages and hamlets attracted several magical families who banded together for mutual support and protection. The villages of Tinworth in Cornwall, Upper Flagley in Yorkshire, and Ottery St Catchpole on the south coast of England were notable homes to knots of wizarding families who lived alongside tolerant and sometimes confunded muggles. So Godric's Hollow and Ottery St Catchpole are home to wizarding communities who live alongside muggles. Sometimes tolerant, sometimes confunded? One at a time. The tolerant part seems to imply a tolerance of wizarding oddities rather than magic itself, given that it's in the context of wizards going into hiding for good. So Joanne wants us to simultaneously believe that wizards formed integrated communities within Muggle villages, but they are so ignorant of Muggle ways they literally can't function in Muggle society without help. It's an insult to not just the reader's intelligence, but all of the characters too. I hate this. I make this point so often in this series, but it makes all of the characters so hard to believe. I simply cannot buy into the idea of the society in the way that she's presented it. My immersion is ruined just when I was fantasizing about taking a flu powder jaunt down to the ye olde slave shop. But we're left with another problem. The Muggles are sometimes confunded? Oh my god, this is about to balloon into another giant rant, isn't it? So, the Confundus charm was used back in Goblet of Fire to fool the goblet itself into making Harry Potter a champion. That's a pretty powerful spell. Hermione then uses it on Cormac McLaggen to make him fly in the wrong direction in the Quidditch tryouts. We even see Harry use it this book to get past some security guards at Gringotts. So, what is it? Is it mind control? Is it just a confusion charm, as the name implies? Having looked at other sources of information and speculation online, it seems as though it is in fact a confusion and misdirection spell. It's not like Imperio, where you can get someone to do whatever you want, but you can definitely use it to make them more suggestible, or perhaps to consider an idea or course of action much more than they would have otherwise. Great, it's Imperio but shittier. We've established what Confundo does. So what the fuck does Joanne mean by sometimes confunded muggles? Did these wizards confund entire villages just to set up shop next to them? Why? How? To steelman her point here, maybe she just means that when they would slip up and do something magical in front of the muggles, they might have to confund them to make them think they didn't see what they saw. Just gaslight the fuckers. That might be the case, but what about memory charms? I thought the standard governmental procedure was to obliviate all the people who see magical stuff go down. Are they just pre-confunding people so they don't notice how fucking weird and wacky they are? But if they know they're weird and wacky to begin with, why would they not fix that when they're specifically living amongst muggles? Every way you slice this, it confuses me. Fuck, they got to me too. Also, there's the extra hidden bonus slice of why live amongst people you have to regularly fuck with? Why not form your own specific communities where you don't have to hide? Why is Hogsmeade the only wizarding village in Britain? That's crazy-ass banana balls, if you ask me. That's asking for trouble. Enforcing the statute of secrecy must be impossible. It's the same issue over and over and over. Joanne's ideas aren't just incompatible, they're contradictory. She's contradicting herself here. She has the wizarding world as integrated as it can possibly be into the Muggle world. They have premises for shops and services within Muggle cities, sometimes inside Muggle buildings, and yet they still stand out like sore thumbs for the sake of cheap, low-effort humour. You can say I'm nitpicking, but most of what Joanne writes for wizards interacting with Muggles proves Vernon Dursley right. Reckless, ridiculous, and unethical. Think on that for a sec. While we're on the topic of Vernon Dursley, he's such a staunch conservative that he's willing to put aside the issue of magical racism in favour of licking some boots. It was so typical of his uncle to put his hopes in the establishment, even within this world that he despised and mistrusted. Bruh, this is so lacking in self-awareness from Joanne and Harry. He's criticising Vernon for wanting government protection and putting his faith in a ministry he knows nothing about. Need I explain that this is a far more reasonable position than Harry's own previous trust of the ministry he knows to be corrupt? Vernon is blissfully unaware that the ministry tried to cover up Voldemort's return and imprison a 15-year-old. He wouldn't know that they weaponized their justice system to attempt to eliminate free or dissenting speech. He has no idea that they're locking up innocent people to give the illusion of strength, that the minister himself tried to con a teenager into endorsing this corruption. But Harry does, and he's never once gone back on his desire to be an Auror, to work for the government. Harry's not only angling to insert himself into the very law enforcement system he openly mocks throughout the series, he's also proposing no change to the system whatsoever. He doesn't want to become a politician so he can enact change from the inside, or suggest better alternatives once he has the power to do so. He just wants to fight dark wizards. Maybe since last book he's had a sudden change of heart. Well, we as readers certainly haven't seen it. I have no reason to think that whatsoever. He's been able to excuse every awful thing the ministry's done so far. Why on earth wouldn't he be able to excuse Voldemort's infiltration? Sean articulates this perfectly in his Harry Potter video. He says it comes down to the idea of there being good and bad teams in place of actual ethical conflicts. The ministry as an institution isn't corrupt. It isn't allowing and facilitating these crimes. It's the bad people in positions of power. It isn't the power itself, just the one wielding it. It's a pathetically shallow view of the world and an unsatisfying allegory for real-world governmental issues. Harry, our protagonist, is perfectly uncritical of the institution, of the way they abuse their power. It makes the ending seem not just rushed and misfocused, but also a little bleak. Voldemort has been defeated, but the status quo hasn't really changed. The bad guy is dead, but we leave a plethora of social issues unaddressed forevermore. Does Joanne think they're not worth addressing? Trick question. She doesn't even realize that they're unaddressed. Slavery? She thinks she addressed that by saying that the slaves like it, and that they want to continue their slavery. Rampant corruption and abuse of power in the ministry? Well, Voldemort and his Death Eaters are out of the government now, so they can't abuse their power. They're not in power. But what about all the other things we can point to? All the issues with the wizarding world that break it apart? Joanne's even mentioned some of them in her story and just refuses to resolve them, like non-wizard inhabitants of the magical world and their unequal rights. She brings up why some species joined Voldemort, and how it's a failing of her society that goblins and centaurs and half-giants aren't afforded the same respect and level of dignity that wizards are. Then what? Crickets. If we had issues with her bringing things up at all in previous books, this is where it all comes to a head. She doesn't do anything with it. Why? She can't. She doesn't know how to write it. She forgot about it. It all comes to the same thing. She's not good enough at the juggling act or the actual follow-through of writing these things. Are you planning to follow a career in magical law, Miss Granger? No, I'm not. I'm planning to do some good in the world. Hey, whoa, come on there, Hermione. You really gotta do me like that? Magical law is an important profession, and you don't have to work for the Ministry. I'm an independent magical lawyer/professor, and I think I'm doing at least a little bit of good by lambasting Joanne's awful writing. Again, Joanne, I will stop for $10 million, but we might be a little far in by now. In all seriousness, this comment is treated, justifiably, as a critique of the Ministry, who deserve harsh scrutiny and criticism. Ron laughs, but Harry doesn't really respond at all. Again, Joanne is too cowardly and spineless to deal with Harry's ambitions to become an Auror. She can't have him agree with Hermione, because then she'd be forced to admit that there are problems with the Ministry itself. If she admits that, then it becomes obvious that Harry understands it, and the Auror thing falls apart. If Harry acknowledges systemic problems within the Ministry, it forces her hand in one of two ways. 1. He concedes that the system is broken, doesn't want to be part of it, and then she has to do something about it. She can't do this, because she wants Harry to be a wizard cop. She also doesn't want to bother fixing her world building that much. It sounds too hard and boring, and who cares, right? Option 2 is that Harry doesn't actually give a shit about the system itself and still wants to be an Auror without any care for what that means. This makes Harry a bootlicker. No better than an ICE agent, to be honest. Naturally, she can't do this either because, dear God, that's bad. Not that much worse than what we have, but worse. So we're stuck. The audience can see the issues in the Ministry. Even Hermione, one of Harry's best friends, can see the issues in the Ministry, but our POV character is never allowed to acknowledge it directly in any way deeper than the superficial. It's pathetic, and it reads really strangely once you notice it. I think Joanne must have realised this because she doesn't bring up the Auror thing again in this book. Of course she doesn't. The Ministry is getting worse and worse with every passing year, but that makes Harry's lack of action or even thought unsatisfying, unfinished. He can attack the Ministry for the bad things they do, for the bad people who do them, but he never once questions the system or extrapolates his information to its logical conclusion. It's predictable as hell, because it's fitting perfectly within her pattern of introducing something problematic, never addressing its incredibly obvious connotations, and then dropping it like a handful of hot, uncooked spaghetti when she realizes her mistake far too late. Silence is complicity, Harry. The Ministry has fallen. You know what, Kingsley? Good. Awful pack of ghouls, the lot of them. Get rid of them. Start again. Come up with a better government, will you? Oh, we're just gonna go back to the same thing all over again after Voldemort dies? Yeah, cool. Wouldn't want anything to change now, would we? You've got my vote for Minister for Magic. You know what? That's a great point. How do they choose the Minister for Magic? The most powerful political figure in Wizarding Britain. Do they hold elections? They might, it's entirely possible, but the handovers we see don't involve any voting. It seems like the Ministry internally chose Scrimgeour to replace Fudge, and he wasn't even a Deputy Minister for Magic or anything like that. He was just head of the Magic SWAT team. Seems a bit authoritarian to me, but then again, so is everything else the Ministry ever does. What a terrible, rotten, embarrassing institution. So they're corrupt and authoritarian far before Voldemort took over. I guess all he really did was change the statue. They're also completely incompetent. I know I hammer this point home too much. I'm a little like J.K. Rowling in that way, but the Ministry really are pathetically terrible at what they do. Seriously, not only is what they do dystopian and awful and corrupt, but they are so embarrassingly bad at it. The Aurors are meant to be the premier dark wizard catchers, the front line against evil forces. Dawlish is a recurring character in the series. Character might be going a bit far, he's a joke with a name attached. Every time we see or hear about him, it's to say how Dumbledore's clowned on him and he's failed in his job as an Auror. Now we hear about him failing again because Neville's Gran apparently takes him down no diff and goes on the run. This guy's an Auror, right? Aurors are supposed to get good grades in Hogwarts, go through further magical training and education to learn about fighting the dark arts, be skilled across multiple disciplines because of the nature of their work. I understand him not being able to match Dumbledore in a one-on-one duel, but the story treats him like he can't beat anyone. This guy sucks. Yeah, we see other Aurors who are better, like Mad-Eye, Kingsley and Tonks, but even Tonks isn't what I'd consider a prodigy or anything. The Ministry Special Force is manned by people like Dawlish. He couldn't beat Gilderoy Lockhart in a duel, let alone a competent dark wizard like Bellatrix Lestrange or Severus Snape. Look, I understand the desire to have a punching bag for a running joke, joke. Sometimes it can work well, like in Always Sunny. Joanne already has several though. Dudley's fat. Vernon's fat and stupid. Eloise Midgen has acne. Gnomes exist. These people are, more often than not, treated as complete caricatures and vehicles for cheap humour, not substance. We already have punching bags, we don't need more. But then why am I singling out Dawlish? Because this one has much wider implications. If he's so rubbish at his job and he's a laughing stock and not very powerful as Neville implies, then that weakens auras as a collective. It weakens the Ministry as an institution, and it retroactively muddles Harry's plans to join them even further. If this buffoon can be an aura, is it really that exclusive of a club? Joanne never learned that sometimes less is more. Almost every little detail she throws in ends up as a spanner in the works later down the road. It's the literary equivalent of Sideshow Bob stepping on the rakes, except in this case, Sideshow Bob has thrown the rakes out of a train window himself and then walks back through them because the train ran off the tracks. We will revisit this in the finale. Unlike Joanne, who did the literary equivalent of putting her fingers in her ears and going la 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 la. For now though, I think I've made my point about the Ministry. Don't make the mistake of thinking I work for those fuckers. I'm independent and I want to bring them to justice. In fact, you can find the link to crowdfund my legal case against the Ministry down below. Now it's time for a segment I like to call Magic is Bullshit. Yeah, we've done this before. Magic is hard for nebulous reasons, and then it's easy for no reasons. Magic can do everything, until it actually can't. My point is, the power levels fluctuate so wildly it's impossible to get a handle on any one facet of the system. I don't need it over-explained, as I've said before, but some consistency would be nice. I'd also like some consideration for consequences. I mentioned it up top, but she never really thinks about the consequences of adding in new spells or MacGuffins. First up is the Geminio Charm. This is a duplication spell. I don't need to tell you guys that this one completely breaks the world. I get that a lot of spells do that, but this one breaks it so easily. If the layman isn't equipped to see the difference between the original and the copy, then this is an infinite money glitch. I mean, what am I saying? It's an infinite anything glitch. What does this work on? Obviously, Hermione doesn't create another portion of Voldemort's soul, but does it work on gold? Silver? Diamonds? If so, the economy's fucked. If not, why not? Just extrapolate this idea to literally anything and you get such insane problems. Anyone selling a product in the wizarding world has to worry about duplication. Why would you ever buy anything again if you can just copy it a few times when you buy it and do this forevermore? Again, I'm certain I'm looking at this through a narrow lens here, so feel free to tell me about the most disturbing consequences in the comments below. I look forward to it. In any case, Joanne is insane for including this in her story. At this point, we can't expect her to actually examine cause and effect, but to have this as such an offhand detail shows how detached from reality she actually is. She doesn't care anymore about how ridiculous her world is. Next up is the mirror. Sirius gives Harry the mirror, but they never get the opportunity to use it together. Harry still keeps a shard of it, however, so it shows up again here in a major way. In chapter 23, Harry's in a sticky situation. He looks into the mirror and sees Aberforth Dumbledore's eye. He says that he's in the cellar of Malfoy Manor and he needs help. Then Dobby shows up. So, can Aberforth hear Harry as well as see him? Or can he just read lips super well? Surely it has to be one of these, because Dobby knows exactly where to find Harry and his friends. If Aberforth didn't know and just sent Dobby to find Harry Potter, then does Dobby know where Harry Potter is at all times? Look, buckle up for a sec. I know the story doesn't imply any of what I'm about to say, but we're going on an adventure. So if we accept that the mirror is a smartphone, that's fine. It's dumb, but it's fine. And it closes this argument that I'm about to make. If we don't, and Dobby just finds Harry, then that's fucking crazy. Either Dobby has a homing beacon for Harry Potter, or any elf can find any wizard anywhere at any time. Let's talk through these options, shall we? Why would Dobby intrinsically know where Harry is? Is it their bond? Is it some sort of friendship call that can guide his apparition to Harry's exact spot? No way. We know elves can't find any wizard anytime, anywhere. We saw that it took Dobby and Creature quite a while to track down Mundungus Fletcher earlier in this book. So I'm left to conclude that Aberforth Dumbledore can read lips. It's the only solution that makes sense. Sorry to take that weird tangent for no good reason, it was barely about the mirror. Still, it follows the pattern of unexplained things that don't matter in isolation, but add to her list of nebulous strange additions. Next, we'll do a much worse one. The Room of Requirement. That's when the passage to the Hog's Head opened up. Neville, you can't just drop that on me here. So the Room of Requirement just created a passage out of Hogwarts? Holy shit. We already knew this room was insane, but now one of the caveats I gave is gone. You can just create a physical passageway to another location from within this one room? It appears that it basically digs a real, genuine tunnel to Hogsmeade. You already know what I'm about to ask. It's been 7 videos of this crap. What's the limit? If I tell the room that I need to get from Scotland to France, can it do it? Does it dig me a usable tunnel all the way across the channel? We don't even have to go that far for this to be wild. If I need to get into Snape's office, can it find me a way? Surely so. It seems like if the students wanted to, they could navigate the school entirely from this one room. If not, then why? The places are physically linked. Just add a giant basilisk pipe in the walls and away we go. This feature of the Room of Requirement doesn't break the world nearly as much as the others, but it does remove a limitation. It's no longer bound to the one place within Hogwarts anymore. Joanne seems obsessed with changing limitations. I shouldn't have to explore these consequences for her. She should be able to anticipate some of them and create limitations rather than removing them. In fact, we get an example of her doing exactly that in this book, so we know she can do it. My mother can make good food appear out of thin air. Food is the first of the 5 principal exceptions to Gamp's law of fundamental transfiguration. So I can acknowledge that this last one is a good change. It absolutely improves the magic system and my understanding of it, as well as limiting the power level of wizards in general. So why couldn't she do this more often? Because she's only serving the plot. She didn't actually consider real-world consequences and decide her universe would be insane without this rule. She just wanted them to go hungry, so now this law exists. Sorry to burst the bubble. It's the same shallow rubbish we've come to expect, isn't it? At least there was some good in there, so let's talk more about that. There are still good things to be found, even at this late stage. For example, in Chapter 9, I think Voldemort's name giving them away is actually pretty great. It's interesting, it tracks with him and his supporters, and it's a chilling allegory to the idea of authoritarian crackdowns on free speech. Genuinely neat stuff, as it serves as a mystery in this chapter, and then comes back to hurt them again later in the book, after Ron's already figured it out. I also like Dobby's death. Not because I dislike Dobby, but because I love the bloke. His death gets me every time. That shit hurts. Love that little slave boy. It serves Harry's character well too, gives him a nice turning point. In fact, there's a lot of death in this book. Lupin, Tonks, Fred, Mad-Eye, Hedwig, Snape, and Colin Creevey all die. She kills so many people here. I actually think this is the right call. People criticize her every now and then for using these deaths for shock value, and while some of them are certainly shocking for our characters, they're also completely realistic given the situations they're in. I often get frustrated at certain pieces of media for putting characters in situations where they absolutely should die, but no one does. Just look at the Long Night from Game of Thrones. There were whites everywhere, crawling all over people, smothering them, absolutely going ham on our heroes, and yet no one really died. The Night King had all but one, approaching Bran in the Weewoods uncontested until Deus Ex Aria came in to sleight of hand him to death, and yet only 3 people really died. Beric Dondarrion, Jorah Mormont, and Lyanna Mormont. Not exactly big ticket names. In Deathly Hallows, however, we see people suffer for the danger they found themselves in. You don't have to like it, but it's not death as a tool for shock's sake, it's a realistic follow-through for the situation itself. I'm kinda surprised to be saying this, because this is the one thing she usually gets wrong every time, but here she's somehow managed to get it right. Perhaps because it's the simplest, most dramatic form of consequences. There you go, Joanne. Gold star for bucking the trend for this video and series. Harry's acceptance of his death is a pretty fantastic, emotional passage. Big fan of his realization and his questioning, his fear, his grim, inexorable walk to Voldemort. It's a good passage that feels like a finality and a culmination of some of the mysteries we've introduced. It is undercut, however, by the fact that not a single person reading any of these paragraphs actually thought Harry was going to permanently die. Did anyone really believe that our POV main character would sacrifice himself at the end of the story? In Chapter 16, I actually like how Joanne handles Harry's feelings of loss for Ron. It's not a wallowing stagnation of a chapter, but she doesn't gloss over it, and the way Harry tries to work through his feelings is relatable, realistic, and sympathetic. You feel their helplessness and the change within their dynamics as they move on as 2 instead of 3. Genuinely, I clown on her and I say she's not a good enough writer to do this kind of thing, but every now and then she proves me a little bit wrong. Okay, well, not wrong, but proves me as a generalizer, because this is handled quite well and could only happen in this later book with these setups. Rest assured, it is one of the few circumstances when I will ever say this, because I think I know why it's good where almost every other mature theme and detail is terrible. It's entirely character-based, and it's contained. It's contained to only 3 characters, only a small section of the book, and it has no world-building connotations. Sort of. This kind of setup should be unable to spill out into the wider world, so it's no wonder it feels better and more grounded than the rest of her inclusions. She can't break the world with it. And finally, I'm glad we get lots of Hagrid in this first part of the book, because he and Harry are friends, right? Hagrid was his first ever contact with the wizarding world. They spend a lot of time together at Hogwarts. They correspond. They have a great mutual respect. I'm sure this will remain consistent the entire way through the book. There are other good moments and passages in this book, but these are the main ones for me. Feel free to drop your own favourites in the comments below. We don't have to be doom and gloom the entire time. But with this section out of the way, it's time to demolish some dreams. Oh no, Snape's dead. Important character, big event, and he even left some memories for Harry. Okay, let's take a moment to be completely, 100% honest about Snape, his death, his legacy, and the chapter spent explaining his tragic backstory. Snape is a fan favourite. He's the greasy, slimy prick you love to hate because he's such an unreasonable dickhead to Harry and his mates. He's a loser, a nobody, a mid-30s high school teacher who gets off on bullying teenagers. Pathetic. However, he's also a fan favourite for being some misunderstood, tragic, reformed criminal that doesn't deserve his fate. This is predicated on the twist that Snape is not really Voldemort's right-hand man. He's not been a double agent for the Dark Lord all of these years, he's been a triple agent for Dumbledore. He's been working with Dumbledore's long master plan this whole time and secretly plotting the downfall of old Tom Jr. That's great, really deepens his character and recontextualizes a lot of story elements. We also find out that the reason behind this is his deep, unrequited love for Lily Evans, Harry's own mother. He's done all of this work, protecting Harry and working to kill Voldemort because he just loved her so much. What a sweet, tortured incel, right? No, stop that shit right now. I'm sick of it. Get that picture of Alan Rickman saying always out of your head. That's not who Snape is. You're romanticizing a character that doesn't exist. The Snape people remember post-death is not the same guy who spent 6 books doing all of the shit I just said we love to hate him for. He didn't protect Harry, he abused him. He made his education worse. He made his classroom a less safe place to be in for Harry and everyone else. And he nearly tanked Harry's stupid ambition of becoming an Auror. He showed a consistent, systematic bias against Gryffindors. Is there a reasonable explanation for this? And it's not just because he was so tortured by seeing Lily's eyes in Harry, because he routinely abuses Neville, Hermione, and Ron too. He surely can't be in love with all of their mothers. Yeah, James was a total dick to Snape, and maybe some of it was justified. I'm sure most of it probably wasn't, but it's completely immaterial. Snape is a grown adult who has been hired to do a job, and part of that job involves not abusing the students. It's just that fucking simple. But Josh, the plan couldn't have worked if Snape wasn't a teacher at Hogwarts. Dumbledore couldn't fire him for being a dick. Okay, all the more reason not to be one then? Like, you maybe want to whip this guy into shape, Dumbledore, if you have to keep him around? God, Snape and Dumbledore, they really deserve each other, don't they? Also, let's not pretend that this guy's love for Lily was so great and commendable in the first place. He fell in love at like 11, called her a racial slur at 15, and presumably didn't speak much after that. They weren't pen pals until her death at 21, they weren't on-again, off-again lovers, they weren't even friends. He was infatuated with a woman he couldn't have, and never got over it. Yes, we can acknowledge it would be very difficult for him to know he led to her death, but that doesn't excuse anything else. We can all sympathize with his plight, his sadness, the role he had to play in the plan to bring down Voldemort, but don't invent reasons to pretend he was ever a good guy. He simply wasn't. That brings me to the fucking name. Albus Severus. Harry must have taken one look at that child and just hated its guts. To name him after two men who damaged his childhood so much, who caused him and his friends so much pain, who literally got him killed, that's wild. Severus? He fucking hated you, Harry. You don't have to do this. What's wrong with you? Runil Waslib Potter would have made a legitimately better, more emotionally satisfying name. Fuck off. I never meant to call you Mudblood. Yeah, sure, good defense, you little creep. Snape has been redeemed by way of his actions against Voldemort. His conscience is clear in the grand scheme of the Wizarding War. It had to be done for the greater good. He can never be redeemed for all the other shit he did, because he's dead now and never once expressed any desire to change his ways were he not. He's not the same guy he was as a teenager, I get that. He's not going around using slurs anymore. He's putting himself in harm's way for others. That's great. It also has nothing to do with his terrible, abusive teaching style. What a fuckwit. Why does he even want to be a teacher if he clearly hates it so much? I wasn't sure what J.K. Rowling's personal thoughts on Snape were, so I googled them. Shocking that I had to do that and I wasn't force-fed her opinion on it like I am with everything else, but here we are. She agrees with me, thank God, that Snape's heroic deeds against Voldemort do not discount his abject villainy for the rest of the series. She does, however, defend Harry's choice to name his fucking child after the man. Believe me, we will come back to the names, but I cannot fathom this. Just admit that you got overzealous about Snape. Just admit that you didn't put in as much thought as you should have. Just admit it's fucking cringe and it makes Harry look like a goddamn moron. Why can't you do this? Again, it's proof that she can't face the consequences of her own writing. There are implications that using this name brings, but we're left to speculate on them ourselves. Let's do a bit more speculation, shall we? Into the tactics of the Battle of Hogwarts. While Harry is searching for the lost diadem of Ravenclaw, we get a bunch of passages from every character we've ever been introduced to telling us how they're helping the defense of Hogwarts. We also get this banger from Mr. Longbottom. Mandrakes, going to lob them over the walls. They won't like this. Great idea, Neville. Throw those mandrakes over the wall so they can scream, because everyone knows their cries are fatal to anyone that hears it. They literally kill whoever hears them scream. Forgive me, but this isn't like hurling grenades into enemy lines. It's like detonating a car bomb and hoping it only gets the passengers, not the driver. This is going to be devastatingly effective against the Death Eaters. Lots of them are going to die very quickly. It's insanely brutal, but effective. There's no way to stop it being effective against all the defenders as well, though. Presumably, they also possess ears, and unless they know to wear earmuffs, they're gonna die just as easily as the Death Eaters. So I have some questions that I think are fairly pertinent. How loud is a mandrake? How far do they have to throw them over the walls to not hear them? How high are the walls? How long does a mandrake scream for? These are all considerations that arise from this one exchange. Now, we have no information on the exact decibel levels of mandrakes, because that would be insane. We have no exact figure for the height of the Hogwarts walls either. We don't have to have answers to these questions, so we're probably safe to assume that Joanne's intentions did not involve extreme collateral damage to the barely adult wizards in Hogwarts Castle. That being said, we have no boundaries for the other assumptions, do we? I think we can all imagine scenarios where this tactic backfires spectacularly. We can all imagine defenders on lower floors throwing open a window to fire off some spells, then keeling over in a classroom because they accidentally heard a mandrake having a whinge. I guess I'm saying mandrakes are insane and Hogwarts shouldn't have them. If they insist on having them, they definitely shouldn't be throwing them willy-nilly over the walls like this. Moving on to a different issue, how is this any better than the Killing Curse? Can't they just stand up on the walls and fire off Avada Kedavras into the Death Eaters below? Fine, maybe they don't have the necessary evil in their hearts to do that, but just use Bombarda or something, it'll still kill them. I know magic is supposed to be cool and creative and whatever, and you don't want people just using the same 3 spells over and over, but then don't make them overpowered as fuck then. Also, don't pretend it's somehow more moral to throw instant death plants at the Death Eaters instead of just killing them one by one, especially when you could have catastrophic collateral damage to your side. Imagine thinking about the consequences of the things you write. Couldn't be Joanne. Okay, I have one last thing to raise before we move on to the epic finale. Right, so what's up with portraits? How much of the person do they really contain? Because here we see Dumbledore talking about his plan with Snape. Not only that, but he's keeping secrets from Snape. He still has secret parts of his plan that he doesn't divulge with Snape, but he does know, and presumably remembers from when he was alive. Is a portrait like an unwilling ghost? Could Harry commission a painting of Sirius and just hang out with him? Can anyone do this? Can you do it to the living? The rules are non-existent and the limitations are impossible to know. They work very strangely, and it kind of undermines death a little, doesn't it? Ghosts already did that, but you had to choose it. Nick makes it clear in Book 5 that it's a pretty rubbish existence. Paintings get made for you, right? Dumbledore dies, and that's a huge deal, but he can still chat with Snape and give him all the necessary information at the right times? Just because there's a painting of him in the office? Feels like a bit of a cop-out to me, and that's part of the reason why she never goes into detail about these things. She can't. If she explains how a portrait works, then it becomes like Veritaserum or time turners, by which I mean stupid. The edge cases get exposed, all the potential but untapped uses get clowned on, the plot canyons it creates get lampshaded, so it's left nebulous, making it confusing. Make no mistake, this is the better choice out of the two. If I had to choose between over-explaining portraits or just leaving them how Joanne did, I would do what she did, but if we expand the choice, I would probably just change them. Maybe they don't retain memories, only personalities. It's just insane to me that there are so many plot devices and MacGuffins that weaken the themes of her own story. She can't keep getting away with it. Again, the series is over. She already got away with it, but my point still stands. Portraits don't make sense, and they knock the other pins down when Joanne throws her bowling ball of misguided prose. Way to remove tension from literal death. Alright, are you ready, guys? It's time for the epilogue. There's a surprising amount to unpack in this epilogue that is actually quite short, so let's start with the obvious. Harry Potter names his children like someone with no impulse control who just read Harry Potter, and is also 17, and also has no friends or family to tell them not to do that, and also hates their child with a passion. James Sirius is totally fair and reasonable and expected. Two important figures in his life. I see no issue with that. Ginny would surely see no issue with that. Lily Luna is a bit weird. Luna's great and all, but not only is she still alive, I feel like there are other people you might want to honour first. How about Lily Molly? Lily Nymphadora? Okay, not that one. Maybe Lily Luna isn't that bad, but did she have to have both names be other characters too? Albus Severus is a fucking travesty. God-awful, bizarre, cruel, and incredibly fucked up. We already talked about it a little bit before, but we're doing it again, deal with it. Albus as a first name is fine in universe. Dumbledore was an incredibly powerful and influential figure, and he was very important to Harry. I get it. It's still weird from a meta-narrative standpoint because he was a piece of shit who owned slaves and loved to put kids in danger, but I could forgive it if it weren't for the middle name. Severus Snape does not deserve to be honoured in this way. In other ways, sure, he did a very brave series of things. In this personal way, fuck off, not a chance. It's a very easy thing to do, but let's just go through some other names that would have meant more, been more reasonable, and wouldn't have drawn so much controversy in and out of universe, shall we? Fred. Ginny's brother. Harry's mate. He died too, and he was pretty cool apart from the date rape stuff. Fuck, why is every character so terrible? Rubius. Hagrid is one of Harry's best friends throughout the entire series. He's a constant presence, a genuinely good guy, and always stands up for what's right. Fuck him, I guess, he doesn't make the cut. Remus. Bit of a weird one, but it fits the scheme with Albus, doesn't it? Plus he was somewhat of a parental figure for Harry, and a great teacher, as opposed to a piece of shit terrible teacher. No brainer. Alistair. Harry didn't love Mad Eye, but he certainly liked him more than he liked Snape. Stan. You know, for Stan Shunpike. It's not great, but it's still better than Severus. Tom, for Tom Riddle. He wasn't a great guy either, but let us not forget it was he who killed Voldemort. I could go on for hours and list basically every name under the sun, because regular names that have nothing to do with Harry Potter characters would also be better than Severus. Call him Albus Steve. It's a terrible fucking name, and it should never have entered Harry's brain, let alone made it to the birth certificate. Elon Musk is better at naming his children than Harry Potter is. This is an annoying, stupid writing decision by Joanne just by itself, but I touched on another issue in that list as well. What about Ginny? What if she doesn't want to name her kids after people Harry randomly remembered on the day? Did she get a say in this? There's absolutely nothing to say that she didn't, but I sure as fuck wouldn't consent to name my kid Albus Severus if I was her. It's kinda crazy, and it goes to show that Joanne has no self-restraint at all. Unhinged behaviour. Now this next point is more of an observation than a complaint, but they all marry their high school sweethearts. Hermione and Ron get together at 17 and stay together. Harry and Ginny get together at like 16 and 15 and stay together. Lily and James, Molly and Arthur. How cute, how adorable. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility at all, and I mean no offense, but you're the losers. Thank God you inherited your mother's brains. Look, I'm not going to go fully into it here and now, but this definitely plays into Joanne's oddly eugenicist views on inherited traits. Seriously, look up her comments on Muggleborns and magic genes and tell me you don't get eugenicist vibes from it. That brings me to the actual meat and potatoes of the epilogue. The cottage pie. The bangers and mash. The purpose of this chapter is to serve as a capstone for her series, a neat little wrap-up for all of her important characters. She didn't just want to leave off after the Battle of Hogwarts, she wanted to show how perfect the world is now that Voldemort's dead. Except it's not perfect, is it? Harry's happy. Ron, Hermione and Ginny are happy. Their kids are presumably all happy too. That's great, but it's all very small picture. If her series had always had this tight, small focus, then this would have been the exact kind of ending the series needed. Given that it ballooned outwards and got tied up in issues of bigotry, politics, corruption, the very nature of evil, so on and so forth, this can never be enough. It fails to address the issues Joanne deliberately and inadvertently brought up in her series. The story treats Voldemort's defeat and the settling of all societal issues in the wizarding world as one and the same. The scar had not pained Harry for 19 years. All was well. Those are the last two lines of the entire series, and it's obvious that these concepts are being conflated. By the time you read that last line, you'd be forgiven for being unsatisfied, for feeling upset that this is where she leaves off. It's almost a little insulting, isn't it? To the attentive reader, this statement cannot be true. All was well? Not for the slaves, surely. Not for the oppressed races and the people burdened by the broken system and the children torn apart by the wizarding war. What if we reframe it back to a limited character focus, just Harry and his point of view? Maybe all was well for Harry, and that's what she meant. Well, those issues didn't disappear, so are we to believe that our hero, the one we've been sympathising with and following for 7 entire books, simply doesn't care about justice? To put it simply, yes. All the evidence points in that direction. He's never cared about elfish rights. He's never cared about ministry overreach and the systems that allow their overt corruption. We don't get much in this epilogue, but he probably fucking works for the ministry, the bootlicker. We'll talk about the cursed child at some point in the future if y'all are interested in that, but I won't bring it up here. Strangely, some points in this actually would have helped the finale of the series, but we'll get to that. My point is this. That last line can only be true or believable if you're not paying attention. And if you accept it as true for Harry, then you must also accept that he is now no better than a lofty, pretentious, white neolib who chastises you for noticing injustice rather than the person perpetrating it. Go ahead, refute the claim. Spoiler alert, you can't, because it's exactly accurate. On that vein, it's not anti-Semitic to criticize Israel. Justice for Palestine. Call me crazy, but I think it's pretty disappointing to end a series without addressing any of the issues you brought up. She's far more concerned with showing you the names of her protagonist's children than she is with actually capping off any of her story threads. Pathetic. It would have been easy to fix some of this too. First, get rid of the epilogue. Just get it out of here. Second, have someone at the end of the previous chapter, anyone, mention that rebuilding will be difficult, things need to change for the better, and they can't get complacent now that Voldemort is gone. Maybe have some representatives of the oppressed groups be involved, mention their own wants and needs. Maybe have some acknowledgement of past sins. Some combination of these would have taken a few pages at most, and would have contributed much more to a sense of finality and satisfaction. They would have also retroactively improved many of the issues with the previous books. You're fucking welcome, Joanne. Use a mega time turner and go fix it. In our timeline, Joanne didn't fix it. In fact, she didn't just fail to mention or address many of these systemic issues in her second to last chapter, she brings them back up in their original context. So even if we remove the epilogue, we've got a disaster on our hands. In the last sentence of chapter 36, Harry wonders where the creature might bring him a sandwich. Are you fucking kidding me? Is this a joke? Not only do we get nothing about the important changes that need to happen, but one of the last lines after Voldemort's defeat is Harry daydreaming about his slave making and bringing him food? You're gonna keep the slave? What? Merlin's bleached asshole, Joanne. I really can't think of a better way for you to finish this chapter for my video, but there were infinite better ways for you to do it for your book. Any way you slice it, Joanne has fumbled massively at the end. I get that this kind of story must have a happy ending, but the happiness levels are so unearned, I feel like I'm going crazy. It's not just me, right? She didn't address anything. She doesn't have to resolve every story thread in existence, but why keep bringing them up and doubling down on them if you're not going to do anything with them? She's chickened out, because I think she knows the pressure is too much. She simply must keep her wizarding world looking as good as she possibly can, and just doesn't really know which details do or do not add to this. The result is hollow. Anyone with a mild sense of media literacy can see the gaping holes in her story, but she can't. Let's move on to why that is, and why these videos can never be harsh enough. Joanne is an awful, disgusting person. She's an oligarch, plain and simple. Seriously, she's a billionaire who is directly funding political groups and advocating for political change based on her bigotry and prejudice. She wields massive influence, using her platform and money to spread hate, fear, and disinformation about trans people, mostly trans women. You know, an already incredibly marginalized group of people. How utterly deplorable. How pathetically naive. Joanne and all of the other TERFs like her are so completely unwilling to engage with reality and much prefer the confines of the tiny worlds they've built for themselves. In case you've somehow made it this far and aren't clear, trans rights are human rights. If you have any problem with that statement at all, go fuck yourself. In fact, if you have an issue with any of the statements I've made about Joanne's vile attempts to erase trans identities and repeal women's rights, go educate yourself. We as a society have no time for the people who spout such vicious, bigoted hate and no use for the people that enable it. She's not a serious person. Her views are not to be taken seriously. I'm not a political genius, nor am I particularly highly educated on politics as an intricate subject. But I don't think it takes a genius to see that Joanne has completely lost the plot. None of the evidence agrees with her vapid ramblings. None of her imagined victimhood justifies the way she acts and spends. Fuck J.K. Rowling. That's my rebuttal to anyone suggesting that I'm reading too far into it or I'm nitpicking her too hard. I enjoy ripping her to shreds because she sucks ass. If you don't, that's fine, but I think we can all agree that she's not really losing out on much because I, a tiny YouTuber, have made some videos on a book series she released 20 years ago. So now my journey with the Harry Potter books is at an end. I hope you've enjoyed this really long video and some of the things that I've added to it in the compilation phase. I've had a huge blast making all of this, and I really appreciate all of the support and viewership that I've received over the last month or so. It's been genuinely surreal. I've actually also launched a Patreon with some exclusive content that you can find in the description below. Of course, I'll continue to make videos on YouTube, but if you do want to support the effort and take a little bit of a peek behind the curtain, then feel free to do so. It would fill me with gratitude. Now, as I said in my original outro for video number 7, I am going to be continuing on the Harry Potter train for just a bit. So first stop is the Harry Potter movies, then all aboard for Cursed Child, and we'll finish up with Fantastic Beasts. Now, unlike Joanne and Warner Brothers, I'm actually going to finish my franchise, and if I may say so, I think it's going to be better written. Thank you again for watching, especially if you stuck around all the way to the end of this over 6-hour behemoth. That is insane levels of dedication. If you did, you're no longer just a graduate of my magical law class, you are now a fully licensed magical lawyer. Go out and bring the ministry to its knees. 1,000 points to House Everton. Have a good one.